And that's better. I think you can hear us now. Very good morning, everyone. Warm welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. Harry Everett and me, Stephen Lamb, with you on commentary. We'll be joined shortly by Sophie Luff and Tony Pomeroy. We've got a team of four.
We have.
And we'll be with you on the live stream all the way through today, just the one day of this friendly between Somerset and Warwickshire. It's a 3-day game, and Will Rhodes, The Warwickshire skipper is in the process of taking guard out there. We've got a pretty good view of the pitch, which is a little bit over to our right. There was a friendly played last week, actually, also to the right of the square. And with about 5 minutes to go before kick-off, it is lovely to be in the commentary box here with our customary view of the Quantox as a train leaves Taunton Station, past the recently built multi-storey car park over there, which has become a bit of a feature looking out. And here is the first ball of the day, which is
Lewis Gregory. It's a good first ball, isn't it, Stephen? He's come in nicely
on the pad, just shaping to leg.
Yeah,
I suspect.
Well, that's a pretty decent start. You think first ball of the match, you want to make a batsman play, and you want to get right into the action. And Lewis Gregory, no messing about. Lovely start.
Will Rhodes and Dom Sibley are opening the batting for Warwickshire. And good to see Lewis Gregory turning at the end of his run, coming in from the river end. And has bowled him off stump. Well, there's a cracking start for the hosts.
We were talking just before we come on air. We were talking about our spells and how many wickets we were taking. I was getting a bit of stick for my Somerset taking 5 for 18 in a 20 over stint. And on the second ball, we got a wicket. Lewis Gregory. We said the first ball was pretty good. I mean, the pitch has got a bit of a tinge of green. Look where the ball's gone. The ball's raced along down to third man. Poor Will Rhodes is freezing cold. Well, he's going to go and have a hot brew and stay inside, and he's out for a duck second ball.
Yeah, element of relief to get back into the warmth, I suppose. But not a great start to the day for him. Well, we couldn't have done much better than that, Harry, could we? Wicket with the second ball of the match.
Well, no, exactly. I mean, no toss was a bit interesting. I'm not quite sure how the two teams agreed that Warwickshire would have a bat, but now Tom Sibley's at length with a long old chat with the umpires. Umpires both wearing gloves, which you don't blame him at all in these conditions.
Absolutely. It is very parky out there. The sun's out, though, at the moment, which will help a bit. One of the floodlight pylons casting a long shadow right out onto the edge of the square. April Fool's Day today, of course.
I'm going to get stuck on that. I forgot about that. And we're waiting for some of your comments on YouTube to be stitching us up with April Fool's Day. There's already been chat about the river stand, formerly known as the Marcus Gothic stand, over towards the river, of course, being a safe standing area. That's one I nearly fell for this morning, but they're just revamping the seats, aren't they? Putting some padded cushions on.
Indeed, the Marcus Trescothic name has passed to the building in which we're sat. In fact, the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion, it's now called.
Lovely it is too.
Yeah, it's an attractive building. Architect designed, and just, 2, 3, 4 years old?
So Sam Hain's going to come into bat. Sam Hain, who's a prolific white ball player. We've talked about I think his average was higher than Virat Kohli for a while. Really lovely. In the Royal London Cup, he scored some scintillating hundreds and really classy player. But coming in a ball 3 on freezing cold March. No, we're April now, aren't we? First of the month, as we just discussed. It's not going to be ideal for him, is it? But Lewis Gregory's got him in his sights.
Yeah, he took a while to make an appearance, Sam Hain.
I think he was ready.
Taken aback by the rapidity of that first wicket. Will Rhodes back in the hutch, the Warwickshire captain, to the second ball of the day. 3 slips, well 4 in fact. Full slip just slightly wider as Gregory runs in towards us in bright sunshine. And there's an attempted leave there, which I think found the inside edge of the bat. That could easily have gone onto the stumps.
That's very nervy start from Warwickshire. I mean, the ball's doing a bit, and Lewis Gregory's a pretty fine seamer, but they won't be too happy with this start. All systems go at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We've had 3 balls, we've had 2 near wickets and a wicket.
Yes, Hain was in no sort of control of that.
No, he's quite lucky that's not hit his off stump, really, off the inside edge.
Great start from Lewis Gregory. 0 for 1, Warwickshire, as he comes in, bowls, and is hurried into a defensive push there. Sam Hain goes up to mid-on. But at least he found the middle of the bat that time.
Yes, I'm just laughing, looking around the field, trying to count how many woolly hats. There's only one, is that George Bartlett at extra cover? Is the only actual woolly hat in the field. The rest seem to have their caps as they're doing a few stretches. I'll have to ask about the layers. I remember Keith Parsons telling me a couple of years ago they had 6 layers when they're doing a pre-season game in dry snow a few years back.
There's Gregory runs in. And that's a defensive push back to the bowler, who doesn't stop it with his boot as he intended, but there won't be a run. It's a multicoloured bobble hat at first slip.
Oh yes, who's that? I'm trying to look down in front of us.
Usually James Hildreth who stands there, but I don't think it's him.
No, we've got Tom Abel at second slip.
Stephen Davies behind the stumps. Davies, who signed a contract extension yesterday.
Very exciting news.
Which will keep him here at Taunton for at least the next 2 seasons. As Gregory's in again, a play and a miss.
What a first over of the match that is from Lewis Gregory.
Tremendous.
0 for 1 off 1, isn't it?
Yeah, a wicket maiden to start the match for Lewis, who takes his cap and sweater and will be very satisfied with the work so far.
So who are we going to have from this end? It looks like it's going to be Jack Brooks. We've had big chats about Josh Davey, who underwent groin surgery in January. He's fit enough to take part in this match, but we don't know quite how much he's going to bowl. Sort of one of those situations you manage in March, and you hope they might be fit for the county championship starting in April. But Somerset have quite a few bowling options this year. Of course, Peter Siddle coming to join later in the season. How exciting that will be!
Yeah, tremendous. They're going to have to wait for Matt Renshaw, who got a late call-up from Australia and is therefore going to miss the first championship match of the season, which is done at the Ageas Bowl in a week's time, but is expected to be available for the first game here against Essex.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the Australia-Pakistan ODI yesterday. It was quite phenomenal, but sadly Renshaw wasn't involved. But anyway, back here, and we've got Jack Brooks coming in with a pretty useful first ball. We saw Lewis Gregory really make Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire captain, struggle for his first 2 balls. Jack Brooks is pretty good there on the money, isn't he?
Absolutely. They do look chilly, those fielders out there, don't they? Hands in pockets all over the place. I don't blame them.
I think Jack Brooks' headband warrior pose is probably quite good for his ear warmth, isn't it? He normally wears it to keep his hair out of his eyes, but probably a useful ear warmer. He comes in again, and this time, well, I mean, we know what Dom Sibley can do. This is probably the perfect situation for him. He's going to leave this one outside off stump, and he can just do what Alex Lees has done replacing him for England. I thought it was a bit harsh on Dom Sibley, really. I mean, Lees, all he's doing is the Dom Sibley job left-handed, really, without quite so many leg side shots. But he's had his winter back in Birmingham, working on his game. And
yes, and the England opening partnership by no means settled.
No, absolutely not. Here he is this time. Dom Sibley just defends into the offside, and the gully fielder swoops it up. We got, because we're so far over with the wicket we're playing on today, we've got a bit of space on the far side over to the green seats in the Somerset stand, and we've got a net so the Warwickshire players can have a bat, and there's 4 of them in ski jackets and their sidearm bowling at one batsman. It's one of those days where the wind's whooshing around the Cooper Associates County ground after a heat wave last week. But Jack Brooks in again. This time he gets Sibley on the pad and stifled appeal. I don't think there's much in that. A bit leg sidey, a bit high perhaps, and nothing doing.
We haven't got that many spectators in. I'm not really surprised to tell you, given the temperatures. There are a few.
Probably doesn't help that the 2 stands they're in are the 2 stands we can't really see either, does it?
Yes, it's the Ondarchi, the stand in front of the Ondarchi Pavilion.
Yeah,
which has just got a smattering of spectators, well wrapped up.
Dom Sibley leaves this one outside the off stump, and Jack Brooks is really following through a long way. He's not in the danger zone, but he's following through almost as if he's going to aggressively have a word. Of course he doesn't in a pre-season friendly, but maybe he's just keeping himself warm with a few extra steps.
Worth mentioning that there are a Somerset squad of 15 involved in this match. Brooks and Gregory we've seen in action already. Tom Abel, the skipper. I'll run through the rest after this delivery.
Brooks, and that's a nice defensive shot by Dom Sibley. That looked a bit more solid, the new ball straight into Jack Brooks' hand, and he ended a decent first over. So 2 maidens to start off, not the wicket in that over, but 0 for 1 off 2 overs. Somerset, great start.
Yeah, we've mentioned Josh Davey and Steve Davies are both involved. Also Casey Aldridge, Tom Banton, Marchant de Lange, Lewis Goldsworthy, Ben Green, James Hildreth, Tom Lammonby, Ned Leonard and Roloff van der Merwe.
It's quite funny seeing Tom Banton down at fine leg, long leg. Not normally a place you'd put your wicket-keeper batsman. I suppose you'd thought you'd put your keeper in the slips, really. But Steve Davies, obviously the man with the gloves and the Red Bull stuff. But Banton just chilling out in the long grass down towards Gimlet's Hill. It's got a bit of a revamp going on as well. There's a few diggers around Gimlet's Hill. My favourite old benches are having a bit of a turf out, sadly. Redoing that in front of the new scoreboard as well. Anyway, Lewis Gregory again.
Starting a new over. This is off the outside edge, and it's gone down to third man for 4. Involuntary stroke that from Sam Hain. He's going to bring the first runs for Warwickshire. Hain off the mark. So 4 for 1, the visitors. Yeah, I think the work on that Gimlet's Hill position is designed to improve accessibility,
Yes,
apart from anything else.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, trying to get the disabled access better. It's a struggle with all the benches before, wasn't it?
Yeah, they've got a digger down there moving the earth at the moment, as this is outside the off stump and left alone by Hain.
I'm sure there'll be plenty of space for tractor driver still. He'll have his favourite perch, I'm sure.
That's where he goes, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. He'll be back soon enough.
In front of the electronic scoreboard down there, which isn't operational today, but the one that matters to us, which is on the far side of the ground, is working very well. Shows that Lewis Gregory has figures of 1 for 4 as he comes in to bowl the third ball of the over. That's a good one. Hain comprehensively beaten outside the off stump. This is a cracking start from Lewis Gregory.
It is absolutely cracking. Really good to see the lovely areas he's bowling. Pitch like this, you just got to get it in the spot. Doesn't need sheer pace, does he? Just get it there or thereabouts, and good luck playing some of these balls.
So 4 for 1, Warwickshire. Gregory midway through the third over of the morning. Good looking drive here through extra cover, and it's going to go all the way for 4. That's a fine stroke from Sam Hain.
Yeah, it gives me the impression it's going to be one of those days there's not going to be much running between the wickets. It's either going to be boundary or sort of stand there and hope to just play it from the crease or with that streaky edge. But that's a lovely, glorious shot by Sam Hain. There's this stage of the game. There's no covers in place. There's no one between point and mid-off, but cracking try for 4.
Waits again, Hain, back raised, and plays this more respectfully out to backward point.
We should say hello to a few of the people joining us on the YouTube stream. Mike from Ilminster said, "Good morning, everyone, from a cold and gusty, I should be able to pronounce that. Cooper Associates County Ground. All the C's and G's in the Cooper Associates County Ground. That's cold and gusty." He's also asked me to mention that the Somerset Museum website is now live with a few pieces. I wrote a piece for the looking at the academy youngsters who've come through the Somerset Academy in the last few years, and it's going to be a 2-part piece. Annie Chave's also written a piece for the Somerset Museum website, so do have a look when you get a chance.
Here comes Lewis Gregory, and that's played a little tentatively out to mid-wicket by Hain. Last ball of the over. So 8 runs off it. The 2 boundaries, one of them involuntary off the outside edge, and then the good-looking cover drive from Sam Hain, who is on 8. Sibley yet to get off the mark. Warwickshire 8 for 1.
Yeah, and we'll just give a few more hellos. Prina Chak, Patrick Langdon, they all say hey on the Somerset YouTube live stream. We've got over 200 watching already and more flowing in as they join in with a few comments and enjoying our commentary. Thanks for joining us, guys. Jeff Dixon Higgins, Nigel Lindsay. And then Fenor says just movement. Yes, that's a fair. If you were doing one word commentary, we'd say movement is probably the summary of it so far from both Brooks and Gregory. Brooks with his short run up from the Triscothic Pavilion end, and this time Sibley's on the back. Well, sort of an in-between length. There's good length actually from Jack Brooks. Can't quite get forward, can't quite get back, has to defend it. And Sibley does 3 rehearsals of that shot straight afterwards to try and get it just right, tweaking his technique, of course.
You can follow us on Twitter as well. We've got a position on there throughout the season. I'll give you the details in a sec.
And that's another decent delivery from Jack Brooks, goes through to Steve Davies. Yeah, on that, we've got Tracy Hewitt just saying on Twitter, "I've started watching a few minutes late. Can you tell me who's on comms and who are the slips? I'm new to this." Well, it's myself, Harry Everett, and Stephen Lamb on comms. We've got sort of 3 slips in the gully of it at the moment. We've got Hildreth and Abel, who are always hovering around in the slips. And the woolly hatted, is that George Bartlett? And slip this end, as we see a drive from Dom Sibley through the vacant extra cover region for 1 run. A bit fuller from Jack Brooks. That will tick over the strike to Sam Hain, and Sibley is off the mark with 1 run.
Yes, we're slightly inconvenienced by the fact that every fielder is wearing a sweater.
Or multiple.
We can't see the numbers. Jack Brooks is instantly recognisable though because he's got the headband on.
And we've got a bit of gardening going from Sam Hain. Good bit of early season gardening. It's sort of that time when people are out with their flowers in the early springtime. Jack Brooks this time gets a leg side, sort of back foot glance down to long leg where it's just a single down to the fairly short, down towards the sort of car park end. Just in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion.
That Twitter handle that I was going to mention, SCCC_comms, COMMS. You can contact us on that and we will respond as quickly as we possibly can.
From SCCC_comms. Let me get it, I'll give it a little tweet out and we'll make sure we get people on that. As Jack Brooks comes in a little bit short of a length there, mid-on comes around to keep it to a single. Yeah, it's an account for fans to get in touch with us on the live stream, drop us a message, get involved. I mean, we'll try and monitor the YouTube stream, the comments as well. Depending how busy the day is, we'll try and give as many people to shout out and get people involved. It's great to have you all with us.
Sun shining brightly on the first day of April and on the back of Jack Brooks.
And he comes in again. That's a lovely ball. 4 stump line, isn't it? That corridor of uncertainty. And Dom Sibley sort of played it at the last minute left. A bit like Marshall Scothick was a master of that, wasn't he? Going to play and then just withdrawing his bat inside the line. Sibley does well to evade that, and that's just the 1 run to Sibley off that over. And 10 for 1 at Warwickshire after 4 overs.
Yes, being watched from the dugout by a couple of teammates. Over to our right in front of the Andy Caddick Pavilion.
Yeah, Tom Lammerby and Lewis Goldsworthy not on the field currently.
But they look ready to go.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how they decided who's fielding at what time, but you'd have thought if you're not going to be fielding, you want to be inside, not sat in the dugout.
Very hardy of them to sit there.
I mean, Lamberby's got long enough hair to keep his ears warm. He doesn't need a woolly hat, but Goldsworthy's got his cap on.
Here comes Lewis Gregory in the meantime. And Hain is shouldering arms, letting that one go through to Stephen Davies. Yeah, that was good news about the contract extension.
Absolutely.
Yesterday. He's played such a part in Somerset's cricket over the past recent seasons. First played at New Road, began his career with Worcestershire, then moved to Surrey. Gregory in again and Hain watchfully forward, pushing it up to the man we think is George Bartlett under the bobble hat at mid-off.
Yeah, Bartlett and Banton with bobble hats on are quite a similar build and similar figure. It's quite hard to tell the difference between the two of them.
10 for 1 Warwickshire here at Taunton. Gregory turns with the Colin Atkinson Pavilion behind him. Again, that's left alone. Taken comfortably at thigh height by Davies.
Got a decent carry, isn't it? It's coming through quite well for, I think, a green early season wicket. It's still coming right through to Steve Davies, taking it high, isn't he?
Yes, I think it may well be the same wicket that they played Glamorgan on a couple of weeks ago. That was the first pre-season friendly. Played Gloucestershire since. This is pushed out to mid-wicket by Hain. They may be chilly, but they're lively, the Somerset fielders. They look very alert.
You've got to be, I suppose, on a day like today, on a morning like this, you've got to be doing everything you can to keep warm. Someone says on YouTube comment, has Sibley changed his technique at all? Nothing drastic so far that we've noticed, I wouldn't have said.
Gregory then. Hain covers up, pushes it up to Bartlett again. So Warwickshire having made the worst possible of starts, losing their captain to the second ball of the day from Lewis Gregory. he's finding some movement, as you'd expect of him, especially at this time of year.
Perfect Lewis Gregory conditions.
And again, that's outside the off stump and left alone. Last ball of the over. So it's Gregory's second maiden, in fact. The first included the wicket. 8 runs off the middle one, 1 for 8 the figures. Warwickshire 10 for 1. That magnificent old sheet at the river end of the ground is billowing in the breeze. It's done a great job as a sight screen for years, that sheet.
It almost looks like it's been used for painting a garden fence at the moment. It's just the colours are quite looking at it. Might need a new sheet at some point, but it's doing a job at the moment. Keeping the red ball visible for the batters from both ends. Headbound warrior Jack Brooks, 70 on his back, comes in again and a bit wider outside the off stump, and Sibley can quite comfortably let that one go. Sibley loves a rehearsal of a shot. After every shot he seems to think, could I have played that better, could I have done this? I really admire Dom Sibley. I think he's been a bit hard done by in an England shirt. I think he's done what he's been asked to do and he still gets criticism. I think that's harsh, to be quite frank. He's asked to blunt the new ball and see it off, and he's done that on many occasions. This time he goes back and blocks it to mid-on for no run. I mean, maybe he doesn't change gears like people ask him to, but to be honest with you, we've got enough players in the middle order with Stokes and Bairstow, and now Lawrence coming through, doing really well recently. There's plenty of explosive batters. It doesn't matter how long a Sibley or a Lees or a Burns takes at the top of the order. If they see off that new ball, it's much easier for Joe Root and those behind him. Brooks again to 3 slips in a gully. Full on leg stump, and that's probably a Dom Sibley freebie. I'm surprised he's missed out on that. He's quite irritated actually. He knows that that's a tickle down to Colin Atkinson for 4, or pretty much anywhere apart from Josh Davey at square leg. That'd been 4 runs really. But not a wide in the red ball form, of course. Just outside leg stump, and Steve Davies gets across and takes it quite nicely. Yeah, I remember when Dom Sibley came through for Surrey when he was. We used him as a spinner quite often actually. Jack Brooks into Sibley again, and he defends it forward. Yeah, bold regular spin in the Vitality Blast. Sort of wasn't as defensive a batter as he's pigeonholed as now. Played some attacking shots between 4 and 5. Sort of middle order batter coming in and bowled, yeah, his useful spinners, which when he did bowl in tests a couple of years ago were laughed at, but not quite as frog in a blender as Dan Lawrence is. I like our interesting bowling actions. Sibley strong and punches this one straight to the one man in that leg side region, Josh Davey. Great to see him on the field again. You can't miss Josh Davies' walk. He's just got this characteristic walk, the Scotsman, that can only be him.
Yes, Dom Sibley's left elbow is more prominent than most when he plays that defensive push.
Yeah, an old-fashioned opener to the core, isn't he? With a tendency to love the leg side, which you can't blame him. This one is pushed straight back to mid-on. Mid-on and mid-off are quite close, actually. Trying to stop the runs, and umpire's having a bit of a struggle trying to get Jack Brooks' jumper out of his. I don't know what you call it. What do you call the strap on the back of an umpire's coat? He can't get his jumper out.
It's snagged on something, I think.
Oh, if we've got slow-mo cam, we need to get that on the GIF. He's still struggling. He overfinished 30 seconds ago nearly. He still can't get Jack Brooks' jumper out. He's given up, and Jack Brooks is doing it for him now.
Having been a picture of patience, Jack Brooks, waiting for the sweater. I hope it's intact after all that.
Everyone else is pretty much ready for the next ball or the next over, and umpire and Brooks are nowhere near. They should have just said sod it for 6 balls, field without a jumper on. He's a hardy. I know he's from Oxfordshire, Jack Brooks, but he spent enough time up in Yorkshire that surely he can cope with a bit of cold weather.
The sweater's being pulled on now. Looks undamaged by its recent ordeal. Jack Brooks takes up his position at mid-on. Gregory then starting his 4th over. And bat away from body. That's played down to 3rd man. It's going to go for 4. Go all the way. But that, unlike his first boundary, that was pretty much where Sam Hain was intending to hit that. He was given a little bit of space outside his off stump. And yeah, just dabbed that away.
He's fairly racing along, Sam Hain, isn't he? On to 13 and Sibley on 1, but 14 for 1. I think after 6 overs, they'd take any runs they can get, Warwickshire, at this stage.
Yeah, 3 boundaries now for Sam Hain, plus the single. Waits for Gregory and pushes it back to him. It's good to see Lewis Gregory coming in again.
Absolutely.
Looks in good nick. Reassuring for Somerset supporters. Very warm welcome to you if you're watching the live screen. We're going to have dedicated commentary on all matches this summer on the live stream. As Gregory's in, that was shaping up to be a cover drive and just checked the stroke, Sam Hain. Played it rather straighter back to the bowler. Gregory warming to his task, as he would have needed to first thing.
Quite right.
It's mighty cold out there, even though the sun's out. Oh, that's squared him up. That's a great delivery.
That's probably the best ball of the day so far, isn't it? Too good to get a wicket, could you say?
You could possibly hear the cry of anguish from the bowler as it went past the outside edge to Stephen Davies.
I don't think even Don Bradman would have been good enough to edge that ball. Sometimes you just think you're beating the bat, beating the stumps, and can't get anywhere near it.
Yeah, fair cop. Gregory tries again, and this time, oh, that's hit him on the shin as he tried to field it.
Well, he took that
It's
well,
rebounded to George Bartlett at mid-off.
I know they do football as a warm-up here at Taunton. The Cooper Associates County Ground is the Wembley for Somerset cricketers, but Lewis Gregory needs to work on his left foot touch, really. He's trying to cushion it to short extra cover, but didn't quite get it right. That's got to be painful. He's taken that quite well as the Plymouth lad.
Yeah, he went down quite awkwardly, but he's fine. And there's a defensive push out to mid-wicket from Sam Hain to complete the over. 1 for 12 from 4 overs and 2 maidens. Lewis Gregory, 14 for 1 Warwickshire. It's always interesting at the beginning of a new season to see the sort of minor tweaks and changes around a ground. The river stand's getting some new seats. Looks like standing room only at the moment.
Yes.
Used to be the Marcus Trescothick stand. Seats will probably be in time for the first home championship game here, which is in a fortnight's time.
Yes, off to the Ageas Bowl, the Rose Bowl in Southampton for the first game, and then back here the 14th. Got that date in your diary. Thursday the 14th will be the start of the commentary season here, the home games, as Jack Brooks comes into Dom Sibley, who drives to mid-off, and that will be no run. We've got still a bit of netting going on just off to the side of the wicket from the Warwickshire players. That's good for these pre-season games. Plenty of time to just practice on grass. Get yourselves going, get yourselves into rhythm for the new season, get your feet moving. Jack Brooks again, headbanded up. Oh, and Dom Sibley plays and misses at that as a defensive shot. Just went to block it just outside off stump, and I'm not sure that even carried to Steve Davies there. Just down in front of him, he's had to move forward, and Sibley's going to have a little prod of the ground after that ball.
Yeah, the boundary's a lot shorter, isn't it, over on that Somerset stand side where the Warwickshire players are having a net. Been brought in by Yards.
Jack Brooks in again, and Sibley this time. Good cricket from Dom Sibley. There's a nice gap, as there pretty much always is in this stage of a red ball cricket match. There's a gap in the cover area with all the slips involved. And he takes the one, just prodding it into that offside.
Not too many people on their balconies over to our left.
No, that's a good we normally do,
Chilly
yeah.
for them, I think.
Retirement flat watch, that was a good hashtag read last summer, and we're on the count of 0 so far. Very disappointing. Good spot, Stephen. Well, not that there isn't on 2 spots, sadly. We'll have to talk about spotting Max Waller, or / Wes Waller. We'll have a little chat about that later on. I'm sure some of you are engaging with that online. We'll do a bit of flat watch from the ground, of course, too. Brooks in again, and this time back and defended by Sam Hain into the leg side. Davey trots in. His groin looks okay so far. Not that I can really tell a groin from a fielder jogging in the field. That would be a bit weird if I could.
The style of movement was...
That's what we're worried about. Josh Davies' groin is an important factor for Somerset season.
Yeah, he's moving reasonably freely. That's the important thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jack Brooks with 2 balls left in his 4th over. And this time it's left outside off stump by Hain. After this ball, we're going to have an exciting commentary debut. Sophie Luff is in the building, in the room. And she's going to come in and take over from Stephen Lamb after this ball. And, wow, said she's never commentated before. So I hope you're all excited to hear the wise words of the Western Storm pro, who's going to educate us all. Brooks again with his last ball of the 4th over. No wickets so far for Brooks, but just the 3 runs off his 4 overs. Very economical from Jack Brooks. 4 overs, no wickets for 3 run, 2 maidens.
Which will enable me to have a little break and return in half an hour or so.
Brilliant, thank you, Stephen. So yes, we're going to have Lewis Gregory continuing from the River End. If you're just joining us, thank you very much. Do join in on the Somerset Twitter page, on the Somerset Commentary Twitter page, on the YouTube comments. I'm Harry Everett, and Sophie Luff's just joining me. Sophie, lovely to have you with us.
Thanks, Harry. Great to be here.
Yeah, how excited are you for this then? Is this your Christmas day?
Yeah, it's very exciting, isn't it? It's a little bit of a different view from up here, usually in the dugout or the dressing room. So, yeah, excited to see how the Somerset boys fare this season.
So do you have much to do with them over the winter? Have you been training alongside them or seeing them regularly?
No, we've actually not been in Taunton much, actually. We've been based at Bristol and Cardiff. So, yeah, it's always nice to be back home here, though. And Gregory's in again. Left well outside the off stump there by Sibley.
So, talk us through your commentary in life. What's been your preparation for this great day for you?
Well, I have done a few notes actually, and done a little bit of research. I don't know whether that's the way to go these days, or just yeah, I've been told to talk a lot of rubbish, so we'll see how it fares.
Oh, polite professional rubbish. That's all it is. Just had a message from a Warwickshire fan, Joe Suffield's joining us from near Cadbury World in Birmingham. It's nice to have a few away fans watching on the YouTube live stream and joining in.
A little bit of a field change here. We've got a short mid-wicket coming in as Gregory's in again. That's a decent delivery there.
Yeah, what's Steve Davies gesturing there? He sort of held the ball and sort of laughed, and I don't know if he's quite impressed with the ball or a bit of movement that he liked. But
yeah, movement, and there's a lot of carry as well actually, which is promising in this pitch. It'd be interesting to see if there's much change over the 3 days here.
Yes, of course, these are sort of 3-day pre-season games as opposed to the 4 days we'll be treated to if it goes that far, once April and the season starts properly.
Gregory's in again. Oh, that's an even better ball than the ball before. Getting Sibley to just press forward there. He's a little bit tentative, and yeah, that could have easily taken the outside edge.
Yeah, really good penetrative bowling from the Somerset opening bowlers. Would you just keep going with Gregory and Brooks as they are if you were captain?
Yeah, I think so. Gregory looks threatening. I feel like maybe Brooks at times hasn't made the batters play as much as he could have done. So maybe a change from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
Maybe Josh Davey time.
Gregory's in again. Sibley presses forward, pushes it to mid-on, where Jack Brooks does the fielding.
So would you field in a woolly hat? Is that if you were playing today, would you be a woolly hat kind of person?
I think I would actually have to, brave the woolly hat. The conditions not really looking that warm out there, are they? The fielders have got their hands constantly in their pockets. But yeah, hopefully they're ready when that ball does come to them. And that's left alone outside the off stump there.
As you can see on the live stream, we've got these fancy camera angles, we've got different cameras all around the ground. It's great to see all the technology being used here. We've got Marcus Trescothick watching from the dugout, along with Lammonby and Goldsworthy are still shivering on that bench in their whites, ready to be 12th and 13th man. But you'd probably rather be on the field moving around a bit more than sat still waiting to come on.
I'd definitely have a coat on if I was in that dugout. And again, left alone. And that's the end of the over. Warwickshire 15 for 1.
Yeah, I was on Dartmoor yesterday and it was actually snowing. So it's one of those things that you deal with in March. And, well, 1st of April. I keep thinking it's March. Sorry, 1st of April today, April Fool's, isn't it? You can only be April Fool until 12 o'clock, is that right? We've only got 25 minutes left, and before it's unlucky, I hope that's the case, because I'm quite gullible for falling for these silly tricks that people like to try. So,
yeah, I think I always forget that it's April Fool's Day as well, and you just fall into those traps, don't you?
So we are going to see Jack Brooks continuing. I was at a Question of Sport gig a few weeks ago at Sandy Park Extra Chiefs Ground, and Jack Brooks had an absolute shocker, I must say. I have to give him some stick when we next get him in the commentary box. He didn't know the question about Joe Root, which he thought was pretty awful, having played with him for years up at Yorkshire. Brooks into Sibley, another man. Haynes, sorry, he's on strike. Sam Haynes is on 13 not out. Yeah, I was quite disappointed in Jack Brooks. It was a clue all about Joe Root's heritage, Sheffield, and number 66 on his back, and still Jack Brooks didn't get it. And I thought everyone else in the room got it from clue 1, and it took Jack until clue 4 or 5, and thought, wow, I'm sure this guy played with him for years. So when we see him around, give him a bit of stick for that. But he's in action down below us, of course, with that nice little run up, and that's flick. But that's a Dom. That's Dom Sibley and Sam Hayne both have that shot, that sort of leg side flick, that glance that is so prolific for both of them. And this time, Sam Hayne can only find Josh Davey at square leg. Yeah,
just occasionally Brooks has gone to that leg side, hasn't he, a little bit. There's been a couple of deliveries, and actually Warwickshire have probably missed out on a few freebies that Brooks has offered up.
Yeah. So Brooks in again, and this time Sam Hayne goes back, and again flicks it still to Josh Davey. Josh Davey, square leg, is having just as much action as Steve Davies with the gloves on, it seems, at the moment. He's actually just stretched his groin a couple of times there after fielding that ball.
We're going to be on watching all in jest, though, I think, so hopefully all is good there.
Yeah, we're going to be watching Josh Davies' groin, as weird as that may sound. I think he's... we'll talk about the Predictions League a bit later on. I've been annoying Ben. Been holding fire on mine, trying to wait for as long as possible to get the pre-season help in, but I'm waiting on Josh Davies' fitness for my predictions as Brooks wraps Hayne on the pad. I just think Josh Davies is such a useful bowler. If he's going to be fit all season, I'd back him to be probably our highest championship wicket taker, especially with Overton and Gregory perhaps with England call-ups. But if his groin's going to be in trouble, then it's going to affect my predictions. Have you done yours, Sophie?
I have actually, yeah.
Have you? Sensible. Go on. Who did you go for on the bowling stakes?
I won't reveal just yet, Harry.
Oh, okay. All of them,
we'll see how it plays out. But yeah, hopefully I've gone for the top wicket taker.
Brooks in again. This time a bit short, a bit wide. You're right. That's not making Sam Hayne play. That's probably the worst ball Jack Brooks has bowled. But Hayne is happy to leave that through and no run. Nathaniel Hill on YouTube says, "Is this a friendly match?" Yes, pre-season friendly, 3-day game. What are we? 37 minutes into a 3-day game, which is pretty much set fair weather-wise. It's going to be dry, although cold. You don't go off for cold.
Is there such a thing as a friendly, though, Harry?
Well, warm-up, what should we call it? Yeah. Brooks in again, and this time, big step from Sam Hayne out towards the sort of extra cover field, and he rehearsed as a booming cover drive, but I don't think he was actually going to play that, as the Somerset chaps get to have a little jog through to keep warm. Still Lewis Gregory? Yeah, I think
looks
it
like
is.
It's going to be Gregory again.
Seems to be a habit of having really sunny March and April pre-season friendlies here. Last year, I remember, and the year before, really, really sunny, but blooming cold. There's also the last April that Beddingham up at Durham nearly got to 1,000 runs inside a month or two, it seemed like, because the pitches were so flat, because they've been so dry. Barely any rain in spring. It might have been cold, but that doesn't affect the batting tracks. It was perfect for batting. A lot of batsmen scored a lot of runs early on, and then your standard April pitches came into play in sort of May and June later on when there's a bit more rain around.
It's going to be Gregory once more. Oh, and he tempts Sibley there into a drive. Sibley not really anywhere near that one.
Yeah, ref
just flirting with it on the outside of the off stump there.
Wouldn't really expect that from Sibley, would you? That's not really his area.
No, you'd expect him to be a little bit more disciplined there. And that's where I feel as a batter you can, leave that ball outside that off stump, and Sibley strong through the leg side. He'll want Gregory to come into his pads so that he can score through that leg side. left alone that side.
What makes me laugh is they have the Australian Sheffield Shield final, just as we're playing. It's the same. It's always this sort of time that, you know, we're in freezing cold weather, and in Australia it's still pretty warm at the end of their season. Scott Boland getting wickets again for, well, he was sort of the breakthrough man in the Ashes, wasn't he? That incredible spell. Him and Will Sutherland getting a lot of wickets in this Shield final.
Defended there by Sibley.
What was this? Ball 2 of the morning?
Yeah,
Lewis Gregory.
Great start by Gregory, wasn't it?
What would you have done differently? What should Will Rhodes, do you think? How could he have played that to not be castled and be walking off?
Look, I guess as an opening batter, the first couple of balls of the day, you are going to be slightly tentative, aren't you? But yeah, just looked a bit caught on the crease there, did Rhodes. Not much foot movement.
Nice side on angle, using every camera angle we can possibly show you.
Yeah, just not much foot movement there by Rhodes, and yeah, no better sight as a fast bowler when that off stump is knocked back. Gregory will be looking for another one here, trying to make it 15 for 2 as he's in again. Oh, and squares Sibley up, and that's going to run away to the third man boundary. Didn't know much about where that would have gone, Sibley. And yeah, Gregory asking some very good questions here of Dom Sibley.
Yeah, edges is probably going to be the most prolific way of scoring runs when the pitch is doing this, and good bowling and early morning period, even with 3 slips. There's going to be a few runs going through there, but that won't worry Gregory too much. He's quite happy to keep inducing the edge.
Not much running between the wickets from the batters, though, is there? And rotation of strike. And they're both in short sleeve shirts as well. They're very brave. Driven by Sibley. Just evades the extra cover fielder there, and that's gonna race away as well. Quite a short boundary there to the Andy Caddick Pavilion, and yeah, he picks up 4 more. Warwickshire at 23 for 1 after 11.
Warwickshire, yeah, 23 for 1 after 11. You think that's a platform, isn't it? You lose 1 wicket, you understand that in these conditions when the bowlers are bowling well, you don't mind that. But
looks like a bit of a change here, Harry.
Casey Aldridge, actually. I was just about to say, who strikes first? You know, do Warwickshire try and up the ante? Probably not. They don't need to. Do Somerset go looking for something different? Yes, and Casey Aldridge taking his jumpers off, and he's going to have a bowl. Just saying, yeah, Jack Brooks wasn't perhaps making them play enough. Lewis Gregory's gone for a few more runs, but probably because of the edges. Gregory was challenging the bat, wasn't he, just outside the off stump. His figures aren't as good as Jack Brooks, but that's because Jack Brooks was probably a little bit far outside the off stump. Not making them play, and now Casey Aldridge will bowl a bit quicker than both Gregory or Brooks. Taller man, back of a length, he hits the deck hard. Also, got 3 slips in the gully again. Excited
to see Casey, actually. I haven't seen a great deal of him, so yeah, interested to see how he goes with the ball here, and yeah, hopefully he'll be putting in some good performances and hopefully getting his name on a team sheet at some point this season.
Aldridge with quite a short run up, very full. Yorker first up, and Sam Hain does well to keep that out. Yeah, I enjoyed commentating on Casey Aldridge in the Royal London Cup last year. Had a few decent spells in that, and also played a couple of county championship games towards the end of the season. For a tall man and a quick bowler who's got a surprisingly short run up, but maybe he's just going to gradually lengthen that as he gets into his spell. Yeah, actually, after ball 1, he's lengthening his run up. You don't often see that, actually. Do you see that very often? I can't remember another bowler that bowls off 6 yards and then suddenly goes to 15 off the next ball. 5 on his back, Casey Aldridge. This time again full, but more leg sidey, and Sibley flicks that into Josh Davey at square leg. Dean Simister says, has anyone seen Banger at the ground? Yes, you just missed him, Dean. He was just shown on the camera in the dugout. Back from the West Indies, what a tour he would have had out there in the sunshine as batting coach. Frustrating as batting coach from the England collapses point of view, but sure enjoyed the sun. Now he's back in his beloved West Country.
Yeah, slightly different climate here today, isn't it, in the Caribbean?
Well bowled, Casey Aldridge. That's 3 full balls. What are you thinking here with his ploy? Almost 3 Yorkers first up.
Yeah, I don't know whether that's intentional. You know, given his stature, you'd expect him to be someone that's going to run in and hit a really hard length and hit the pitch hard. But he's gone full to start with, and yeah, actually he's troubled Hayne, and I don't know whether Hayne would be expecting that either.
So Casey's in again with the wind whooshing through his shirt, and that's a great diving stop from Josh Davey. We're talking about his groin quite a lot, and he dived across in front of the umpire, saved the umpire's life perhaps, definitely saved 4, and Sam Hayne could not have hit that much better, and that's a great diving stop from Josh Davey.
They can't be too worried about his groin, given that he's in a very high traffic area there, given where the Somerset bowlers are looking to bowl, and obviously the strength of the 2 batters here through that leg side. He's very busy in that region, so they can't be too worried about him from an injury perspective.
Aldridge in again, this time a little bit back for length to Sam Hayne. And there's a bit of shining going on with the nice new red ball this morning. Bit of movement around, and just love watching Sibley rehearsing his shot every ball, even at the non-strikers end now. He's almost playing Sam Hayne's innings for him from the other end. What a shot that is from Sam Hayne. Is that the shot of the day? Surely. Absolutely glorious straight drive, and whoever you're supporting, you've got to admire the beautiful cricket shot. And we must slightly branch off to tell you Lachlan Stevens, the new batting and assistant coach from Australia, formerly of the Perth Scorchers, the Melbourne Renegades, Western Australia's head coach. 43-year-old is on camera now in the dugout. A bit chilly for him, you think. Bless him, he's come from Australia, and then he's probably missed the warm patch, and he's just arrived for the freezing cold period. 3 Sheffield Shield titles, a domestic 1 title, 1-day title, and of course winning the Big Bash. Remember that Melbourne Renegades 2019 Big Bash year. So pretty exciting appointment for Somerset.
Yeah, it's quite a CV that, isn't it? And here he is. It's going to be Davey, I think, with number 38 on his back.
We love Josh Davey. It was this time last year. Do you remember last year's pre-season game? He came in and scored one of the most ridiculous 50s for a number 9 or number 10 he was batting. I think it was against Worcestershire. Just glorious cricket shots. Hit a 50 in a pre-season game, and you thought, this is Josh Davey, our opening bowler. What's he doing with the bat?
Didn't he start out as a top order bat though?
Yeah, for Middlesex. He used to open the batting.
There's going to be Davey in. Sibley faces up. Again, clipped into the leg side. Is that looks like a new fielder on the pitch.
Lewis Goldsworthy, left-handed thrower. Yeah, little diminutive man. He's just him and Lammerby have just come on. Yeah,
I love how he diving stop there. A lot of effort in the actual fielding, and then as soon as he got rid of the ball, those hands were straight back in his pocket as quickly as possible.
How many hand warmers has he got in there? I wonder what the local hand warmer shop is called around here, but I'm sure they're in business.
Davey in again, and Sibley just presses forward there. Solid in defence.
We got 9 Lives Brian. I'm not sure if that's a reference to Brian the cat, but nice YouTube name. 9 Lives Brian says it's snowing here in Brussels. Yeah, a bit of snow around here yesterday, a bit of snow up north. Scotland had all sorts of snow the last couple of days, but no snow at the Cooper Associates County Ground currently. Just a couple of years ago, I remember sitting in the family stand while it was literally snowing, and they carried on playing. They didn't come off. It was dry snow, so they could play all right.
Davey in once more. And again, Sibley clips that into the leg side, but a bit of a packed field there on that leg side now. That short mid-wicket is still in, even though there's been a change of bowler. And yeah, looks like Lewis Goldsworthy just in front of square there to try and stop Sibley scoring through that region.
There's been an ask about Pete Siddle. You might have seen a picture on the Somerset Twitter page of Pete Siddle with beautiful blonde hair, almost what Phil Foden, Gascoigne sort of hair. He's not playing today, but he will be in a Somerset shirt in the not too distant future.
Davey in again, and that's driven by Sibley, but the bowler gets a hand on it, and yeah, that looked like it stung a little bit. you don't really want that ball coming to you at full whack in these conditions if you can help it. So yeah, I think that was a reluctant hand that Josh Davey got in the way of that one, and yeah, he's probably feeling it a little bit as he walks back to his mark now.
Yeah, Pete's still in the West Country, but I remember him bowling in a bobble hat actually for Essex in August or September when it wasn't actually that chilly. So I dread to think what he'd be wearing if he was actually playing today.
Davey in again. And again, just Sibley presses forward. Didn't look that comfortable, that delivery. Somerset looking to build some pressure here through lots of dots. 1 ball to go in the 13th over here. Just a bit of deliberation here around potential tactics, what Davey might bowl here, and whether there's a little change in the field. Yeah, it looks like third slip's going to go into more of a gully position. Davey's in, and again Sibley just presses forward, and that's actually a no ball.
Oh, that's rare, isn't it?
Yeah, the umpires have got a little bit of a workout there. Oh, it must be bitter being an umpire in these conditions. I mean, they look wrapped up, but they're just stood there all day, aren't they? Yeah, I'm not sure I'd enjoy that too much.
They're being paid for it. It's just being paid to stand in the cold, aren't they? At least they've both gone for gloves. I always think you feel bad when you're the one that needs the gloves on and the other one's a steely northerner who can cope with the freezing cold.
And again, that's clipped away by Sibley, but finds Lewis Goldsworthy just in front of square. Probably feels like he's missed out there. That was again a little bit of a freebie from Davey on leg stump.
Yeah, I like the feel for that. I think you're dead right. That is a freebie from Davey, probably unintentional, but they could have done that in the Test arena more sides against England, I think, to really wind up Dom Sibley, I suppose. If you put in that square mid-wicket, the short mid-wicket, that we know that's his area. He's got to hit it blooming well to get between the two of them, or he's got to go to a different shot. You know, James Vince, if you starve him of his glorious cover drive or put the fielders in the right place, then you can really frustrate a player and get him found out and make him have to go somewhere they don't want to go and win for the bowling side, really. Josh Davey still going to square leg when he's not bowling. Wrestling with his jumper. Casey Aldridge coming into Sam Hain with that shot we talk about. We talked about it for Dom Sibley, and exactly the same kind of shot we're talking about, but to Sam Hain there's only one mid-wicket, and Sam Hain easily gets that past. And as I say, there's only one mid-wicket. No. James Hildreth is mucking about, is he? Him and Ben Green are jogging to... Yeah, Ben Green's going to come over to a straight mid-wicket. Josh Davies going to be just in front of square legs, or a square mid-wicket, just in front of square. And the two of them will try and nullify. I'd say, yeah, Sam Hain's probably got more shots than Dom Sibley, but both of them do love that. Well, anyone loves a leg stump half volley, but particularly so these two bears.
Yeah, Hain's looked good so far, hasn't he? After those first couple of balls where looked a little bit tentative, he's played some beautiful shots. And there's another one. Yeah,
absolute glorious straight drive again for Sam Hain. This time it's just we held up though, Jack Brooks. Just the two. Probably not as cleanly struck as the one a couple of overs ago. But that's my favourite shot in the book, is a straight drive. You hold the pose and you hope to not run, but all this sand that they've put on the outfield to try and help with the drainage is making it a little bit slower than it perhaps could be, particularly down in front of us. The sort of long on area. But Sam Hain still gets another two to go on to 23 not out. Defensive shot. I think Warwick should be quite happy with this actually, that from a second ball wicket for Somerset, the ball doing all sorts, bowling really well, for Warwickshire to not have lost another wicket in the next, well, nearly an hour now is blooming good effort from these two.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, like I said, Hain's come in and he's played pretty nicely, and Sibley's probably doing what people expect from Sibley. So yeah, they've looked to solidify the innings, and yeah, they'll be hoping to kick on from here.
Aldridge in again to Sam Hain, who just defends that back to Aldridge. That'll be a dot ball. So Aldridge tossing the ball from hand to hand, and he's big strides as he runs in at Sam Hain. Dot ball to mid-on, no run. 35 for one off, nearly 14 overs gone. Just one ball remaining. We're going to have Tony Pomeroy coming into the commentary box for a slightly different voice for today. Another debut. One-day appearance for Tony Pomeroy shortly, as we see a full-ish delivery from Casey Aldridge. That time, smoked to mid-off. It's a good diving stop. And Sam Hain has really stung the hands of Lewis Gregory at mid-off there. Yeah,
he put a bit of sugar on that, did Lewis Gregory. I'm not sure he needed to be so theatrical, but whether that warmed him up or not, I don't know.
Oh, it looked good, didn't it?
Yeah, it was almost in slow-mo, that one. Yeah.
We have got a slow-mo camera. We'll have to... I'm sure Ben and Dan in the box, a couple to our left, will let us have a bit of slow-mo action at some point, but didn't need that for Lewis Gregory's diving stop there. So bowling figures, we're looking pretty... Lewis Gregory's probably bowled the most attacking, but it's gone for the most runs. There's 2 or 3 edges for 4 through slips. Jack Brooks bowled pretty well, but then a little bit too far outside off stump at times. Davey and Aldridge is the new change bowlers.
It's going to be Davey again. Oh, that's a decent delivery there. Through to Davies. There's a few more hands appearing from the Somerset fielders on occasions. Slip Cordon pretty reluctant to remove theirs from their pockets too soon though. As Davies in. Sibley forward again there. Squirts off to that gully region. Jack Brooks was doing some interesting skipping there at mid-on, just as Davey was running in. Yeah, keeping himself entertained, no doubt.
Oh yeah, he's a character, isn't he? He'll have a chat with the umpire now, have a bit of a laugh. He's been around the county scene for a fair while. There's some great characters. I mean, Steve Kirby, one of them in the dugout, is one of the most entertaining men who's ever taken a fielding position for Somerset.
Sibley just pressing forward to that delivery from Davey. Again, out to that gully region. Yeah, Kirby, he's a great character, isn't he? I've actually done some work with him this winter. He's been offering his bowling services to Western Storm over the winter, and yeah, God, he's just a great character to have in the environment.
He's hilarious, isn't he? We got him on air last year. Came and did some commentary with us. He's brilliant.
Yeah, he's good value, is Steve Kirby.
I remember him coaching me about 5 years ago. Then he'd just done his coaching badges and coached me in the indoor school a bit. And yeah, just such a laugh. Always smiling, always having a great time.
Davies in once more. Oh, on a quick single here. Oh, that's a direct hit.
Lewis Gregory, what a throw that is.
Hain looked well in. But yeah, good energy there by Gregory.
Bit of a confidence boost, isn't it, to hit the stumps, your first throw?
Yeah. Obviously warmed himself up with that dive in the previous over, ready for that one. But yeah, that's the first time I've seen a little bit of urgency from Warwickshire. Just trying to rotate the strike. Again, trying to put a little bit of pressure on Somerset. You know, not occupying that same end by the same batter. You know, got to come up with different plans to both batters here. And when you're rotating the strike, it's difficult as a bowling and fielding unit.
Yeah, Hain taking his guard again. But yeah, you're right. It's nice to see a bit of urgency. They haven't needed to really push anything yet, but good single, safe, great throw by Gregory.
Lovely delivery there by Davey. Doesn't force Hain to play, but it's well left. And again, the carry, very good through to Davies. Yeah, I expect as a wicket keeper, you're enjoying that carry.
This carry because Josh Davies actually bowling a lot quicker than the slow-mo you're currently seeing on the screen. It's not the actual pace Josh Davies bowling. Don't worry. Look at that action. Strong and head down. And I'll always say at that 2015 World Cup, he was a leading wicket taker for most of the group stage before Bolt and Stark played a few more games than him.
He's in again. Again, defended by Hayne.
Right, on that ball, I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of two debutantes. So, Sophie Love's going to be joined by Tony Pomeroy, who's going to talk you through Casey Aldridge, I believe, who's going to bowl again. And myself, Harry Everett, will be back later on with Stephen and Lamb, probably just before or just after lunch.
Yes, we've got a little bit of a change here. Bowling staying the same. It's still going to be Casey Aldridge, who's looked good, actually. He's bowled with some pace. As Tony comes in and joins me.
Morning, Sophie.
How are you, Tony?
I'm fine, thank you. Makes a change to watch cricket from this sort of angle. I'm normally out there wearing a white coat.
Ah, an umpire.
Yes, for my sins.
It's a great view from up here, though, isn't it?
Oh, yes. And it's much warmer than being out there as an umpire.
Would you be in woolly hat, gloves as an umpire on a day like today?
Oh, yes. And about 3 sweaters. And perhaps even golf waterproof trousers.
There's many layers that you can get on.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Sibley again defending off the back foot. Somerset working on the ball to try and keep the shine. The umpires managed to drop the sweater. Makes a change to see umpires carrying sweaters. We haven't done it for the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, he had a few issues.
Yes.
This morning, hasn't he, with the
Couldn't
sweaters?
get it out of the loops at the back. No, that's the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, over the shoulder.
Yeah, keeps you warm as well. Another outside edge. Second slip, Tom Abel. I suspect all the Somerset fielders have got hand warmers in their pockets.
Yeah, they'd be very stupid not to, I think.
Yes.
What have you made of the start by Somerset bowlers this morning, Tony?
I think they bowled very well. It's almost good practice for test batting for Sibley. Just digging in. It's a great start by Lewis Gregory, that second ball. Getting rid of the Warwickshire skipper. The bat's been beaten a few times, and a lot of the runs that we've had have come off the edge.
Yeah, a lot of runs down to third man region.
With a third man, they could have saved a lot. But it's nice to keep an attacking field. Clean push through mid-on, 4 more runs.
That's a beautiful shot there by
Yes.
Sibley, actually.
It's the most difficult shot to play, the on-drive. Warwickshire now 40 for 1 after 16 overs. A fairly slow scoring rate at 2.5. And Sibley's been batting something over an hour for 15.
It's going to be Josh Davey again. Just waiting for Aldridge to get some sweaters on. Looked like he was wearing 2 there, so yeah. Although the sun is out here, it is a beautiful day.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit fresh out there for the fielders. So Davies in. Hayne in behind that. Lewis Gregory busy at mid-off there. Throw comes back into Davies. That's what you like to see, a little bit of intent from the fielding side. Just keep that ball moving around.
Yeah, that's something the league cricketers weren't encouraged to do during COVID. The ball's supposed to be thrown straight back to the bowler,
Yeah.
not round the field.
Davies in again. Again, Hayne pushes that to mid-off, and some, a little bit of lazy fielding there by Gregory. Doesn't get down to that one, just uses his boot, which he's actually used on a few occasions today.
That's the way I used to field. That's where they practice football before the game.
Yeah, or on a day like today when you don't want to use your hands too often, you're just using your boot instead. Similar delivery there by Davey, and again Hayne just pushes that back to the bowler.
Hayne with the modern technique of the bat upraised before the ball is bowled.
Davey looking to bowl quite full here, trying to get that movement and make the use of the first couple of hours here before the lunch break.
Although it's a used pitch, it seems to be playing quite well.
And again, Hayne just pushes that one back. Bowler doesn't quite get down to that one, so Gregory's got to do a little bit more work at mid-off, but keeping himself warm. Davey has got that very distinct walk, hasn't he, back to his mark.
Yes.
Really strides it out. Just adjusts his shirt into his trousers at the top of his mark.
Yeah.
He's in again. That's left alone by Hayne.
Abel giving ball a lot of work. Good polish again. Keep the shine.
Yeah, his trousers have already got that distinctive red stain on.
Yes. It used to be the sign of a fast bowler. Now it's the sign of the recognised shiner of the ball. The one who hasn't got sweaty hands.
Davies in again, last ball of the over. Just push forward there, Hayne. Soft hands, guides it. It's a sort of in between gully and backward point there, and sneaks a single.
One of the few actual runs that have been scored, rather than boundaries.
And that's 17 overs gone, and Warwickshire 41 for 1, building a partnership here.
A partnership of 41. As the first wicket fell off the second ball of the game for those who weren't with us at that time. When Warwickshire skipper lost his off stump to the second ball of the match. It's Casey Aldridge again from the Trescothick Pavilion end. We're sitting just above him. A nice off drive, partially fielded. Jogging through for 2.
Yeah, the Gregory dive wasn't good enough to pick that up cleanly, but good hand there, and probably prevented a boundary.
Yeah, saved 2 runs. Lewis Goldsworthy in from point. Though it looks a lovely day outside, the weather forecast temperature is about 8 degrees maximum. And with the wind chill factor, it takes it down to about 5. Not an ideal time weather for cricket.
No, but at least it's dry.
Yes. cut to point, chased by Goldsworthy, just saved from 4, 2 more runs.
Yeah, it's worked quite hard there to get the ball. It's racing across the square.
Yes, it runs across the old wicket, or some of the old wickets and some new wickets quite quickly. One of the Warwickshire bowlers still warming up in the nets on the side there.
No, I think it's a Somerset bowler
Yeah.
actually, Tony. Yeah, I think it might be Ollie Sale. I'm just trying to decipher whether it definitely is, but he's sporting a sort of Jack Brooks-esque headband as well.
It's Ollie's not in the squad for today, officially, is he?
Presumably that would be Steve Kirby, the bowling coach, over there with him. Again, wrapped up warm in a coat and a woolly hat. Looks like head coach Jason Kerr as well. Watchful from the sidelines.
Diving stop again, Josh Davey, square leg. He's worked hard out there.
Yeah, he's been in the thick of the action.
Slightly more defensive field now. Only the 2 slips in the gully. It's the end of another over. End of the 18th over.
I think gone are the days of the fast bowler just pottering off after his over down to third man and fine leg. You know,
Yes,
Josh Davey
yeah.
there in a high traffic position at square leg.
It was traditional. Well, you open you bowl fast, you go to third man.
Yeah, so as we were talking about Ollie Sale there in the nets, in conversation with Steve Kirby and Jason Kerr.
Sam Hain rehearsing his on drives. Wallace waiting for Josh Davey again.
Davies in again, and that's clipped off his legs by Sibley. It's a bit of a chase. Jack Brooks out to the boundary. They're going to pick up 3.
I think that's the first 3 of the morning, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you're right there, Tony. Batters maybe warming up slightly as well.
I think they're all very brave when you're wearing short sleeve sweaters out there.
It's going to be Hain on strike after that 3. Davies in once more. And driven beautifully back down the ground, but gets no runs for that. Clatters into the stumps at the non-striker's end.
It saved the umpire's shins.
And that's got to be one of the most frustrating feelings as a batter when you middle it and you know exactly where you want it to go, and it's almost too good and you don't get any value for that shot.
At least the bowler didn't get a touch to it, and the non-striker wasn't out of his ground.
Absolutely, because I
Which
think
must
that's
be a
got to
horrible
be,
way to
that's
get
going to be
out.
the worst dismissal in the book, hasn't it? Run out
Yeah.
that way at the non-striker's end.
Ooh,
Squared up
square.
there. Hain trying to work that to the leg side, but decent delivery by Davey, and yeah, keeping the batter honest there. Sibley just rehearsing at the non-striker's end. He's been rehearsing more than he's been on strike this morning, Tony, I have a feeling.
Yes, he doesn't seem to have faced that many balls. But it's just nice to be out in the middle. Get practice.
Davies in again. Hain just presses forward there, solid in defence. Jack Brooks picks up the ball at mid-on and working hard on it again, giving it a bit of a shine.
Yes, got to keep the shine on it.
Sibley's actually faced 50 balls this morning. Batted for 74 minutes. He's currently 18 not out. But it's going to be Hayne on strike, who's currently 28 not out, as Davey starts his run up again. Davey looks like he's overstepped again there.
I can understand the fast bowlers occasionally bowling a no ball, but I can never understand spinners bowling no balls.
Yeah, well, there was that example of pressure in the Women's World Cup, actually. India versus South Africa the other day. India needed to win that game, and Deepti Sharma, who I've actually played with at Western Storm, she overstepped in the last over and cost her team the game, which was a real shame.
Yes, I was watching that. Not on the TV.
Another defensive push there by Hayne. Davies bowled a pretty good area this morning, actually.
For the first time, Somerset have got a fielder on the boundary. Down here, fine leg.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that is. I can't really tell who that is, but he's certainly got hand warmers. I could see him sort of shaking them in his hands. I think it might be Lewis Goldsworthy, who's moved from... Yeah. He was just in front of square the over previous, but out on the boundary now. It's well bowled again by Josh Davey.
And Tom Abel's been warming up at slip there. He may be coming on to bowl at some stage. Perhaps not quite yet.
It was that Noble that actually brought up the 50 for Warwickshire. They're 50 for 1 after 19 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, Taunton.
It's still Aldridge bowling at this end. Umpire David Milne, sweater wrapped around his neck, keeping himself warm.
There's a few more woolly hats out there from the Somerset fielders. They've obviously rotated a few on, but I think there's 4 I can see out there at the minute.
At least they're wearing hats in the club colours. Sibley was taking fresh guard before this over started, settling in. Again, push to Davey at square leg. No run. Abel still warming up at first slip. Second slip, sorry. Swinging his arms around. Beautiful on drive. 4 runs. Hardest shot in the book.
Makes that look effortless, does Sibley. Just
so
stands
easy.
there and just uses almost the pace of Aldridge. Beautiful drive in between to beat mid on and mid wicket with that crispness, especially early in the season. It's a cracking drive.
Augurs well for his season. Straight drive slightly fumbled, allows them to run through for the single.
Yeah, I'm no football expert, but Lewis Gregory certainly needs to work on his touch this morning. Diving, sliding stop there and takes the boot, and they scramble 1 as a result of that.
Yes, he'd like other bowlers to field a little better off his bowling, I suspect. Again, Josh Davey. Square leg, fields cleanly.
That's definitely something that Somerset pride themselves on, is their fielding and their ability to, not only catch well but create chances in the field through that energy, creating run-outs, diving stops, you name it. They work very hard over the winter to make sure that they can execute those skills out on the pitch.
But as we've seen in the Ladies' World Cup, poor fielding loses matches, doesn't it? Chop there to backward point.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you watched much of the Women's World Cup, Tony?
A fair bit.
Obviously great to see that England are in that final against Australia.
Yes.
You probably wouldn't have believed it after their first 3 games,
No,
having
the first
lost
3 games, I wonder what
lost
I was
all
watching.
3. But yeah, they found momentum at the right time, and as they say in tournament cricket, it's not how you start, it's how you finish, and they certainly are finding their groove.
Yeah, a defensive shot there from Hayne. In slow motion coming up. That lovely four, lovely straight bat. Just pushing it away through mid-on. 4 runs.
Even more effortless in slow-mo, isn't it?
Yeah, yes. You waited for it and just stroked it through. Another push to mid-on, no runs this time. End of the over. Score 57 for 1 of 20 overs. Hayne on 28, Sibley on 23. Aldridge is now bowled 5 overs for 25 runs. The numbers are getting a bit small for my old eyes.
Looks like it's going to be a change, actually. It's not going to be Tom Abel, who was warming up at second slip. He may well be featuring a little bit later, though.
He could have just been keeping warm.
He could have been, yeah.
Ned Leonard.
Do you think he was maybe tactfully signalling to himself that he wanted to bring himself on?
Reminding the captain he can have a bowl.
Yeah, so it's going to be Ned Leonard replacing Josh Davey, 19 on his back. And by all accounts, bowled pretty well against Gloucester in the previous friendly game. I'm not sure about friendly, though. I don't believe that any games are friendly as a professional cricketer.
Got to play them all seriously, haven't you? Tom Abel still warming up at slip. Perhaps he's going to come at this end.
Leonard's in. Sibley just pressing forward there. Defensive push. That's a good start by Leonard, actually, on the money straight away. That's what you want when you change the bowling. That new bowler to come on and hit their strap straight away. And Leonard certainly did that there, and he'll be looking to replicate that for the rest of this over.
It was actually fielded cleanly as well.
Again, Leonard in, hitting a good area, but Sibley just nudges that one into the offside, and another quick single. We haven't seen too many of them from the Warwickshire batters so far, but as they're building this partnership, they're just looking to tick it over a little bit more, a little bit busier at the crease, and Sibley's now up to 24.
It was cleverly played. It just pushed with not enough power to reach mid-off.
Leonard in again, and Hayne just pushes that one to mid-wicket. Yeah, I mean, look, there's a massive vacant area on that offside, so you've only got to just drop and run in there, and you're up the other end and can relax for a couple of balls over to your partner. But Warwickshire have capitalised. As soon as Somerset have over-pitched, they have been able to capitalise.
Yes, the gap is there, isn't it, for the off-drive?
Leonard at the top of his mark. Strides in. And again, Hayne, defensive push there. Full face of the bat. Just that sign of bat on ball again this time of the year. So exciting, isn't it?
It's lovely.
You know, first county championship game around the corner next week, and it's all starting to feel very, very real now. slipped off his legs, but looks like Ben Green in there at mid-wicket. Woolly hat on. Does the fielding.
Busy position fielding there today. Quite a lot of balls gone that way.
Yeah, I think I'd be someone that wanted to be in that busy area just to try and keep myself in the game. I'm not sure I'd want to be stood in that slip cordon, because when that one chance does come, you're expected to take it in these conditions.
Yes.
Or inside edge there.
Yeah. I think I'd want to be keeping
do the
wicket.
fielding.
Yeah, I think I'd want to be keeping wicket today. Keep my hands
you
warm.
can probably tell that by Davies, actually. He's the only one without a woolly sweater on.
Yeah.
So yeah, obviously keeping himself warm by being in the game as much as possible.
Skipper's taking his sweater and his second shirt off.
Good start by Leonard there, actually. Just 2 from his opening over, and yeah, asking questions of the Warwickshire batters.
Lewis Gregory putting on Tom Abel's second shirt. Perhaps he's cold. Is it somebody else who's putting on his sweater?
It's like there's a whole wardrobe change out there, Tony. They've all decided to swap shirts just to confuse us even more, I reckon.
Letting the umpire freeze. And is Tom Abel going to come from the Trescothic end? The skipper. Continuing the theme of right arm fast bowling that we've seen all morning so far. Two slips, a gully, point, an extra cover in the mid-off, mid-on square leg and deep backward square leg. Second slip now coming out to mid-wicket, short mid-wicket.
Yeah, slightly more defensive field here from Somerset and the skipper himself.
6 in the ring and 1 on the fence. Let's clip the backward square leg. Just 1. Quickly picked up and returned. 59 for 1. Oh, sorry, 60 for 1. Hayne up to 30. Sibley taking guard again. Almost identical shot, this time picked up by square leg.
Davey, as we've said before, he's a busy man in there.
Working hard.
Yeah. Looks like Will Smead over in the nets to the left of us. Having a bit of a bat. Attempted pull there by Sibley, but just didn't really get hold of that one. Probably slightly shorter than what Abel would have wanted to bowl there, but again, just trying to find his groove as he's into his first over here.
He got away with it. Wide of off stump, left by Sibley. Judging by Davis's reaction, it was moving away slightly. And they brought mid-wicket back to second slip.
Yeah, I think that's the right option here. Yeah. Abel is someone that does get really good shape on the ball away from
swing.
The right-handed batter. So yeah, I'm glad they're attacking a little bit more here.
Yes.
Just that leg side feel is going to come a little bit straighter as a result of no mid-wicket.
That was almost a one-day shot. Hammered to mid-on, fielded cleanly, no run.
Well, Tony, it's been a pleasure making my commentary debut alongside you. After this ball, I'll be handing back over to Stephen Lamb.
Good. Nice to see you. No doubt we'll meet again somewhere. In the box later today, probably. So
And
he pushes
hopefully
again the deep square leg.
I'll be joining you all later on air as well.
Yep. End of another over. 22 overs gone. 61 for 1. Yeah, we've had Lewis Gregory 6 overs, 1 for 20. Jack Brooks 5 overs, none for 3 with 3. Both of those had 3 maidens. Casey Aldridge 0 for 25 off 5. Josh Davey 0 for 9 off 4. Leonard 0 for 2. Tom Abel 0 for 2.
Afternoon, Tony.
Hello. Nice to see you.
Here's Leonard from the river end, and that's just pushed defensively back to him, having taken a wicket with the second ball of the day when I was on last.
Yeah.
Nothing since, I'm afraid.
No. Been a few edges.
Yeah, they have.
Nothing
down
gone to hand.
Down to third man.
Yes.
Several of them to the boundary.
Yes. Somerset could have saved a lot of runs, I think, by having a third man, but in this sort of game, I suspect runs don't really matter much.
Practice,
It's practice.
isn't it? Which is the thing.
Yeah, match practice.
That's played straight to short mid-wicket by Dom Sibley, who's been batting steadily for Warwickshire this morning, as we've
Yes.
come to expect.
Yes, 90 minutes for 25.
It's lovely to see, isn't it? Sophie was saying about the expectation at the start of a new cricket season. Nothing quite like it.
Yes.
As the slips go down. And that's just pushed very gently up to mid-on.
Yes, I'm looking forward to starting umpiring. But we've got 5 weeks yet before league matches.
So a little while then.
Yeah, I've got a few games at Middlefield at the end of April.
It'll warm up over that time.
Yes, hopefully.
I'm quite sorry for the umpires on a day like this.
Yes. Keep very warm.
Both got gloves on.
Yes.
Is it going to be a single yes? He finds the gap between point and extra cover.
It's nice to see David Mills in the old-fashioned way of holding sweaters, tied round his neck.
Yes.
To keep warm.
Yes, that's quite a benefit, isn't it, with all
Yes.
the sweaters out
Yes.
there.
For 2 years, we've not been allowed to have them. COVID.
Yeah. Have all those restrictions gone now?
I think so, yes.
Leonard in again. That's nicely clipped off his toes. But mid-wicket in action again. It's interesting to see Tom Abel in the slips. I don't think I've seen that before today. He's a brilliant outfielder.
Yeah.
Standing alongside Tom Banton, who's at first slip.
Yeah. That's almost like a keeper, isn't it? First slip.
Yeah. Trajectory's not very different
No.
from behind the stumps. That's a nice defensive push again to complete the over. So Abel will continue from the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end. I was just hearing before coming back on air that possibly one of the reasons that Tom Abel is fielding in the slips is his workload with the ball has increased in recent seasons.
Yeah.
He's very much a part of this Somerset attack now.
Yes.
And that's hard work.
It is, yeah.
So there's a bit more of a chance to have some downtime. Not through lack of concentration, of course, but less running around if you're at second slip.
Yes. And he needs to stay there. He can see the bowler's line, see more accurately what the bowlers are doing, and if he's out cover or mid-off or... Squared him up slightly. Looks to be pushing to mid-wicket and gets it to extra cover.
So how many games have you got altogether this summer, Tony?
at least every Saturday. Sunday leagues with Middlezoy, which my grandson is captain of the Sunday side, so I told him I have to umpire them. And a few games at Millfield. I got 4 games of the Somerset over 50s. First one of which is in Wales, going back to my land of my birth.
Of your father's?
Yes.
Where will that be in Wales?
My stag. A Tuesday in May. I should probably stay there and watch my grandson playing for Swansea University on the Wednesday.
Real picture out there at the moment with the sun shining on the whites of the players.
Yes. Another push to mid-on. Sibley. 2 runs this time. And the iconic view we have here with the Quantocks in the sun.
Be chilly up there.
Yes. Should be a bit cold on the golf course today, I think. Every fielder's almost got his hands in his pockets until the ball's bowled. Again, pushed into the leg side. Easily picked up by short mid-wicket.
So into the last quarter of this first session. Somerset's final pre-season friendly against Warwickshire.
A little bit edgy. Down to deep backward square. Another one to Sibley.
Yeah, this partnership gradually becoming more substantial. 67 they've put on, and that's the total on the board because, of course, they lost the wicket without anything up there at all.
Well, for the second ball.
Yep.
A repeat would be good.
Will Rhodes, the man dismissed, lost his off stump to Lewis Gregory.
A little bit hurried into the shot, pushed again to mid-wicket. 67 for 1 of 24 overs.
Yes, the sense of urgency as they run from one end of the ground to another is increased by the temperature.
Yes, run to keep warm.
How do you rate Somerset's chances this summer, Tony?
Reasonably good. I suspect they won't lose too many players to international calls. Jack Leach might get a few calls, and no doubt he'll spend a lot of time taking the drinks out.
That's
the
way
Overton.
It tends to be, isn't it?
Yes. But whether Overton gets a call or not, don't know.
Ned Leonard, in the meantime, starting a new over. Oh, that's nicely
Clipped
played.
Square leg.
And placed as well. It's gone out to deep square leg. It's gone all the way. The boundary's in there, but it would have been 4 anyway, in fact. It's gone into the advertising hoardings, the base of the Somerset stand there. That was a sweetly timed stroke.
Yeah. Just missed the groundsman's tractor.
So both these batsmen in the 30s now. Dom Sibley has just nudged ahead of Sam Hain. Goes on to 31.
Sam was well ahead earlier on. I think the scoreboard's a bit slow. Our screen scoreboard shows Sibley on 35.
That's going to be a dot, fielded at short mid-wicket. Yeah, there was heartbreak really for Somerset at the end of last season, losing in the final of the Blast.
Yes.
And then the Championship wheels came off, but that's all
behind them.
Things to put behind you at this stage.
Yes.
It's a pretty good season overall if you take it in the round.
They had a better season than my old county of Glamorgan.
driven, not timed to perfection, but will go
Still
all the
get
way
full.
nonetheless. Another boundary for Dom Sibley. That's going to take him to 39.
Just seeing the shot again on camera. The replay of the shot.
Had enough, didn't it?
Yes. There's a big gap there. If the ball's pitched up, it's going to go. Tucked away to mid-on.
Shy at the stumps, but he was home, I
Yeah.
think, even if that had hit. And it didn't.
Umpire David Lloyd take the opportunity to move quickly, to be in a position to adjudicate the run out, if so desired. Oh, sorry, not David Lloyd, Graham Lloyd. David Lloyd's his dad.
Oh, that's nicely stopped.
Yes, that was hit hard.
Yeah, he didn't have any time to spare before he got down on that
No.
backward point. Yeah, son of Bumble,
Yes.
the bowler's umpire at the moment.
Fielding change for Somerset. They're taking out the second slip. Gone in to reinforce the cover field.
Defensive push there from...
A good field change, straight to the new position.
So Sam Haynes stays on 30. Dom Sibley is on 40. 76 for 1 Warwickshire. No toss this morning. Just agreed between the two sides that Warwickshire would bat first. And Somerset striking with the second ball, but it's been a struggle since.
Yes, there's been no chances since. No dropped catches. No LBW appeals. The umpires have had a quiet day. There are 2 no balls, is it? From Graham Lloyd's end. Abel again from the Trescothic end. Ball left by Sibley. Taken easily by keeper Davis. On the old-fashioned relay round back to the bowler.
As well as the low temperature this morning, we've got quite a strong wind, which
Yes.
you can probably hear on our effects mic.
Pushed it back, deep square leg. One single, one to Sibley.
It's not a day to be outside for very long.
No,
We've got some diehards in the stand in front of the Ondarchie Pavilion.
very brave people. They should stay at home and listen to the commentary and watch us on YouTube.
Yeah, we may well have a few listeners this morning who decided not to come.
Yes.
Perfectly understandable. Day 1 of this 3-day friendly. And the more serious
again.
stuff
Mid on.
begins next week.
Yep.
First round of...
Next
the-
Thursday, isn't it?
Yep. And Somerset will be at Southampton.
This is Hampshire.
And then the following Thursday is the first home fixture here against Essex.
And I think 4 weeks' time, they're home to Warwickshire again, aren't they? At the end of April. Clipped away to mid-on again. No run. There's still only one fielder on the boundary for Somerset. Deep backward square. 5-4 field. And the breeze howling in the effects mic. Push to cover this time. I think these batsmen are both intent on staying to lunch.
15 minutes away, just over.
Again, full length ball pushed into the covers. Brings the 26th over to an end.
Yeah, it doesn't look difficult batting out there at the moment.
No. Hayne on 30, Sibley 41, total 77 for 1. So we have 6 extras. And Abel's taken 0 for 8. And he's over 3 overs so far.
There was a bit of lateral movement early on. A brilliant first over from Lewis Gregory in particular. But once the shine went off the ball, they're playing on a used wicket.
Yes, this is the one they used. Help. It's the wicket they used for the Glamorgan game a couple of 10 days ago, wasn't it?
Looking quite scarred.
Yes.
Leonard's going to continue 0 for 12. His figures from 3. That's a nice stroke.
A lovely shot.
Wristily played by Dom Sibley. Another boundary for him.
Yes, would have been 4 anyway. It's gone all the way.
Edging towards his half century now, Dom Sibley. Yeah, good timing. Again, the left elbow prominent as he played the shot. Settling in well.
Yes, he's blossomed in the last half an hour. He was way behind Hayne earlier on. Powerful push to mid-off, no run.
Yes, George Bartlett is the man under the maroon bobble hat. The only one on show out in the field.
Yes.
There are 3 multicoloured ones. On the drive again, and not quite where he intended. I fancy he was looking to play that a little bit straighter.
Yes. Acrobatically stopped in the covers. Who is that fielding at cover?
I think that's James Hildreth. Been pushed out of the slip cordon.
Yeah.
Started off in there.
Play and a miss.
First time we've seen that for a while.
Yes. Looked a bit of a nothing shot. Obviously played at it. Consultation between the bowler and... Is that Tom Abel down there at mid-off? Mid-on? No, he's at
Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, Tom's at gully.
Who's going to be in action here? Because
it's pushed again, no run.
Pushed up to him, 81 for 1, Warwickshire. Useful practice for both these teams.
Yes.
Over the next 3 days, as they build up to their First Division campaigns.
Yes. I see the ECB are thinking of changing the rules, changing it all again next season. 12-team First Division and 6-team Second Division.
Yeah, early stages.
Yes.
It's one of the possibilities on the table. No decisions yet.
No. I think we need more 3- and 4-day cricket to progress the England side.
Absolutely.
Asks
there's a lot of progression needed at the moment.
It asks a lot of players to come from playing 1-day cricket to playing 5-day tests. Totally different mindset.
Yes, there's been a slight adjustment this summer but they could do with more than that.
Yes.
More red ball cricket at the heart of the summer.
From this end it's Tom Abel again. Push to mid-wicket. Still no run. Hayne on strike. And as Tom Abel comes back to his mark, you can see on the ground there lots of little white paint marks, which the players were putting out about 40 minutes before the game started, measuring out their run with tapes. Same again, push to mid-wicket, no run.
15 Somerset players involved in this game. We've already seen fielders go off and come on. I imagine there'll be gradually firming up on their thoughts on the 11 that will take the field at Southampton next week.
Yes.
The man who's bowling at the moment, Tom Abel, will certainly be one of them.
Yeah, one down the leg side.
He'll be leading them out, will Tom?
Yes, oh yes. Well, he's talking, he could end up leading out England. I think he's got to get a place in the side first before that happens.
Well, it's asking an awful lot, isn't it?
Yes.
To put someone into the side as captain when they've not played Test cricket.
Yeah, yes, it asks too much. But I suspect Somerset may well consider one or two players outside the 15 who are on show here today.
Up in the air. It's going to fall
A
safe,
high
I think.
slog. Yeah. Bit of a cow shot from Hayne. 2 runs. Lobbed up to deep mid-on.
It's doubtful that Craig Overton and Jack Leach will be available for that first game at Southampton.
Peter Siddle might.
Yes. And Matt Renshaw not.
No.
Because of a late call up by Australia in Pakistan.
Defensive shot again from Hayne. Again, mid-wicket.
Those are 3 players who one could reasonably have expected to play.
Yes, yeah.
Given availability.
Yes.
But it's a deep squad that Somerset have got.
Yes, they're lucky to have a big squad.
No need to play at that.
No. Left outside.
Nice to see the herring gulls back again, flying around the ground.
Yes. Looking for food, no doubt, but not many spectators around.
They're not going to find much today.
No.
It's actually a black-backed one that's just flown below us from our perch up in on the top floor of the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. Great view to have of the cricket, and lovely to be here. Ned Leonard's going to continue from the river end, the River Tone flowing behind the Lord Botham stand and the Colin Atkinson Pavilion.
We've had nothing go for 6 over the stands yet today. Ooh, play and a miss by Sibley.
Went past the inside edge, that one.
Groans from the fielders.
And kept low.
Yes. Davis did well to take it.
Yeah, cut him in half.
Yeah.
Good effort from the keeper.
Leonard again. Slip in a gully. Five saving 1 and 2 out on the boundary now. Deep square leg and deep fine leg. again. Sibley defensive into the covers.
I must say, given the weather conditions, it's very nice to be warm and cosy.
Yes.
Yes, inside a building.
Wrapped up in a couple of coats and hats outside.
If it had been 5 years ago, Tony, we'd have been in the potting shed on the roof of the old pavilion. That wouldn't have been the same.
No, that would have been nice.
I think that would have been wouldn't have been for the faint-hearted.
No. I've spent many years writing reports on rugby matches. Often you're standing out in the open air to do that. In the middle of winter. It's not nice.
Yes, both these sides had potting sheds to watch from. There used to be one at Edgbaston, didn't there? Years ago, up on the roof there.
I've only been to Edgbaston once. I went there for a test match last summer. A couple of days. England, New Zealand.
That's a good shot. Stood up and...
Sibley onto 49 with a good shot backward point. Short. Got what it deserved, I think.
Yeah, he had room to play it, didn't he?
Sat up, here I am, hit me.
Just one short of the half century now, Dom Sibley.
Yeah.
He's looked as safe as houses.
Yes. Just the odd play in this, as we had earlier in this over. Oh, and another one.
Just as I said that,
Commentator's
he plays and
curse.
misses outside the off stump. Safe as potting sheds, perhaps.
87 for 1, Sibley 49, Haynes 32, and 29 overs gone.
Yes, that's the number Australia don't like. 13 away
87,
from
13 short of the 100. Whereas the English unlucky one is 111. And old umpire David Shepherd would only stand on one leg.
Bless him.
Yes. Actually played rugby against David back in 1964 when I was at St Luke's. The first match I played for Luke's was against South Molton. I was fullback for Luke's, he was fullback for South Molton.
South Molton in North Devon, that's not far from where he was from.
No.
Instow.
Yes. Fairly famous cricket club at Instow.
Well known to the Overton family.
Yes. The first ball of Abel's over, pushed to mid-wicket.
Presumably David Shepherd played in the scrum.
No, he's fullback.
Oh, was he really?
Yeah, we were opposing fullbacks.
Okay. I was picturing him sort of from his later career build.
Yes. And it wasn't for the St Luke's first 15, I hasten to add. For the thirds.
So who won on points?
Oh, I can't remember that far back. No, I suspect we did. Because I think at Luke's in those days we had 66 county players.
Really?
We only ran 3 sides. All the Welsh boys, or most of the Welsh boys, caught a train home on Friday night. It's Abel again, bowling to Hayne. Another forward defensive. As we hear sirens outside the ground somewhere.
Yeah, you can tell how strong the wind is from the way the clouds are scudding across the ground here.
Yes, an easterly wind, a northeasterly, quite cool wind. Will Smead's had enough practice in the nets. He's ambling back with Coach Kirby. Hayne again pushes the ball back to the bowler.
Probably time for one more over after this before...
Yeah, we might just get one in.
There's a couple of deliveries.
2 balls left of this over. Sibley would like the chance to get his half century before lunch, no doubt. Pushed to mid-off, still no run. But Somerset have done very well, because this is the 30th over in under 2 hours, and they bowled seamers the whole morning. So there's been no time wasted.
just not much encouragement in the conditions.
No.
That's been the problem for them.
Yes, yeah. Well, if Sibley's taken his gloves off, he thinks it may well be lunch. Single to backward square leg.
Oh, they are going off.
They're going.
Although that clock hasn't quite come up to 1 o'clock, they've decided that's the moment at which to call it quits for the morning. So
they may not be using that clock because that one's a little bit slow, I think. So at lunch, Warwickshire are 88 for 1 off 30 overs. Hayne on 33, Sibley on 49.
So I think you could say it's been Warwickshire's morning, despite that setback to the second ball of the match when Lewis Gregory sent Will Rhodes off stump askew. That wasn't a great morning for the Warwickshire skipper, but since then it's been them all the way.
Yeah.
So we will be taking a little break for lunch, but hope you can join us for the afternoon session with Warwickshire on 88 for 1.
So Josh Davey, we're here to talk about your life in cricket, so it would make sense to start at the start. Obviously, you've been making headlines recently at World Cups with Scotland, so that's where it all began. Born in Aberdeen, is that right?
Yes, born in Aberdeen. Didn't have a long stay there though, so I moved away when I was 9 months old. Moved to America with my family. My dad worked in the oil industry, so that's why we were moving around quite a lot. Moved to America for a couple of years and then settled in Bury St Edmunds, Suffolk. So that's where I grew up and spent the majority of my young life.
And I understand that, given where you were born, you're the only Scottish member of your family, is that right?
Only Scottish member, that's right, yeah, the only one.
What were your first experiences of cricket? Was it dad and the bat and ball in the garden or at school?
I think it's through school. Family not really cricket orientated at all. I sort of fell into cricket through friends, I think. I think one of my friends was saying, I'm going down the local cricket club, which was opposite my school, so literally across the road. And he said, you should just come along. And I was like, you know what, I'll do it because I wanted to just spend time with my friends. So I went down there and played and remembered, I quite enjoy this, I quite like this. So I experienced it more, went a few more times and sort of, I guess, got the snowball rolling really. So
Yes, that's the beauty of cricket clubs, isn't it? They are such hubs for the local communities, and it's about families going down there and spending time with your friends, and the game does produce these great stories such as this.
Yeah, cool, yeah. I mean, that was it. That's what got me going. I think it was more the social side of it. Just being with your friends, playing, having fun, and it was so close to us. Literally, it felt like quite a safe environment as well because it was so close to what I was familiar with school just being on the other side of the road. So quite an easy sort of transition, I guess, into cricket.
When did you get an inkling that actually, oh my goodness, this could be a potential career path rather than just spending the afternoon hanging around with your friends?
I don't know. I'm not sure I still think that at all anyway. But I don't know. I think that's probably what drew me into going back. I think the first go I had, I thought, I'm all right at this. I can hit the ball, I can bowl, I can run, I can catch all right. So I think if you enjoy something or you're quite successful at something, you tend to enjoy it more. So I think probably I picked it up quite quickly. Had a few. It's hard to remember, but I probably had a few good memories of doing something well. Maybe won an award or something like that, and that sort of drew me back into going again.
What were the next steps then? Obviously, you said Bury St Edmunds and at school, and what was your journey into the pathway of first-class cricket? What was your first sort of step into that world?
So my first step was, I went into Suffolk age groups. So I worked my way up through age groups. School, played from Suffolk under 11s to under 17s, and I think when you're sort of getting towards the end of school and around that sort of age, I was like, actually I would like to pursue, maybe look into playing cricket professionally. So I actually, Suffolk's a little bit out of the category. You've got Essex that's close by, but there's not that many teams close to where I was from. So I went off to Gary Palmer's academy and I spent the early Sunday morning trips, probably 350-mile round trips, going to Gary's academy. And fortunately enough, at one of the training sessions, Toby Radford came down and he watched me train and offered me an invitation to come train and trial in the academy at Middlesex, which I was over the moon about. Get that opportunity, that's what I was looking for. So I'd have probably been 17 at this time, I'd say. So I went down for a trial at Finchley in North London, and I think the trial must have gone quite well, because at the end of the first trial they said, we'd like to offer you a spot to come and join and train with the academy. So from there I never looked back, really, I guess. And every Tuesday and Thursdays I'd go down to Finchley and train with the Middlesex Academy, and that's how it sort of kicked off from the youth to the academy sort of level.
What did it feel like when you were offered that position to think, actually I could make a living at it?
I think it's quite surreal, actually, because it all happened quite quickly. I think I went from being in Suffolk under-17s to making my first class debut at 19. It was 18 months to 2 years, so it was actually quite like a quick spiral, like to get into the first class game. But I remember like the feeling of I'm going to a professional club, and I'm potentially going to be in the academy, was something I'll always remember. I mean, I was so happy. Didn't even bother me that I had to travel 3 hours a day to go and train. It was just so nice to have that opportunity to go and do it.
And then obviously the next steps from the academy into the Middlesex side, how was that transition for you?
It was quick. I made my debut at 19, and it was tough. It was a tough learning curve, I guess. I don't think I was ready, but luckily I was given the opportunity to see what it was about, first class cricket, and I just really enjoyed the experience of getting to see where I was at. I mean, I wasn't that successful, but I did manage to make a 50 on my first game, so I was very pleasing. It kind of like relaxed you a little bit and say, I can perform at this level. But yeah, looking back, it all happened so quickly, so it's quite hard to put it into words, I guess.
Were you always a bowling all-rounder?
No. So, growing up, I was bowling off spin when I was 15, 16, so I started as a batter, and I think that was Middlesex saw me as a top order batter that had the ability to bowl seamers, but I was put onto the academy as a batter and made my debuts as a batter, and I guess slowly I bowled a little bit, but at times when I was playing for Middlesex I wouldn't even bowl on the second team, so it's been, well, if I look where I am now, look where I am there, it's been an interesting path so far, but we can go over that in a little bit.
It's kind of the journey, isn't it? Usually you find that pace bowlers become spinners because they realise they don't have to do quite as much running, but you know. Yeah,
obviously I wasn't the smarter one there, was I? So, I don't know how, I just think opportunities came. I mean, I did develop my bowling as I played for Middlesex, and as I was there over the 4 years, bowling sort of started to develop when I had opportunities, and I guess they saw me more as, towards the end of my time at Middlesex, was more of an all-rounder, sort of 50-50. So I did develop that up and started bowling more, but at my time there I was primarily seen as a batter.
Just before we come on to you joining Somerset, it was Angus Fraser, wasn't it, whilst at Middlesex, that turned your eyes onto the potential of being an international cricketer?
Yes, I think we handed our passports in, medical or something like that, and he caught wind that obviously birthplace Aberdeen, so he was like, you know, you can play for Scotland. And I was like, no, I didn't. I had no idea. And that was a quick turnaround, because I ended up looking at the qualification process, and yeah, I could play. So I went off when I was, that same year I made my debut for Middlesex, went off to play in Holland and made my debut for Scotland.
We'll talk about Scotland a little bit more in just a few moments. Let's talk about Somerset. Obviously, you were sort of a batting all-rounder at this point at Middlesex, maybe not making the breakthroughs that you'd hoped for, and then you were offered a summer contract here at Somerset in 2014, is that right?
So I was offered, I got released by Middlesex in 2013, I wasn't producing the performances I would like. I think that's fair enough at the time, really. And I think quite naively I thought, there'll be other opportunities, there'll be counties that will be interested. So I messaged around the county coaches and trying to find an opportunity, and nothing came back. So I kept pursuing, and I got a response from David Nosworthy. So he said, "Josh, yes, we've got an opportunity for you to come and trial with us if you like through the winter. You can train with the squad. I don't know much about you as a player. I haven't seen you play much, so I'm happy for you to come and train. It's unpaid, so make the most of it how you want to." And I thought, well, at that time, that's the opportunity that I had. So came down on trial through the winter, managed to make some good friends, fit into the environment quite well, and in pre-season, I believe I had a couple of good pre-seasons games, and I think then he offered a 1-year summer contract. So that was what I had, and I thought, great, I've managed to sort of wiggle my way back in a little bit here, and I've got an opportunity, so I thought, yeah, I'm going to take that.
Did that make you try all the more harder, almost having dipped out of the game? Did it make you try that extra bit harder to make sure that you stayed in it?
I think so. I think it definitely taught me that playing cricket and having a career as a professional cricketer is so easy to take for granted. So I didn't want to ever get back into that mindset. I thought, looking back at my time at Middlesex, there's so much that I would have changed, but I didn't know because I was so young and I took so much for granted. But this next time round, almost my second lifeline really, I knew that I wouldn't fall into those mistakes again. So just to have that opportunity, I was like, I want to give it everything I've got here and have no regrets this time round.
Obviously, it's an opportunity you grasped with both hands. Then 2015, big year for yourself, your first class debut here for Somerset against New Zealand, and then the small matter of making headlines at a World Cup. Yeah,
that was a good year. I guess that was almost. I guess that's when I could start to turn people's heads and they could believe that I could be a bowler at the top level, or I could perform and succeed at that level. And I think the World Cup and the opportunities to have with Scotland helped no end, because they actually, the elements of that, getting to bowl more in their sides, developed my bowling quite quickly. So those opportunities were brilliant looking back on, and to play in a World Cup was fantastic, really, to go to Australia and experience that. I loved every second of it. And get those experiences of playing at that level and bring them back to Somerset was really good.
Do you think your experiences with Scotland made you a better player here for Somerset?
Definitely, I think so. I think playing against the best players in the world gives you a perspective at where they're at, what their level's like, how they go about their game, what they do, what works for them. It teaches you what works for you, what are your strengths in the game, what are your weaknesses in the game, and you can come back and work on those. So playing in those and having those opportunities, as well as just playing in different countries, different environments, it does grow your game quickly.
As you say, it's been an amazing journey, having been released from Middlesex, brought here by Dave Nosworthy, establishing yourself as a first team regular under Matt Maynard, and now one of the first team names on the team sheet under Jason Kerr. 3 different types of management, I guess, but you've been a constant throughout that time.
I guess there's been a lot of hard yards I've had to put in at the second team to sort of change people's opinions and I guess to get the backing, and because of where I've come from, being a batter to then change to a bowler, I guess you have to really cement your place and really have to almost be more consistent, I think is probably the word. So, but now to get the backing and the belief that the club have, it just feels fantastic that I can go out there and have their full support behind me.
You probably didn't think things could get better, but they did. Obviously, 2019 Somerset winning a trophy, and also more recently captaining the side. You know, huge honours for the club, getting a county cap as well. You know, you're part of furniture now. How does it feel to be, you know, such an integral part of what is a pretty successful side?
Yeah, I mean that's. If I look back to that moment when I came here on trial and had that opportunity, they're all the things that I wanted to happen. I wanted to become a regular member of the first team. I wanted to become a cap player. I wanted to do all those things. So if I look back at it, I'm very proud of what I've managed to achieve and where I've got to in the game so far. Hopefully there's more to come. Hopefully more trophies and more successes coming my way, hopefully. But yeah, I'm very pleased with how it's gone in my time here. But that's got to be credit to the staff and the players that are around me and the environment that Somerset creates that allows you to become the best player that you can be.
What do you like most about playing for Somerset? What is so special about this club? And what does it mean to you to wear that white belt?
I think it's the passion that the Southwest has for the cricket and the supporters and the members. I don't think I've ever. Well, the two clubs that I played at, the passion and I guess the support we get here is just unmatched, I think. And it really makes you, I guess it feels like a big family in a way. And we're all pushing for that one, hopefully for that one, what do we want to call it, the holy grail at the end of it. So, no, I love playing here and hopefully it will be the place that I finish my career.
very good afternoon to you. Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground here in Taunton on a wonderfully sunny and also extremely chilly April afternoon. It's the last of the pre-season friendlies. Warwickshire, the visitors here, and they've had a pretty good morning after there was no toss. It was agreed that they would bat first, Warwickshire, and they lost their captain to the second ball of the match, Lewis Gregory, uprooting Will Rhodes off stump, and that wasn't a great start for Warwickshire's skipper. But since then, Dom Sibley and Sam Hain have taken the total to 88 for 1. Warm welcome to our live stream commentary. We're going to be doing this all the way through the season. I'm Stephen Lamb and delighted to be joined by Western Storm's Sophie Laugh. Afternoon, Sophie.
Afternoon, Stephen.
So Warwickshire have the edge at the moment?
Yeah, I think they do, given that partnership that we're seeing, and Somerset will be keen to break through early after this lunch break. A couple of quick wickets here, and then Somerset are on top, aren't they? So, yeah, hopefully they can break through, and it looks like it's going to be Jack Brooks, actually, that's going to get us underway this afternoon. Yeah,
the headband's come on. He's changed ends. He took the new ball this morning, shared it with Lewis Gregory, and 0 for 3. Very economical, that, from 5 overs and 3 maidens. But looking for a breakthrough. They batted with increasing assurance, these two, during the morning session. And we were just talking before coming back on about this wicket, because it's been used for all 3 of the friendlies and doesn't look particularly helpful to the bowlers at the moment.
No, it doesn't, and the way that Sibley and Hain have played probably suggests that as well. We saw some early movement from Gregory and Brooks, actually, but since then, not too much to report. So, yeah, hopefully Somerset can make something happen as Brooks is in.
Into bowl to Hain, who gets a full-length delivery, which he drives up to mid-on. Firm enough stroke to start the afternoon session.
No indication that it's getting any warmer out there, Stephen. There seems to be more bobble hats that have appeared after lunch. I'm just trying to scout my way around the pitch and see how many we've got, but looks like more bobble hats than caps at the minute.
Here is Brooks again. That's nicely played. He's found a gap in the leg side field. We'll get a couple for this comfortably. Yeah, we've got 2 different styles of bobble hat. There's the stripy one, and then there's the pure Somerset maroon, which George Bartlett, I'm pretty sure, is at mid-off. He's wearing one of them. Is it Roelof van der Merwe who's come on?
Yeah, I think you might be right there.
I don't think we saw any of him before the interval, but Somerset playing with a squad of 15. Bouncer from Brooks. Easily negotiated, so we're expecting people to come on and off the field. Doesn't make it any easier to identify them. No,
it doesn't make our life as commentators very easy, but yeah, hopefully we'll get to grips with who's rotating on and off during the afternoon's play.
It's Tom Banton who's at first slip, I can say with some confidence.
Yeah, and that looks like Mr. Abel in the gully region as well.
There's half of a drive. No run. Bale's coming off at the bowler's end. But Sibley well in his crease. I don't think it's got any warmer, Sophie. It felt like a wind tunnel when I was on my way up here.
Yeah, I ventured out at the lunch break and had to put my woolly hat on as well. So yeah, definitely not that warm out there. The sun's a little bit misleading.
That's a firmer defensive push. We'll have a look at the end of this over at the 1 Somerset success with the ball so far. Wicket for Lewis Gregory, who bowled a superb first over. Just a little bit of movement for him. That's a gentle push out on the offside.
Yeah, you'd have expected Somerset to rattle through a couple more, given the start that Lewis produced for us, but yeah, not to be, and they'll have to work hard in this afternoon session to see if they can get a couple more scalps in the bag.
Yep, mid-pitch conference between the two Warwickshire batsmen. Both these teams looking forward to a first division campaign, because we're back to that now. Decisions are much delayed by the ECB to go back to that format, which COVID forced to be dispensed with a couple of years ago. And in fact, it's the new ball pairing that's going to be repeated, but from opposite ends, because Lewis Gregory started from the river and now coming on at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Let's hope he can produce an over like he did first up.
Fingers crossed.
Ball rather older, of course. Some adjustments to his field. He wants long leg a little bit squarer.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a deep square just in front as well. Plan maybe to go short here, but we'll see if that is going to be the case. Gregory's in, running away from us here. That's wide outside the off stump, and yeah, Judy left by the batter. Sibley got no interest in playing at that one. And that looked like a typical first ball after lunch, didn't it? Gregory just trying to find his areas once more.
A loosener.
Very much so. And Gregory's in once more. Sibley well in behind that one. And this pair have looked pretty solid, actually, given there's only been 8 balls since lunch. They've looked to be back in amongst it and quite solid in defence already.
Yeah, they've played themselves in before the interval. Obviously, you've got to do it again afterwards, but following a few edges down to third man early on, they've looked pretty secure.
Gregory just outside the off stump there, and again left alone by Sibley.
Wears his hair rather shorter these days, Lewis Gregory, than when he started out.
Yeah, I follow him on social media, and I fancy he may have had a hair transplant over the winter, but I don't know that 100%. But yeah, I feel like there's something going on there. I know he gets a lot of stick in the dressing room for his hair, or lack of.
Yes.
That's firmly driven by Sibley, but finds mid-off.
Yes, I think Don Best called him Baldy. I wouldn't dream of it. I tell you someone it was nice to see at lunchtime. The man after whom this pavilion is named. I bumped into him down by the little travelling restaurant down there. Restaurant, cafe, whatever. Very nice to see him.
Yeah. Back home where he belongs. Gregory's in again. And that's taken. Great diving catch at mid-wicket. I think that might be...
Van der Merwe,
yeah, Van der Merwe. And Sibley's gone and doesn't make his half-century. He falls on 49. And, yeah, that shot that's so much a strength of his has been his demise today on this occasion.
Yeah, and he was on 49 for what seemed like an age. He was close before lunch and hasn't added to the tally since. So that's a much-needed breakthrough, really, for Somerset.
Absolutely, and it's Gregory, that man again. Bit of a golden arm today in his first over of the day. He's taken a wicket, and again, first over after lunch. He's the man that's got that scalp of Sibley, and that's a big wicket for Somerset.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 for 20, Gregory's figures, and striking in the first over of his first spell. He's emulated the feat in the second. So well bowled, Lewis Gregory. Been a key member of this Somerset team in recent seasons. Despite the occasional injury problem, he looks absolutely fine now. His bowling is, looking at it from here, his strongest suit, but he's a very useful batsman as well, coming in around number 7-8. Yeah,
I actually remember training with Lewis growing up, and he was always just a batter. So the fact that he came on the scene for Somerset, produced his best cricket as a bowler was remarkable, really. But it's great to see, and yeah, as a genuine all-rounder, he's a valuable asset to this team.
Yeah, very much so. And I'm sure will have a key role to play in the summer's events, which get underway seriously next Thursday down at the Aegeus Bowl. That will be the first LV County Championship match of the season. And the new batsman Mousley is just having a look around. There's a lot of attention being paid to the field positions for the new batsman, who's a left-hander. Got a slip and a gully in, and the offside field is packed.
Yeah, we've got a short cover, which is an interesting position. But he's off the mark straight away. Just a little clip into the onside. Mid-on gets round and completes the fielding, and that's a decent first over there after lunch from Gregory and Somerset. We'll be looking to capitalise on that start.
Yeah, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 21. Lewis Gregory. And Sophie, just steering away from the championship for a little, what a huge match is coming up on Sunday for the England women in the World Cup.
Yeah, it's a huge game, isn't it? And
what a thing to get there after the start they had.
Well, yeah, I was just going to say, Stephen, that they'd be probably a little bit surprised that they find themselves in the final. But as I said earlier, it's not about how you start the tournament, it's how you finish. And yeah, they seem to have found their groove, probably their best performance yesterday against South Africa. And yeah, they'll be hoping to really challenge Australia. You know, Australia, world's best team, and they look unbeatable, but it comes down to the day, doesn't it? And England will be underdogs, and all the pressure's on Australia, in my opinion.
Yeah, and England peaking at the right time, hopefully. And in local terms, what a contribution from a certain Anya Shrubsole.
Yeah, local hero, isn't she?
In comes Brooks, starting a new over, and there's going to be a single here, I fancy. George Bartlett in pursuit out to deep mid-wicket. Yeah, they'd settled for a single, just ambled it through. 91 for 2. But key wickets, they were.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was listening to a podcast earlier, actually, and Kate Cross was talking, and she said she felt that, you know, they'd almost won that game when Anya took those 2 key wickets of both Wolfart and Lee. You know, Wolfart was in great form for South Africa, and Lizelle can be very destructive. She's actually played here for Western Storm, believe it or not. So, yeah, a great performance from the girls, and hopefully they can go one better on Sunday.
Another defensive push, this time from Sam Hain, just getting his bearings back after the lunch interval, which Dom Sibley didn't have a chance to do. Still very windy, as I expect you can hear on our outside microphone. As Brooks is in, that's nicely placed in the gap between cover and mid-off and timed well enough to take it all the way. Not a lot of power in the shot, it was all timing that really from Sam Hain. Nicely played.
Yeah, that's pure class there from Hain. Back foot punch through the offside, and I know that area is vacant, so he probably didn't have to execute as well as he wanted to, but yeah, technically that's a very good shot there from the Warwickshire batter.
Bouncer from Brooks, and no problem at all getting underneath that.
That was like a typical fast bowler's response to getting hit for 4, wasn't it?
Yes. Irritable.
But yeah, good to see Brooks putting the hard yards in and letting him know that he's got that bouncer in him if he needs it.
Yeah, he looks fit and well, Jack Brooks. He had an Achilles problem for a while, which was operated on last year. Good to see him back in action.
Yeah, great to see him back with the red ball in hand. I think that's his sort of super strength, isn't it? And has been for a long time now.
Over pitch that time, and he's going to pick up another single out to square leg.
He actually bowled very well for Somerset in the Vitality Blast T20 competition last year, and that probably came as a surprise to me, given that I feel like he's more suited to the red ball game. But yeah, great to see him still eager to put in some performances, even as he sort of nears the back end of his career. He's still hungry to take a lot of poles, and that's great to see, and that's what we want from our Somerset bowlers.
Absolutely. Taking his sweater, and he's wearing one of the multicoloured bobble hats.
Yeah, I quite like the look of these actually. I was wondering if anyone listening is able to get me one. They look pretty cool.
I want one too. I like them. There are 4 or 5 of them in evidence now. In fact, only had a couple before lunch interval. They're obviously catching on. Started a trend.
Gregory's in again and left alone by Hayne there. Yeah, I think there's only, from what I can spot, there's only 2 or 3, including Davies, behind the sticks there in the Somerset caps. The rest are woolly hats. One of which is Abel with the cap on. Very worn and faded. Probably one of his most treasured belongings, I would imagine, as Somerset skipper. Gregory's in again. Pushed into the onside, but not with enough power to get a run there. Mid-wicket looking busy, and mid-on gets around and does the fielding. Jack Brooks there picks up.
Can't have the captain in a bobble hat. There are limits.
Yeah, I'd best find my cap out then for the first Western Storm game. Gregory, 24, running away from us here as he's in. And that's a glorious drive, isn't it?
Absolutely. Right off the middle. And it's quite a short boundary at this end of the ground.
It is. Not the quickest of outfields, actually, at the minute. I think we spoke about this earlier on air. Sand-based. And you can see a few patches in the outfield, actually. And, yeah, it didn't fly away. But, yeah, nicely timed there by Hayne, and he's looking in good touch today.
Yes, Lewis Gregory didn't enjoy watching that. Never nice to see the ball hit back past you.
Little streakier this time off the sort of inside of the bat and squirts away to mid-wicket. Not as convincing that time, Hayne. Gregory asking questions.
You were saying earlier, Sophie, about what an exceptional time of year this is. It's nothing like the start of an English cricket season. All the promise of the various competitions you can look forward to.
Yeah, it's going to be a very busy summer, isn't it? And yeah, I guess as a player and as a fan, hugely exciting time. And yeah, I guess we're always very optimistic at this point in the season. So yeah, hopefully Somerset can live up to some of their ambitions this year.
Indeed, and carry them through. That's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's a challenge, isn't it? It is a long old season, and there's a lot of different formats to contend with, and a lot of our players will play in all 3 formats as well. So yeah, keeping them out on the park and keeping them at peak performance is going to be a hard task. But yeah, hopefully we've got the making of a side to win some trophies this year.
Yeah, well, it's a strong squad. We've got 15 players involved in this game, and that is without Craig Overton, Jack Leach and Matt Renshaw, who's one of the 2 overseas signings. We understand that Peter Siddle is here on the ground. Haven't seen him yet, but
I haven't seen him yet. I've seen a photo of him, so I believe he is here, and he was donning a woolly hat as well in the photo, which I don't blame him, given he's coming from a lot warmer climates.
And just a reminder, you can see on your screen about the WPA Predictions League. You can go onto the Somerset website and predict all sorts of things. We've done it.
We have, yeah.
We've filled in our forms, and there isn't much longer to do it. As Jack Brooks starts a new over, that was up in the air for a while. Had there been a short leg, it might have been a catch, but none in position. You can predict things like who's going to score the most runs, who's going to take the most wickets, who's going to be the quickest to 500 runs, I think was one of them. I've done mine. I expect I got it all wrong, but there we are. Craig Overton I predicted on the wickets front, and Tom Abel on the runs front.
Yeah, you can't look past Tom Abel really on the runs front, can you? The skipper's going to be desperate to lead from the front.
It's another defensive push out into the covers, but you've only got until the 6th of April to make your predictions. So time running out to do that. If you go to the Somerset website, you will find the link there and have some fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the questions was, will Somerset win the county championship? And yeah, I really hope that this year is the year.
I said yes. Well,
Yeah,
you've got to,
haven't you?
Glorious spring day here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's looking at its best.
Yeah, it's a beautiful ground, isn't it? I definitely feel at home here, and yeah, what a wonderful place to play cricket and watch cricket.
Yeah, it's changed unrecognisably, really, since I first came here, which was, I think, in the late 70s. I sat down at the far end and saw part of a game, but I think every building has changed since then. Certainly the Botham stand wasn't there, the Colin Atkinson Pavilion wasn't there. But what's nice about it is that it's not a stadium, it's sort of individual buildings which all look a bit different. Defensive-minded over from the batting point of view at the moment. Sam Hain on 45 not out.
Yeah, it's just got a great feel down here. You always feel that the crowd are pretty close to you, and the atmosphere that's created, albeit there's not many in the stands today. There's a few more in than this morning.
There's some tough nuts in that Undarchi stand.
You've got to be a real true Somerset fan to be sitting out there today.
And if you're not there, then hopefully you're listening and watching on our live stream, which is going to be a feature of the summer. We've been doing it for a while in T20 cricket, but it's going to be in all formats this year. Some of those hardy souls in the aforesaid stand, they are wrapped up well, aren't they?
Yeah.
I wonder if they'll be looking out for any of those multicoloured Somerset bobble hats. Perhaps they'll be starting a craze.
I'm sure they are enjoying the cricket, but it doesn't look that way, does it? But
just see the foothills of the Quantocks there as well, in the distance behind the church spire. They haven't moved over the winter, the Quantocks.
No, they haven't. So it's going to be Gregory again, and it's going to be the left-handed Mousley on strike. So he's going to come round the wicket. And that one's down the leg side. Just airing in line there, Gregory.
Nicely taken by Stephen Davies. If you weren't with us earlier, or hadn't seen the news yesterday, that he's signed an extension to his contract yesterday, which is going to keep him here for at least the next 2 seasons, which is good news. He's been an important part of recent Somerset seasons.
Yeah, great news. And yeah, it feels like he's been here a while now, and he's settled in really well, hasn't he, and been a great addition to this Somerset side. Yeah,
well, they had a wicket-keeping problem, didn't they? And he's proved to be the solution to it. They had there was the issue when they had both Craig Keyswetter and Joss Butler on the staff, and only one of them, it's always the way, isn't it? Only one of them could keep wicket. And Joss Butler moved on, and then Craig Keyswetter got that horrible injury, which led to his retirement, premature retirement.
Gregory's in again. Shorter ball this time. Just worked out to just in front of point there. No real power in that shot.
Plays golf these days more, doesn't he, Craig Keyswetter?
Yeah, he's into horses as well, isn't he? It's a bit of horse racing. But yeah, what a player he was. Like growing up, I remember, you know, coming down here and watching him smack it to all parts.
Yes, he deposited the ball in St James Churchyard a few times.
Again, shorter from Gregory. Batter well in behind it though, and yeah, maybe a little bit more of a shorter ball ploy here from Somerset. Lewis looking to bang it in and hit a real hard length against the left-handed Mousley.
Yes. An additional method perhaps of extracting some life from this pitch, which has seemed fairly moribund since the first half hour or so.
Gregory's in, and yeah, yet again, shorter delivery,
Back
left
of the hand.
alone.
He's experimenting, Lewis Gregory. Yeah, St James Churchyard, it's got Gimlet's Hill in front of it, of course, and that's being refurbed at the moment. Part of it's being dug up as we speak.
Yeah, busy on a little digger there, aren't they?
They're improving access to it. Facelift altogether. It's a favourite place to sit, isn't it, for the Somerset faithful?
Punched off the back foot through the offside. It's only going to be one though. Sliding stop there. Some acrobatics in the outfield. Not sure who that was exactly. Got to be one of the fast bowlers. They look quite tall. Might have been a
Josh Davey, maybe?
yeah, or Casey Aldridge or Ned Leonard, one of those two, perhaps. One of the young boys throwing themselves around out there.
It's really quite difficult because several of them are wearing more than one sweater. They've all got these splendid bobble hats on, or almost all of them have. So it's quite hard, the identification process. No problem with Jack Brooks, though, who's going to continue to bowl. He and Stephen Davies would be the two most readily identifiable players out there. They're the only two that aren't wearing sweaters. Brooks is coming round the wicket to the left-handed Mousley. There's a defensive push.
Wonder if Jack Brooks has got his headband over his ears to just a little bit more warmth. I wonder. I can't really tell from here, Stephen, but yeah.
I think you may well be right. Maybe slightly lower than usual. On his way in again. And that's another defensive push.
Loud cry of no run there. Familiar call from one of the world's best batters at the moment. Seems to be catching on in all sorts of cricket.
It's funny how modes change of expression and words. I'd never heard of polls until 3 or 4 seasons ago. Well, not in this context, anyway.
Yeah.
That's a good-looking stroke up to mid-off. Won't be a run for it. It's either the north one or the south one, or you had to come from Poland. Different gravy came in somehow. I don't know where that came from.
No. Yeah, a few quirky phrases in our game, aren't there?
Short from Brooks and well dealt with by Mousley. When does the Western Storm campaign get underway?
Yeah, so saying off air earlier, we're off to Desert Springs for a 5-day pre-season tour on the 11th of April, so not far away. Hopefully a little bit warmer out there than it is here. But yeah,
Should
officially in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, we start in Cardiff on the 14th of May against Central Sparks. So that's the T20 competition that we start in this year, and hopefully it will be a successful season for us.
So 6 weeks' time, just about.
Yeah, around about, and it always feels a little bit late, I would say, given that the guys are out there now playing. Ours always seems a little bit late, but the girls will go off and play some county cricket before that competition starts as well. So yeah, I'll be representing Somerset in the county stuff, and yeah, very proud to be representing my home county as always.
Oh, well, he got into a tangle with that. He was looking for the cover drive, didn't get any bat on it. I think he was a little firm-footed as he played the shot.
Yeah, didn't look to be too much bounce on that one, and the way Sam Hain is sort of rehearsing the shot afterwards would probably indicate that he didn't think it got up much.
So there's the scorecard. Just 2 deliveries for the Warwickshire captain before his off-stump was set askew by Lewis Gregory, and then the wicket since lunch. Spot on the call for Roloff van der Merwe, Sophie. We weren't sure up here, but he didn't take any part, we don't think, this morning, but had come on after lunch and immediately took a splendid catch. I'm going to make way for Harry Everett, and we'll be back soon.
See you soon, Stephen. It's going to be Gregory again. Somerset have gone to a bit of a short ball ploy against Mousley so far, so we'll see if that continues, whether they've done their research into his sort of technique and setup. Gregory's in again. Yep, slightly shorter again. Looked slightly back of the hand, that one. Harry's just setting himself up, and he's going to be joining me shortly. A little bit of a conversation between the 2 batters. Whether they recognise that plan that Somerset are going to here. Hain, obviously the more experienced of the 2, maybe giving him some words of wisdom.
Yeah, good to be back on, Sophia. Just getting used to this new commentary box, all the technology we got in here. It's all a bit fancier this year. We've got all sorts going on.
It is. It's very snazzy, isn't it? Yeah.
We'll have to give you a tour. We'll get commentary box camera on once we're into the full season. We'll give you at home a bit of a tour around, but we've got fancy buttons in front of us. We don't quite know what we're doing, so if we occasionally talk and you can't hear us, well, you won't know. So I didn't even need to tell you we might do that. That's what the dress rehearsal day like today's for, isn't it?
Gregory's back over the wicket this time, and yeah, still using that short ball. But Mousley evades that one.
Still pretty blustery out there. Blustery, I can't even say that word. Just went out and enjoyed a bit from the Thatcher's deck downstairs, and I lasted all of about 2 minutes before getting too cold and coming back inside.
That would have been 2 minutes longer than I would have lasted. Gregory in again, and Mousley defends that one.
There are some hardy souls though, still in the white seats. The family stand over underneath on the Archie Pavilion. There's a fair few over there. Wrapped up one. I did notice that there were more in the morning session, but yeah, it's nice in the sun, but the wind kind of just ruins it. We had our sun and our heat wave for the year last week, so let's not push our luck.
Gregory in once more from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Oh, and that one doesn't really get up. Squirts off to mid-wicket. Starting to see maybe a little bit of inconsistency in the bounce in this wicket. What are we now? We're on day 6, I would have thought, on this wicket. We played a 2-dayer and then a 3-dayer. So yeah, we'll have had a lot of cricket on this wicket by the end of the 3 days here.
Yeah, you don't often have a day 6, 7, 8 pitch, do you? Extra challenge. Maybe bring spin into it. We got Van der Merwe and Goldsworthy around and about, both left-arm spinners, of course. The premier left-arm spinner in the whole country as it stands currently. Jack Leach only just back from the Windies, so he's having a couple of days off at least. But I'm sure he'll be back for Southampton next week, or back here versus Essex the week after.
little bit of a field change here.
We should keep on track with the YouTube comments as well. We've had a few early on today. Tom was wondering on Davian Siddle. We talked about Josh Davey a lot. His groin injury. He's coming back to full fitness. He's bowled a bit today. He'll manage his workload, as they like to say. He'll bowl a little bit and hopefully be fully fit for the County Championship next week.
Yeah, workloads is like the buzzword,
It
isn't it, with fast bowlers? As he works that one off his hip, but for no run. 2 mid-wickets in there.
Yeah, I like this field. Bit of variation. Tom Abel and Lewis Gregory both like a bit of funky fielding. You know, it annoyed me how everyone who obviously doesn't watch Somerset was shocked by this fielding on their knees to Jack Leach, as if it was some new thing. I said, well, Somerset have been doing it for years. Ever since Triscothick and Leach first played together, they've been doing the fielding on the knees at slip thing. And then all these England fans are saying, oh, what's going on? Why are they kneeling down?
Gregory in again. And again. One of those mid-wickets is in action. And that's the end of the 38th over. Warwickshire 104 for 2. Hayne 45 not out.
Yeah, we've also got Tom asking about Siddle. Peter Siddle is around and about in the ground today with his woolly hat on, hoping that he'll be ready to go for next week. Don't expect him to play any part today or the next couple of days, but it's a bit chilly for him, really, isn't it? We don't want to put too much pressure on the Aussies. Let them get a bit warmer before they start playing. And we were talking about the museum website, which Mike from Ilminster's done really well, Mike Unwin, and great to see some of you guys enjoying that, and a few people over there and in the Somerset shop at lunchtime. And yeah, feel free to keep tuning in on the YouTube comments, live stream, tweet us at, what are we? We've got Harry Everett _14 on Twitter. What are you, Sophie?
I'm Luff Sophie.
There you go, easy to do. And then we're trying a new Somerset Comms Twitter page, bit of a new thing this year, which, well, Stephen Lamb's taken on. He's getting into Twitter in his Rye page. He said he's going to join the Twitter sphere. So he's going to have a look at that. But anyway, Jack Brooks is going to have a bowl from the river end in front of the white net. He's going to bowl to the right-handed Sam Hayne, who goes back and blocks that into one of the 2 mid-wickets. And that's probably the wicket for the Essex game, I guess, with the matting over it. I always find that annoying when I quite like fielding at short extra cover and short mid-wicket, and when there's a matting down or a wicket they're trying to save for a big game down the line, I find it really irritating.
Yeah, it's not the most comfortable. Probably more from a mindset point of view, just gets in your head a little bit. Doesn't really affect anything too much, but yeah, just from a mental perspective, you've got it in the back of your mind that you might stack it and might look a little bit silly at times.
Tom Abel diving to try and stop that one from heading into mid-wicket, but doesn't stop the one, but they only get one because there's 5 men on the leg side. It's an interesting leg side field to Sam Hayne. We talked about Hayne and Sibley both being strong in that mid-wicket region. Mousley, of course, being left-hander, a bit different. Mousley batting a bit harder than he normally would at number 4. Well, Tim Bresman's retirement and no overseas in this Warwickshire side today. Chance for some of the youngsters to have a more important go with the bat and ball, take on the roles. Brooks going to come round the wicket to Mousley.
Yeah, again, just a gully in and sort of a short catching cover and a short catching mid-wicket as well. So Somerset looking to try something different to get a wicket here.
Yeah, Dan Mousley, only 20 years of age, made his first class debut in 2019 against Essex, and he's coming in at 4 with Hayne set on 46. It's a great opportunity for him on. Yes, it's a day 7, day 6 wicket, whatever you want to call it, but it's still sunny overhead. It's not rained for a while, so decent enough track for batting, and the ball's getting a bit older now as Brooks tries a bit of an armpit delivery up into Dan Mousley's not the tallest of men.
I just glanced across at your screen there, Harry, and it said born in 2001, and yeah, it's not a sight that I like to see. Yeah.
Well, you see his picture. I'm just looking. Dan Mousley's England under-19s picture. Gosh, he looks about 13 in that picture.
Yeah, it's not the best one, is it? But yeah, I'm sure there's some dodgy headshots of most professional cricketers lurking about on the internet these days.
Another armpit delivery from Brooks. Nicely played by Mousley, riding the bounce and controlling it, guiding it down to fine leg for 1 run.
It's that time of the year, isn't it? Media days. I saw Nottinghamshire had theirs yesterday, and yeah, it looked like they were having lots of fun in the snow.
Yeah, it is one of those things, isn't it, that they probably dread. You had your headshots been taken.
Again, Somerset continuing this, well, I'd call that sort of a double mid-wicket. Pretty close together there.
Yeah, we've got a straight one. Ben Green and Tom Abel wide in the game. There was still another easy enough single from Jack Brooks' bowling, sort of square, the square leg down to the fine leg area. And the wagon wheel will be interesting to see so far. It seems to be 90% leg side scoring so far this session anyway.
Yeah, it looked like a slightly slower delivery there from Brooks. Just trying to take the pace off it, and I guess make the most of those catching mid-wickets as well. Force the batter into a shot too early, and yeah, hopefully take a scalp there.
So Gregory now, there's a switch of ends, isn't it, for Lewis Gregory?
Yeah, both openers have swapped ends, haven't they, after the lunch break?
I guess why not? Try something different. It's not like it's got a bit of a slope at the Cooper Associates County Ground. You say it's fairly flat, so not a massive difference from either end. Bit of wind angle change, obviously, so worth a try.
Yeah, I can't really tell from up here, can we, whether sort of one of them's running into the wind or got the wind behind them, or whether it's a bit of a crosswind.
We can hear it through our fancy new effects mic. We can hear how strong the wind is.
Yeah, very strong. Gregory's in again. Played off the back foot from Hayne. Only as far as cover. I think that was Josh Davey doing the fielding there. He's moved away from that busy square leg position where he was in a lot of action before lunch. There's actually no catchers behind the bat now for Hayne. They've gone with a short catching extra cover and the two catching mid wickets.
Yeah, vastly different field from before lunch. I'm surprised it's changed that much.
Gregory in again. Hayne solid in defence there.
Separate news, it's Lord David Gower's birthday today.
Ah.
There you go, a little shout out to the cricketing world for David Gower. He's got a few runs back at this lovely ground back in what would have been the 80s, wouldn't it? He'd have enjoyed batting in March in the freezing cold, I'm sure. I'm not sure he'd have worn a woolly hat though, would he?
Gregory running away from us again. Is in, and Hayne once more in defence. Hayne's looked pretty good actually. He's in pretty good touch and has looked solid after the lunch break as well. And they'll be hoping to create a bit more of a partnership, these two. Somerset obviously looking to break through and see if we can get a couple more wickets on the wickets tally there. Gregory just tails down the leg side and Hayne helps it along its way. That's going to be 4, and that actually takes him to his 50. It's a very good innings from Hayne of just saying how good he's looked. And yeah, he's brought up his 50 with that clip down to a very fine leg there.
Yeah, I've long been a big fan of Sam Hayne. I feel he's one of those underrated county performers who just does well season after season without ever being quite good enough for England level in the selectors' eyes, but very good county pro.
Fuller from Gregory.
Yeah, Hayne broke Ian Bell's records, become the youngest man to score a first-class and championship century for Warwickshire in his 5th first-class innings. So that was back in 2014. At 19, he got a double century later that year as well. So that's some start to his career. And I always talk about his white ball form. He's played for England Lions. He's done well for the England Lions, and he's had a complicated globe-trotting upbringing. Born in Hong Kong, also was educated in Queensland for a bit. So he played for Queensland under 17s as well as Australia under 19s. And now he sort of made his home in Birmingham, which is, well, Hong Kong, Birmingham and Queensland. You couldn't get 3 much more different places, could you?
No, you couldn't.
Imagine to play cricket in all 3, fair play, but completely different circumstances and settings and pitches, you'd have thought.
Gregory's in. I see the left-hander just presses forward there. A lot of catches in front of the bat in the last couple of overs from Somerset. And the skipper is warming up again. It's not going to be him, but he's doing a little bit of a skip and getting his arms going. So whether we'll see Tom Abel with ball back in hand a little bit later.
I reckon he's putting a bit of pace over the winter, Tom Abel. Steve Davies seemed to have stood further back, not only today, but the Gloucestershire and pre-season game, the Glamorgan game of the day. He seems to be just really getting it through. We've got Tom Lammonby over the nets. We saw him on the bench earlier, shivering. He's got his long hair to keep his ears warm, but now he's padded up, having a bat with Paul Tweddle with a dog stick, having a throw at him. Lammonby extra CCs, left-handed opening batter and left-arm medium pacer who has been playing a bit overseas in the winter, and he's now back in Taunton. He'll be having a bat here tomorrow, you'd have thought, if not later today.
Yeah, just on Tom Abel's bowling, it's a skill that's really come on over the last couple of seasons for him, and if I know Tom, his work ethic is exemplary, so I know he'll be working hard to craft that skill, and he'll want to get as good as possible at it and be a genuine all-rounder for this team.
So Gregory didn't last long from the River End. Casey Aldridge is now coming in, and he's driven to mid-on, first ball by Sam Hain. Yeah, we talked about Sam Hain's list day average. It was the highest ever, 59.78. That's a blooming good list day average, isn't it? I mean, 35 in first class and 37 in T20 ain't bad either, but it's that white ball 50 over stuff that he's so good at. He doesn't bowl, don't really see him in the gloves. He's just in the team as a batter, but he does very well as such. Another 50 for him here today. 11 first class hundreds and 28 first class 50s. That's a pretty decent record.
Yeah, it's not bad, that, is it? And I guess the fact that he hasn't been picked up at England level, you obviously talked about he's been involved at Lions level, but it obviously means he's a regular in the Warwickshire lineup, and they'll be pretty pleased about that, because when you've got a performer like him, it gives you that consistency, and you can almost work your lineup around a player of his calibre.
Yeah, I remember Ricky Clark gave him a big shout out when he first came through, as he drives this to mid-off for no run. So he's the best young batter he'd ever seen. I mean, Ricky Clark, as county pros go, you think of Ricky Clark and Darren Stevens, and you sort of stop there for county all-rounders over the years, especially in recent years. Those two are sort of the legends of the game, and to get that praise from Ricky Clark is going some, isn't it? So
yeah, I saw Darren Stevens got another 50 in a pre-season game
a
couple days ago. He's still going and still as good as ever.
This time, bit of width, bit of bounce from Casey Aldridge, and latched into, and Sam Hain doesn't even leave the crease. He knows that's four, down to the dugouts. And if you'd name 2 shots with Sam Hain, maybe 3, you'd probably go the on drive, the cover drive, and that back foot punch, almost a cut shot, a slap through the offside. Pretty poor ball from Casey Aldridge, in all honesty. Easy 4 runs, especially when there's no slips. There's the one gully, which is Tom Abel, but he knows even if he does edge that, it's probably going to be 4 runs. Aldridge in again. This time it's shorter but straighter. Better line, and that's a dot ball.
Yeah, that was a cracking shot there from Hain, and yeah, oozed class, and actually it was the most movement I've seen in that dugout for a while. Someone jumped out and stopped the ball, but it was clearly 4.
Sam Hain cover drives, that square cover drive, I suppose, for one. It's a bit full and outside off stump. Casey Aldridge is one of these bowlers who will bowl back for length, shorter delivery, so when he pitches up and full, you've got to capitalise and make the most of it. Good shot by Sam Hain, who will keep the strike. He gets 1 off the last ball of the over, and he's on to 57 not out. And Warwickshire 117 for 2 after 41 overs. And this summer, there are going to be a lot of T20 games to come and watch at Somerset. Come and have a vitality blast. Come and watch Tom Banton, as this picture shows. He scored that magnificent 100 in the pre-season game last week, and we know how great he is against the white ball. Gloucestershire 80% full. That's the home derby. Tickets are selling really fast. So if you want to come along to these amazing Friday nights at Taunton, a couple Thursdays and Sunday afternoons too, get involved and come and watch what's now going to be the man who's going to come on the bowl at the Scottish Pavilion end. Tom Abel is now the T20 skipper as well. Obviously Lewis Gregory will still be playing, but Abel taking on the reins for all 3 forms. So come and watch him and his white ball men. Get your tickets on the website as soon as you can.
Yeah, we said he was warming up, and yeah, it is going to be Tom Abel. Clipped off his legs there by Hayne. Square leg does the fielding out on the boundary. Haynes on to 59. Again, continuing with the two mid wickets. One's actually very straight. It almost looks like mid-on is directly behind the straight mid wicket, which is an interesting move. I've just moved a little bit squarer now so that Jack Brooks can actually see what's happening in play. Abel's in. Nicely forward. Solid in defence there.
Adam Pullman from A Pottery has just messaged in saying he's loving the multi-camera coverage, much improved. Great kudos to Ben Warren and Dan Cooper and team who doing great effort and great work with the cameras coming on board, and a couple of new intern students coming in to help this year with different angles, giving you better coverage from at home.
Abel's in. Shorter this time. Nicely pushed back, but solid again in defence.
What a cracking weird field this is. What would you call this, an umbrella field? What? I don't quite know. We got the fine leg, but other than that, it's everyone's sort of on the ring-ish. But the two mid-wicket catches are, I don't know, for Tom Abel with no slips either. It's just, I don't know how to describe it, to be honest.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Guess he's hoping to sort of just shape the ball into the left-hander and get him to come through the shot a little bit early and get caught at one of those mid-wickets. That one just too far down the leg side there. Davies does the work behind the stumps.
He wants a leg slip if he's going to bowl that line. I don't think he's meant to be quite that far on the leg side, but I mean, Tom Abel's improved his bowling massively. You say he's got a bit quicker. I remember being at Old Trafford when I was at university up north, going there and interviewing him after his he got a 3 for at Lancashire. I think it might have been the same game where Triscothick broke his foot and scored 100.
Again, that leg side line. It's clipped into mid-wicket. Looking to attack the stumps here is Abel.
I'll dig the scorecard. I got my bag of old scorecards and almanacs under my seat. But I'm pretty sure one of the most eventful 3 days I can remember in the championship. It might have been the same game when George Bartlett scored his maiden 100 as well. It all happened in those days, and I just thought from then on, Tom Abel's going to be a genuine all-rounder soon, and he's proven each year better and better with his bowling. And all this talk about him being England captain, well, he's got to get in the side first, but we'll see.
Abel in again. Decent line there. And a decent over. Abel's been very economical. 6 overs, just 13 runs.
It's funny, I have a look at Warwickshire Twitter, you know, as you do, and look at the opposition that Somerset are playing in. Their MasterChef professional champion Dan Lee is returning to the kitchens at Edgbaston this summer. So if you fancy an away day and you want some good food, I recommend Edgbaston. We know they're for finals day. I've been, the last 3 or 4 years. That phenomenal Ben Green, Craig Overton, Josh Davey whackathon at the end of the semi-final was endorsed by some cracking food, as it always is at Edgbaston. Casey Aldridge, what a cover drive from Sam Hayne. Stand and deliver. I mean, since Ian Bell's retirement, there's probably not a better batsman to watch in Birmingham colours than Sam Hayne in full flow. He's looking magnificent today. And that cover drive, wow, you want to watch that again and again. That's nearly Tom Abel-esque, that is.
Yeah, that's a beauty. Stand and deliver, and yeah, didn't even look to leave his crease. He knew as soon as he hit that was racing away to the boundary, and he's looking in very good touch, as I've said before.
He needs to make his mind up here, Casey Aldridge. Is he going full? Is he going short? What's he trying to do? That's a better line of length. That's your area. You're not going to do a lot with that, even if you're as good as Sam Hayne. Still the 2 mid-wickets. Deep square leg, deep fine leg. You think they're there for the pull shot, but we haven't seen much. Have we seen a pull shot yet? I can't remember one.
Yeah, it's an interesting field actually. You've got might be Josh Davey. It's sort of like a very deep gully. He's walking in a long way now, but
yeah, and he can't stop that. That's flashed through backward point by Sam Hayne. He's not nailed that quite as well as a couple of overs ago. but it's still 4 runs.
Just too much whip from Aldridge. Struggling to find his length, but I think it's more the line that's allowing Hayne to score quite freely here. Just relieving some of the pressure, and you know, so many times we talk about bowling partnerships. You know, it's no point keeping it tight at one end if you're going the distance at the other.
Aldridge this time slightly more into the body of Sam Hayne, and Tom Abel comes in from point to keep that to no run. We've got a bit of warming up from, is that Martin DeLanger? He's a extra cover. Yeah, just on the ball now. Big frame. Haven't seen much of him today.
No, I don't think I've noticed him on the field at all until now.
No, it's a bit odd. Quite how they work out these pre-season friendlies. Tom Hammerby's not fielding at all, but you'd have thought he'd open the batting when it comes round to it. Casey Aldridge bowling again to Sam Hayne. Full delivery, good fielding of his own bowling. Josh Davey wasn't on, then he was on, then he bowled a little bit. I guess Somerset have got so many seamers this year. And this is without Craig Overton and Peter Siddle. We don't think are going to bowl in this match.
It's nice, isn't it? They just had a little embrace, I reckon. Yeah, feeling a bit of love there between Brooks and DeLanger. DeLanger obviously just come on the field and has got a very warm reception from his teammate there.
He's probably just warm for being inside, and Jack Brooks is freezing cold and wants a warm hug. Aldridge, great field on from Aldridge actually to get down. There's a big frame to get his hand down. Brooks and DeLanger wouldn't have got anywhere near that. Would have been 4 runs if Aldridge hadn't stopped that. He's kicked that to extra cover, and better-ish over from Casey Aldridge. Just struggled to find his line of lengths, to be honest with you. 38 off his 7. What have we got here? We've got the YouTube Channel of the Year. Now, this is an award we're very proud of up here. And everyone involved in the Somerset commentary, the live stream, the YouTube channel, brilliant work and cracking pictures on the Somerset website. Ben going to claim this award with his big trophy. We should have it on display, really, shouldn't we? When we get Combox Cam on, we should have the award up in front of us.
Looks like Haynes retiring here.
Oh.
Gets a warm reception from the
That's a shame,
few
to be honest.
supporters that are in. Yeah, he was
I was
just
enjoying
looking
watching
to go up the gears, and yeah, he's retired on 66.
Well, England World Cup year, I suppose. Maybe that's his favourite number to retire on. I'm not quite sure what's determined that, but give someone else a go.
Abel's in. Misley just punches into the cover region there. No run. Just bear with us as we figure out who the new batter is.
Could be Matt Lamb at the non-striker's end, right-handed batter.
Abel's in again, and that's Fuller and driven. Back to Abel though. He parries it. Yeah, Warwickshire obviously looking to give their frontline batters some time in the middle with Hayne retiring. Said, you've done your job, mate. Give someone else a go.
Go and warm up. So still the right-left hand combo. Mildly left, Lamb right-handed.
Abel's in again. Shorter and down the leg side, and again Davies does the tidying up. Good glove work by him. As always, looks very tidy behind the stumps. Yeah, interested to see when we do see DeLanger. He's obviously come on the pitch for a reason, so haven't seen him warm up yet, but hopefully he'll be in action soon. Abel, Fuller, and driven through the offside. Not completely convincing. Just a push there from Mousley, really, but it's got enough legs on it and reaches the cover boundary.
Yeah, good shot, really, to get the timing enough. You're right, it didn't absolutely nail it, but the time was good enough to get it, and the placement good enough to get the 4 on a fairly quick outfield, really. Shortish side too to the white seats in front of the Undarchy stand.
Yeah, just slightly too full there from Abel. He'll be looking to adjust that length this time as he's in. Again, Mousley just pushing forward.
We'll have a little switch around after this last ball. We're going to have Tony Pomeroy come in to replace Sophie. We'll talk you through this last ball of our spell after lunch. It's easy maths today. 3 2-hour sessions. Tea is locked in at 3:40. Nothing technical to confuse us about. So easy maths to work out the commentary rotor too.
Abel's in. Parried at point. Has it got enough legs to go to the boundary? No, it's a good hand there at point, and they scramble too. Slightly shorter from Abel. And that's the end of the 44th over, and that's my stint done, and I'll be handing over to Tony, who's going to come in and join Harry.
Thanks, Sophie. We'll hear a bit more from Sophie after tea. We got a bit of a misfield there at point, but on this day, in this weather, can you really, we keep talking about the cold, we should probably stop banging on about it really, but can you blame anyone for the odd misfield when it's this, trying to keep yourself warm? Anyway, Casey Aldridge is going to continue from the river end, as our resident umpire, Tony Pomeroy, is going to come in and talk to us about the umpires wearing gloves, but you'd have worn gloves, wouldn't you, Tony, on a day like today?
Oh, definitely. And about 4 jackets.
2 right. So Aldridge to Lamb. Matt Lamb, who's a right-handed batter, 25-year-old. Bowls a bit of medium pace too. Aldridge in, and that's full and defended out to covered by Matt Lamb. Yeah, Wolverhampton born. 2016 he made his sort of breakthrough into the Warwickshire side. He actually made his debut here at Taunton on the 6th of August, September 2016. So debut here, and then he's playing here today.
You should know the ground by now then.
Well, you'd like to think so. Not that out currently, yet to get off the mark. Aldridge into Lamb, who does well to defend that. That stayed a bit low, and that was quick from Aldridge.
You did well to play that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, on his debut, Matt Lamb played in a side with Jonathan Trott and Ian Bell batting 3 or 4. I mean, it was September, August. That kind of time of the year is normally when all the big England lads would come back into the side. So, to have Trott and Bell batting before you, I mean, Bell did get a duck, but Matt Lamb batting at 6 was bowled by Jack Leach for 1 run on his debut in his first innings. As Aldridge comes in again to Lamb. This one is left outside the off stump, and Steve Davies takes it. Chasing 184 in their second innings, Warwickshire to win. Matt Lamb was bowled by Leach for 1. So Jack Leach really had the mockers on Matt Lamb in his championship debut. Somerset won by 31 runs on that day as well. And quite a low scoring affair. So what that will bode for today, we do not know. But Tom Lammerby's finished with his net. Him and Paul Tweddle are wandering around the boundary. Maybe Lammerby's thinking about coming on for a bowl. You never know. Oh, that's an expansive cover drive from Lamb. Well stopped at cover.
Well saved.
No run. Keep joining us on the YouTube channel. Give us any comments or any thoughts from home or wherever you're watching.
Cover's just staggered to his feet.
The force of the blow knocked him over, didn't it? That's a bit short and a bit wider from Aldridge, and Davies has wandered across to almost second slip to take that next to his skipper Abel.
Easily left.
This is one of the boundaries for Dan Mousley so far. He's 11 not out in this cover drive. Sort of push, a prod, placing the gap quite nicely. Didn't need to run for it in the end. Aldridge, this time it's squared up. Matt Lamb a little bit. He gets the outside edge down to third man for 2 runs. 4 in the end. It's gone yet. Beating the man. He looked like he should have possibly stopped it, but as we said, the outfield's a bit quick. Has gone for 4. Dan Lamb's off the mark with an outside edge for 4. So he's got more already today in this 1 innings than he did in both innings on debut here.
Still going to be able from this end.
Yeah, Lamb scored 44 and 27 not out in that. Could say embarrassing game for Somerset at Edgbaston in September last year when, well, Warwickshire all but sealed the title for the Bob Willis Trophy final. Warwickshire won by 118 runs, but it was a memorable game for Warwickshire more than Somerset, you could say. Craig Oven got another 5 there, you might remember, but Warwickshire ended up winning by 118 runs and, taking the title.
Still a 5-4 field for Abel. The offside look a bit spread out.
Yeah, it looks a bit bizarre, doesn't it?
From this angle. Able round the wicket. Pushed to short cover.
In other news, 4 of England's century contracted players are going to be available for the County Championships first round. Crawley, Pope, Burns and Curran will also be available. Bess and Milan for Yorkshire too. Sometimes England don't let them play in the very early stages, depending on rest and whatever.
But they haven't played much at all, have they?
No, exactly.
Any of those.
I guess Crawley
pushed off the back foot, mid-wicket. Only one Somerset fielder anywhere near the boundary. Down at backward square leg.
He looks a bit bored, doesn't he, Lewis Goldsworthy down there?
Yes. Hands in pockets. Turn to square leg, no run. It's nice to see Somerset, like every good schoolboy is taught, throw to the wicketkeeper after every ball.
Absolutely, I'm sure you'd have done that. Talk us through your playing career then, Tony. What got you into cricket?
Oh, I just loved it. I started playing adult cricket at the age of 10.
All right.
My father ran a side in Cardiff. I played for them whenever they were short. I played for Bridgewater when I moved to Bridgewater in '64. Then retired and was dragged in to play for Wemden. And then my grandsons and my son started playing for Middlesoy.
Yeah, I thought it might be the grandson who spent a bit of time with here last summer. Ben did a great job here, helping out with the Instagram and the social media stuff. What's he up to these days?
At Swansea University.
Yeah, good chap. He's
so I should be going over there on Wednesdays.
Oh, okay.
He's got into the varsity side, which is quite strange for a fresher.
Very good.
On his net performances. He loves his cricket. He even spends time making cricket bats these days. I won't mention the company, but it's the company that supplies Will Smead. They're just down the road from where they live in Chapwick. But I was still playing for Middlesoy at the age of 75.
Oh wow, there
still
you go.
Opening the batting in the second.
Darren Stevens, eat your heart out then.
Yeah. Managing to turn an easy 3 into a difficult single.
We like that. I don't think Dan Mouse is going to do this. Him and Matt Young. Lamb have got youth on their side.
Well, you mentioned Ben. I was playing one day when he opened the bowling for Middlesoy and took a hat-trick first 3 balls. I was standing at slip, praying that it wasn't coming to me.
Well, whilst we hear about the Pomeroy family, Dan Mouse used to hit a cover drive for 4, and Warwickshire ended the 46th over 140 for 3. Serene progress for Warwickshire, nothing yet to worry about or rush into, as we're going to see Casey Aldridge continue from the River End. Yeah, I was just looking at some of the other county sides. Sussex have signed George Burrows on a short-term contract for the only month of the season. He's a quick bowler who left Lancashire at the end of 21. Sussex have had a bit of an odd sort of turnover of players. Aaron Thomason has left. Rizwan's come in. The Aussie overseas, they changed because Travis Head wants some time at home with his wife, who's pregnant, as Casey Aldridge is driven for 4 by Dan Lamb. It's a great shot. And it's just going to be an interesting time for Sussex, one of these counties that have been around for years and decades, and you worry for them with Phil Salt moving on, Chris Jordan moving on, Steve Finn going the other way. There's a nice sign. And I'm passionate about the strength of the county game. I don't like to see...
Yeah, I love county cricket.
Yeah. I don't like to see too many players who've been there for years moving on, and other than Surrey, no one else really wants one county to dominate. Do you? You don't want to see a Man City or a Chelsea come and dominate them, signing all the best players.
No, I want good even cricket all through the summer.
Yeah,
everybody in with a shout.
Oh, there's a quick ball left outside our stump. But yeah, it's what are your thoughts for the coming season? Well, who would you say are the favourites in your eyes then?
Somerset have got to be up there somewhere, haven't they?
Yeah.
But luck with umpiring decisions, injuries, anybody can make it.
Aldridge this time
Well,
is
that's 4
thwacked,
runs.
isn't he? Yeah.
4 runs.
He's latched into that as Matt Lamb. Back foot driven. I mean, he does play T20 and 50 over cricket for Warwickshire.
That was like a late lunch buffet, wasn't it?
Well,
Help
yeah.
yourself.
His last list A match was also against Somerset. There's a lot of games against Somerset, Matt Lamb. Seems to be his favourite side to play against. Not necessarily always prolific, but I remember commentating on that game last year, actually, 12th of August, and Matt Lamb bowled 5 overs for 35, got 4 wickets. Bowled really well that day. Got George Bartlett, George Thomas, Ben Green and Josh Davey out that day, but he's batting now as he's defending Aldridge into the offside. In that game, Somerset got 287 for 8. Probably man of the best bowler for Warwickshire was Matt Lamb. He's the last bowler used and most prolific wicket taker, 4 for 35. But with a bat, Lamb got 92 as well. So he had a really good day that day in the 50 over stuff, and yet to quite transform that into the Red Bull side. But they won by 3 wickets as well. You understand him getting man of the match. As this time he tries to cover drive. Was that diving catch?
No,
good
great
stop by Tom Abel. Hit into the ground off the toe, wasn't it? Diving stop from Abel.
Yeah.
To his right, we'll see a gully position, diving across towards backward point, and Matt Lamb's looking at the toe of his bat as well. When he scored his 92 against the white ball against the Somerset Royal London Cup side, he didn't use his toe much. He middled most of his 92 off 103 balls. Here to Aldridge again though, and Aldridge is making him go back to square leg. Aldridge, of course, who played in that game. Aldridge he's bowled alright, isn't he? What we thought? 51 off 9 overs. What do you think so far on his performance?
Not too bad. He's bowled a few good length balls. The odd bad ball's gone for 4.
Well, here's the fixtures coming up. So we know Southampton's the first game next Thursday, and Essex at home. Any ones you look out for here, Tony? Any you fear? Any you're most excited about?
My side, my club are not in the same division.
We had a brief discussion about this at lunch. You can probably tell by his accent, can't you?
I should probably be here for the one-day game.
Glamorgan.
T20, yeah.
Yeah. There's been some good games here against Glamorgan. These are that 50 over game last year when Gorvin was on strike, needing to fall to enough last ball with Lewis Goldsworthy bowling. That was one of the best Somerset Glamorgan games I can ever remember. Able into the right-handed Matt Lamb, who flicks down to long leg for 1. Although I say the best game against Glamorgan, second or up there, right, has to be. One of my first games I remember coming to watch here was James Hildreth's T20 100 against Glamorgan. That was an innings to remember. Craig Meshido and Eddie Byram, of course, going the other way. There's been plenty of links between Somerset and Glamorgan over the years.
Yeah. And a few transfers around.
Yeah. Try and keep tabs at this time of the year, and then suddenly you watch the first game, you look at the score, and you think, oh, I didn't know he was playing for so-and-so.
Yes. When I started watching county cricket back in the 1950s, players didn't seem to move counties very often. You had the same squads all the time.
Abel's just erring on the leg side a bit, isn't he?
The
odd ball. Is he looking to spear into leg stump? He's only got 1 wicket now, but maybe needs to.
I think the wind is blowing that way as well, which is going to help it to swing into the left-hander from this end. Tucked away backward square. Lewis Goldsworthy. Just a single.
Had a message from Michael Perkins, who runs the Arden Taverners Cricket Club. He's remembering a Arden Taverners tour, and they used to play on this county ground, on the actual pitch. They used to stay at the county hotel, which has sadly been demolished since. But he's a Warwickshire fan, but always enjoys his cricket from Taunton. Nice to have a few away followers enjoying the live stream.
Yes. It's a lovely ground here.
Yes, WizKid 1946. Seating is restricted to the family stand and the Trescothic pavilion stand, but you might notice that the latter is in the shade currently. So if you are coming to the ground,
I didn't notice anyone sitting in the red lunch stand.
As good as the view is, you probably want to be in the sun to save yourself 2 or 3 degrees above freezing.
Yes, and out of the wind as well, preferably. Tucked away to mid-wicket. For a single.
So we'll play till 3:40 when we'll see a tea break between 3:40 and 4. Oh, you'll have myself, Harry Everett, for another 15 minutes, and then I'll lead on to Stephen Lamb to take over for the last half an hour of the second session.
Tucked through mid-wicket again. I think that's going to go all the way.
It's not particularly streamlined chasing to the boundary with a bobble hat, is it?
No.
Banton, Bartlett, Ben Green, we've all seen sporting them. Lewis Goldsworthy's not done a lot all day in the field, to be honest with you. I don't think he wants to bowl either.
I can understand why they're wearing bobble hats, though.
Yeah. Just annoys me, bobbling in the wind.
They are warmer than caps, or the hats the umpires are wearing.
What kind of hat do you wear when you umpire?
A straw boater.
Oh, yeah, one of them. Brilliant.
A white one. I got two. I wear the dark one when I play golf. And I wear the white one for cricket.
All these talks about transfers and changes. Middlesex have announced former player David Burton, this is early in the week, as their transition coach to try and get support, guidance, mentorship to young players moving into the elite pathway and through. It's a nice change in the county game. Part of the Azim Rafiq case has got county championship, well, county cricket changing different roles and people trying to help different parts.
Yeah.
Keep, diversity and flexibility and help the game.
Yeah. Never used to be.
No. A lot of different roles coming in. As we see, Marchant de Lange for the first time from the river end. He's going to bowl to Matt Lamb down the leg side. That's a quicker first ball there. Steve Davies possibly stood a bit close there. Let's see if he goes back a bit. He's first keeping to Marchant de Lange in this game. He's, not into the attack until the 49th over, but pre-season game, I guess. You got 7 seamers to rotate.
That's the 7th seamer.
Yeah,
you've seen today, isn't it?
And Tom Lammerby still not to bowl, and no Lewis Goldsworthy or Van der Merwe the spinners either. So plenty of options.
Van der Merwe warming up, swinging his arms around.
He does like to do that a lot, doesn't he? You never quite know if he's going to bowl or if he's just doing it to keep warm. As Matt Lamb, inside edges, he's tried to punch that through extra cover, and he's got an inside edge to deep square leg for 1 run.
Yeah, well, Tom Abel warmed up for about 10 hours before he came on, didn't he? But then with a short sleeve shirt and short sleeve sweater, he needs warming up, I suspect, out there. I went for a walk at lunchtime and it was bitterly cold out there.
So Marchant de Lange, what's he got this field? It's been a bizarre day for field settings. I'm not criticising Tom Abel as such. It's experimental field, let's call it. He's got 2 points. One's a closer point, one's a slightly further backward point. He's got a gully, extra cover in the mid-off. Yeah. And then leg side's mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep square.
Yeah, and deep fine leg.
So you think that's slightly short ball ploy?
Yes. Expecting the odd ball to be flicked around the corner. You see, the modern tactic, you pack the leg side boundary and you have everybody saving 1 on the offside.
Top ball from de Lange. He's just experimenting different tactics, I suppose, Tom Abel. Try whatever he likes now and then think about what's going to be his best field setting options for next week.
David Mills, the umpire's just realised it's a left-hander batting, so he's swapping sides.
He's a bit slow on that, wasn't he?
Yeah.
You'd have noticed that quicker, surely.
No, I wouldn't have moved at all. I'd just asked the fielder at point to move a little bit.
I always find that irritating when I don't like fielding at square leg or point, but when I have to, 1, I want to chat to the umpire and I get distracted, and 2, I always find he's in the way.
I always try and keep a good few yards away from any fielder. So if you look at the test match umpires, they don't stand exactly square with the wicket when they're at square leg. They're either behind or in front. What's good enough for them is good enough for me.
Sun's still out. We've barely seen any cloud cover today. As de Lange comes in and it's driven straight back to him.
It looks a beautiful day.
It is. So that's the end of the Marchant de Lange over. And Tony will continue to talk us
49 overs gone?
Yeah. Tony will talk us through whoever's going to keep bowling from this end. I presume
looks like Van der Merwe, isn't it?
Yes. That's exciting. I love it when Van der Merwe is a bowl. He's always a competitor, isn't he?
Yes.
Never gives anything away too easily.
I wish they'd have numbers on their sweaters, though.
But you can't put numbers on 6 layers and they're wearing today, can you?
Not necessarily the names, just the numbers.
So I've got my binoculars for. Fortunately, you can't really mistake Van der Merwe or Lewis Goldsworthy for anyone else because they're both diminutive fellas and they're both left-handed throwers, and most other Somerset fellas are a bit taller and right-handed, so there's some easier to distinguish than others.
Well, you get the odd right-arm bowler who throws left-handed.
Jack Leach being one, of course. Yeah.
Fred Truman used to do it occasionally years ago, just to amuse himself.
Well, George Bailey, I remember George Bailey getting a run out with his weaker hand. I've seen Owen Morgan throw it with his weaker hand too, actually. I've been trying to practice my left arm, underarm. I play a bit of Skittles, so I use that as practice sometimes, but not the best at it.
Short leg. We turned round the corner. Long chase for slip.
Yeah, it's almost like a leg slip, isn't it? Tom Banton, the wicketkeeper, makes sense for him to be there.
Has the skipper gone off?
Well, everyone keeps going on and off for breaks of various different reasons. And it doesn't really matter, I guess, does it, in a pre-season game? Hard to tell who's on and who's off.
I can't see him on there unless he put a sweater on. Turned, found the outside edge. You'd think after 6 days this pitch would have a little bit of turn.
Yeah.
Oh, caught it short leg.
Good catch, good wicket.
Very
for
good
Van der
catch.
Merwe, yeah. Tom Banton himself, the wicketkeeper at short leg, that's why.
Good bowling change, Skip.
Even if he's not on the field to see it. So Van der Merwe just...
That's Lamb gone, isn't it?
Yeah, a little tick around the corner, and that's low to his left ankle. Get his left hand down, and really, really good effort from Tom Banton to get a hand underneath that. And Warwickshire in a bit of trouble now because their batting lineup looks a bit inexperienced compared to Somerset's strong powerhouse middle order of a Bartlett, a Banton, a Goldsworthy, a Gregory. You look at Warwickshire's middle order, it looks a bit frailer and a bit more frail for a team who, well, it's pre-season, but
they could have 1 or 2 extra batters in the squad, though, couldn't they? And I suppose Will Rhodes at a push could come back in.
Not yet, I wouldn't have thought, surely.
Even the umpires are having a friendly chat.
So, Warwickshire 159 for 3.
Who's this coming into bat now?
Halfway through the 50th over. So it's going to be for Warwickshire. Could it be Michael Burgess, I was thinking? He might make sense for him coming next. Yes, Michael Burgess.
Keeper.
Right hand bat. Powerful fellow. Gives it a bit of a whack. They tried Mellor with the gloves. They moving on from Ambrose, they sort of settled on Burgess recently.
They've got 2 keepers in the squad today, haven't they? They've got Alex Davis as well.
Yeah, obviously the big signing from Lancashire. But when they signed him last year, they did say that Michael Burgess would be the #1 keeper and Davies would have to fight for his spot. So Davies did open for Lancashire, so he could have come in early today, really, but they've not decided that.
Could well open second innings.
Yeah, change it around. Yeah, Van der Merwe opened the other day.
Yeah.
Somerset.
There seems to be a little bit in the pitch for him.
Yeah.
A good first over.
So that's the end of the over. Marching to Lang is going to continue. I'll talk you through probably one more over and then hand over to Stephen Lamb for the last half an hour of the middle session of the day, as we do see a little bit of cloud cover just in time for Somerset's premier paceman, quickest bowler in the ranks. Now Jamie Overton's playing for Surrey. And we'll see what happens with Delanga and a little bit of cloud cover. to a new batter in Burgess, but Burgess currently at the non-strikers end. We were talking earlier about this new rule about watching the IPL the other day actually even, and you think Dhoni was batting and his mate got out, and does he run past to get on strike? Well, you can't, because the new bat has to stay on strike.
Yes.
Which is a bit of a weird rule change. I'm not quite sure the thinking behind it, but anyway, Delange, there's a quick one that's right up the pads, bit of an appeal. Has it gone for 4 leg byes? Yeah, it's gone for 4.
Yeah.
Umpire gives the signal, and
yes,
we'll see a replay of that from Dan Mousley. Not a massive appeal, it was more than stifled, but not adamant. I'm not sure they would have reviewed that were it a test match.
No. Going back to the batsmen who face after a wicket, it saves an umpire a problem. Wondering if they've crossed before the catch is taken. You all tend to look at the catch to see if it's cleanly taken. And somebody shout, "Did they cross ump?"
And that's an inside edge.
That's 4 runs as well.
Chop from Dan Mousley. You've got to say he's lucky to get 4 runs there himself.
Yes.
4 runs off the previous ball, leg byes, don't go against the bowler, but bit of trouble here, Dan Mousley, to the quick bowling of Martin DeLonge. 90 on his back as MDL.
Well, that's 8 runs conceded off 2 pretty good balls.
Yeah, at least the first 4 don't go against him.
No.
So a bit of shine put on the ball here as Langer's going to charge in again. He's a bit fired up now. Will he get angry and bowl a short ball in a bit of a response? I wouldn't be surprised if he did. Can Mousley do anything different? 2 4s in a row. And this is even quicker, I'd say.
Yes.
Langer's really arching his back.
But it wasn't short. Well, it didn't have the elevation.
I don't think he would go short necessarily. I think he backs himself that he's good enough to beat Dan Mousley with
just with sheer pace.
Yeah, full and straight and tiny bit of movement, and he could be in trouble. Pigeon just overhead gets in the way of that ball.
Push to square leg.
Still 1 run. And
lovely throw straight over the bails.
Yeah, perfect. Wasn't it? Steve Davies didn't have to move. Nice
the
to
wicket keeper's dream.
So now to the right hand of Michael Burgess, who's yet to face a ball. We see the field really spread. Goldsworthy's his back. A deep backward square leg. We've got a deep square leg.
Yeah, 5-4 field again. I think the usual spread on the offside.
Oh no, now the deep square leg's coming up to
in.
square legs to keep the umpire company.
And the short mid-wicket coming in.
Yeah, it's on that awkward matting. It's almost like when you're at Creeley and you've got a sack to go down the slides, that kind of matting. That's defended to mid-on for no run.
Yes. But earlier this morning, the roller was going up and down that strip, so I assume that's for the Essex game.
Yes,
in a couple of
absolutely.
weeks' time. And whoever's in this box will be just about behind the bowler's arm then.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. I'll be here for that day 1 of the County Championship season. I'll be in this seat looking down on hopefully a Somerset victory, but you never know. And an outside edge from Michael Burgess. That's
4 runs.
Well, an interesting way to get off the mark.
Yeah.
And that's 3 4s off the over, all behind square, 1 leg byes, 2 edges. Martin Langer's gone for 12, they're only 8 against his figures, 2 overs for 10, and I'm going to make way for Stephen Lamb to continue with Tony, and I'll be back after the tea interval.
Okay, thank you, Harry. I assume it's still going to be Van der Merwe from this end. Yes, peeling off his sweater. Hello, Stephen. Welcome back.
Sorry about that, Tony. Thank you. I was just trying to adjust my headphones to make sure that each one was pointing in the same direction, but I have failed lamentably.
Yeah. Okay, we let you off.
It's still chilly out there.
Yes. Interesting field. Slip. Short leg. Over the wicket. Short, punch to mid, short mid wicket.
First spin of the day we've seen.
Yes, it seems to be turning a little bit. Left outside the off stump. Got 2 men on the boundary, one for the hoik and one at almost straight. Reverse sweep missed.
And almost as an afterthought, an inquiry of the umpire.
Yes. The reverse sweep was never in my repertoire.
Nor mine. And very tidy, Van der
Yes,
Merwe.
yeah,
Every wicket has fallen to the first over of a spell.
yeah. So far he's bowled 10 balls and taken 1 for 2. Single to deep mid on.
Yeah, I suppose we have to exclude Sam Hain from that because he retired, didn't he?
Yes, yes. What he's done is retired out.
Yeah.
As he put 4 wickets up.
Batted really well.
Yes, yes.
Attractive.
And that's the
strokes.
best thing about these games. You have a bat, you're in form, step aside, let somebody else have a go.
Yeah.
Because it's all practice, isn't it? Big shout.
From everyone except the bowler.
And the bowler thinks it's going down the leg side. The umpire agreed.
Yeah, that always gives you a clue, doesn't it?
Yes.
If the bowler looks totally nonchalant about it.
Yes.
Have another look at the dismissal of Matt Lamb here. That's a great catch.
catch.
That's a
Very
great
good
reaction
reaction.
catch, isn't it?
Yes.
Terrific. Especially on a day like this.
Yes. And you're frozen to the spot. See in the distance a train going very slowly out of Taunton Station. It's about as commentating on the buses on the Harlingford Road, isn't it?
Yeah, that's in the GWR livery.
Yes.
Engines at both ends. Here's
Going in the general direction of Bristol.
as Delango bowls the first ball of the new over. 0 for 10 his figures from 2. Yes, that way it's Bristol one way and Penzance the other.
Yes. I was in Penzance a couple of weeks ago watching a rugby match. The weather was appalling. 60-mile-an-hour winds and torrential rain.
Oh.
And my young grandson was refereeing.
Full and straight and driven. No par in the shot. It's always a great sight seeing a train going over the Brunel-Tamar Bridge.
Yes.
Isn't it? That single track.
Yeah.
1851, I think.
It's a bit before my time. I can't quite remember that.
I remember it well.
Another defensive shot. Push to cover.
Actually, I do remember just the road bridge when that started. I think that was 1961.
Yeah.
Side by side, those two great bridges.
Yes. I think I was down there doing teaching practice in 1962. Just outside Plymouth.
Looks very composed, Dan Mousley, on 26 not out.
Yes. Ex-England under 19, isn't he?
Settling again.
Oh,
And
he's
having
gone.
said he looks
Yeah.
composed, he's now been
Commentator's
given
curse
out
again.
LBW. That's the second time today.
Yes.
No hesitation from Graham Lloyd at all. Appeal was unanimous that time, bowler included. And we'll have another look. Playing to leg, and it wasn't sliding down. You can see the immediacy of the raised finger.
Yes.
And the 5th wicket has fallen on a total of 173.
Not worth referring, that one. Not that they can, but
So well bowled De Lange, his first wicket of the match in his third over. And Mousley's gone. So I keep saying batters are looking composed. Then
Yeah, you've
the
cost them
innings
2
will be
wickets.
done by tea.
Yeah.
They look in optimistic form, the Somerset fielders, with that variety of hats we've been referring to.
Yes, I can understand why they're wearing the bobble hats.
Chris Benjamin, the new batter, I should say. Let's get into the habit of that. On his way out to join Mike Burgess. So wickets trickling this afternoon.
Yes. I think Somerset could be fairly happy at 175 for 5. Should be on 52.5 overs.
So one delivery of De Lange's over remaining. Benjamin is ready. And just jabs the bat down on it in time.
Not quite off the middle by the look of it.
It's a long look from the bowler, who then receives his sweater at the end of a successful over. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 10. Marchant De Lange. 173 for 5, Warwickshire.
Van der Merwe peels off his long sleeve sweater, keeps his short sleeve one on. And David Mills, the umpire, wraps the sweater around his neck. Well stopped, punched into the covers. Still 2 fielders on the boundary. Deep square leg and long on. Pushed to mid off, short mid off again. Long on coming into mid on. Long off, mid off dropping back. Can anybody else play? 3 balls to the same fielder. Square leg moving around in front. Right in front of the player pods.
Yeah, sometimes you do get a bit of a lull when you've got 2 new batsmen in together.
Yes.
Newish.
Wicket for Van der Merwe.
The end of the lull,
Yes.
with a wicket, because that's been played very tamely
Burgess, isn't it?
at short mid wicket. The end of Burgess for just 4. So Van der Merwe has his second. 2 for 3 now.
Who needs to bowl fast?
Yeah, soft dismissal, really.
Yes, just pushed.
I think
Not a shot he'd want to play again.
I think that was George Bartlett taking the catch. So another wicket has gone for Warwickshire. Chris Benjamin yet to get off the mark. Now just confirmation that that was caught. Bartlett bowled Van der Merwe. So he's getting amongst them.
Yes. Well, we can get a spinner on. bowling 2.4 overs for 2 for 3. It's always a bonus, isn't it?
Yeah, and it may be partly by virtue of the fact that this is a used wicket.
Yes, but it should spin after 6 days.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sure the strip, which is just 3 to the left of it as we look down and is covered at the moment, will be the one for the match against Essex, which is second championship game of the season and the first here.
I noticed earlier on this morning the roller was up and down that strip. The heavy roller. Once they'd done the pitch for today, they went onto that one. This is Danny Briggs. So, yeah.
Each batsman on a blob at the moment. 173 for 6.
Short mid-off creeps in a little bit closer.
Played with respect.
Yes. Almost played off the pitch.
Danny Briggs negotiates his first ball.
Well, as a left-arm spinner himself, he should know what to expect.
Indeed. Just a reminder about the WPA Predictions League. You've got another 6 days to enter that. Details on the Somerset website. And you can make all sorts of predictions about individual performances, team performances. This summer, great fun. We've done it as a commentary team as well. Will that turn out well or turn out embarrassingly? We shall see.
Yes.
Start of a new over from De Lange.
Push to mid-on. No run.
There's that big sheet still billowing in the breeze.
Yes. It's been there for a fortnight, I think, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Since the Glamorgan game.
Yeah, they wouldn't have needed to move it, would they?
Oh. Looks a bit mucky.
Does the job, though.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
Flash
a play and a
outside the off
miss.
stump.
Yeah, loose-looking shot. Looking for the drive. No contact with it. Just looking at that again, rather firm-footed.
Yes, just stood there and waved at it. I should think Marchant De Lange is a bit quick for a relative tail-end batsman.
That's better. Firmly struck. Defensively up to mid-on.
Yeah. Again, just a one boundary rider. Backward square leg. The offside spread out, saving one.
It's nicely timed and
Just
well stopped.
Yes.
Just inside the boundary rope. That short boundary on the Somerset stand side. So that's saved a couple.
Yeah, so Benjamin off the mark. 2.
$175 now for 6.
Solidly
Everything
behind
behind that.
I think the fielders must be getting a little bit used to the cold weather. There's only 4 of them who've got their hands in their pockets now.
It's another defensive push out on the offside this time to complete the over. He's got into a good rhythm.
Yes.
De Lange, 1 for 12. His figures, and Somerset keeping it tight commendably so at the moment. Benjamin on 2, Briggs yet to get off the mark, in conversation mid-pitch at the moment.
De Lange joining in the conversation. Steve Davis changing his headgear.
Yeah, he'll be standing up to the spinner, and the cap is now in the back pocket of first slip for the duration of the over.
De Lange still getting dressed down at long off. Bowler got excited for a moment, but not for long. Ball went to short leg. Push to cover. Perhaps they're settling into play for tea. They'll have a few overs yet, though.
Yeah, still 15 minutes or so to the interval.
I don't think they've played an expansive shot off Van der Merwe yet. They've only been taps around, nothing too hard. That was straight to the fielder.
At last, aggression.
A 4, yes. Swept to backward square. I suspect backer square didn't even see it because he didn't move.
He got the whole bat on it.
Yeah. One way to get off the mark with a 4.
Yeah, he was taking a bit of a risk, I think, because it was a pretty straight delivery.
Yes.
We're not bang in line here, but certainly looking at the replay, that looks straight.
Yeah.
So the end of another Van der Merwe over.
It doesn't take long to bowl them, does he?
No, indeed, and 2 for 7 off 4. It's not bad. Slightly spoilt by the boundary.
Yes.
It's been a good spell, though.
He'd still settle for it.
We have got a change at the river end. De Lange is having a rest, and Ned Leonard is coming back. 5 overs so far for 20 from Ned Leonard. Let's see if he can put one in the wickets column in this spell.
Still roughly the same field. The only player out is a backward square. He's got a slip in rather than a gully.
Full start because an adjustment is being made to the field.
Square leg going out as well.
So 2 men deep on the leg side behind square. And they're both in action. Who's going to get there first?
Fine leg wins. Oh. Nice throw again, straight over the bails. Nice solid defensive shot from Danny Briggs. Straight back to the bowler. Just lost the sun. Looking cooler out there even. Steered to backward point.
Yes, it will be. It's not too bad when the sun's out, but if you lose it...
The temperature will drop. Another defensive shot. Still 180 for 6. With 10 minutes to go to tea. And the wind still howls in our effects mics.
He's found the gap there.
Steered through.
Down to third man.
Third man. Steered through the gap. Let the pace of the ball do the work.
So a couple of boundaries in the last 2 overs, punctuating what's been a pretty quiet spell of play with these 2 new batsmen playing themselves in.
Both boundaries to Danny Briggs.
184 for 6 now. Looking for runs to leg this time, but they aren't there.
Another over goes by.
So 184 for 6 at the end of the over. Still 33 remaining today, 57 bowled.
We should get 3 more in before tea. With Van der Merwe bowling 2 of them.
We're having tea at 22 anyway.
Yeah, we've got 10 minutes. So, yeah, that clock's a little slow on the Atkinson Pavilion. It's about 7 or 8 minutes.
Yes, I'm not sure which clock they're going by.
They didn't go by...
There's an electronic clock on the scoreboard to the left of us, but that is not switched on at the moment, so they can't be going by that. That's just a...
No. Well, they came off at 1:01 for lunch on the Atkinson Pavilion clock. Perhaps they're using their own watches. Quick single to mid-off. No problem. Well taken.
Yeah, no point having a shy.
No.
Knew the batsman was going to be home.
There. Yes. Was risking 4 overthrows.
Another single for Benjamin.
It almost looked like a premeditated defensive shot. He seemed to be into the shot before the ball got there.
Oh, dear, oh dear, there's an attempted stop there by Van der Merwe, who crashed into the non-striker.
Yes, not a very good rugby tackle. Didn't wrap his arms around.
The result was a single.
Yes.
Because the ball eluded Van der Merwe.
He couldn't get there.
Down to long on. This time it's straight to the fielder at mid-on, so it won't be a run.
No. Nicely pushed through the covers. Looking for 2.
And they get it comfortably.
Yeah.
Warwickshire, of course, looking to retain their title this season.
Yes.
In the Championship. Secured it at Edgbaston in the final game last term. And it was, in fact, Somerset who were the visitors.
Well, we'll have to win the game.
Van der Merwe takes his sweater, which gives us a chance to have a look at the last wicket to fall. And that really was, it would have been embarrassing to drop that.
Yes. I think I could have caught that one.
Little dolly to George Bartlett. Perfectly placed for it at mid-wicket. That was the 6th wicket to fall, and Warwickshire have since moved on to 188 for 6. So it'll be Leonard to continue. 0 for 25, his figures. This will be his 7th over, starting up now. Defensive push to start from Briggs, who's got the 2 boundaries to his name. Leonard with a pretty straight approach. Outside the off stump, that's moving back in, but after it had passed the batter by.
They often swing after they pitch.
You can see the way Davies moved at
the last minute.
So Briggs at the moment primarily defensive, mixing in the odd attacking stroke. Unbeaten on 9, couple of boundaries in that. That was a pretty loose stroke.
Yes.
Flat batted.
The keeper and third slip were looking interested then.
Past the under edge of the bat.
Yeah.
That
looked a rash shot just before tee. It was a shot to nothing, really, wasn't it? That's a better shot. Defensive push.
good bit of football by Van der Merwe as well.
Yes.
Just flicking the ball up nonchalantly. Be a single here. Out to deep mid wicket to conclude the over. 0 for 26. Leonard's figures now from 7.
There's one more before tea, I suspect, which will make 30 overs in the afternoon session.
Change of gear again for Stephen Davies. The helmet goes back on. And Van der Merwe ready to start his 6th. 2 for 11.
He's moving his deep square leg a little further backward. There are some big open spaces on the leg side if the batsman can find them.
Yeah, he stuck both his arms up initially, Van der Merwe, but then pointed to leg.
Yes. It was a leg spinner that goes straight on and it doesn't turn.
Slightly quicker delivery there.
Yeah.
Defended again.
I don't think Briggs is interested in runs in the last 2 balls before tea. one, the single backward square leg.
Yeah, just a little bit shorter.
Yeah, just managed to tuck it away off his hip. A riskless shot. Long on comes into mid on. And deep square leg comes into square leg. That looks like tea.
Yeah, indeed, they're trooping off the players with Warwickshire on 190 for 6, 11 for Briggs, 6 for Benjamin. So they've progressed through this Warwickshire batting lineup, Somerset, in the middle session of the day. Just the one wicket had gone at lunchtime. So it's been a good session for Somerset, with one remaining of this 3-day pre-season friendly. It's the last for either side before the championship proper gets underway next week. Somerset off to Southampton for that, and we'll have a little bit of a break as well as the players, and hope you can rejoin us on the live stream for the final session of the day, with Warwickshire taking tea on 190 for 6. Well, a very good afternoon to you. Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. It's the final pre-season friendly before the serious business gets underway. Next Thursday, the County Championship starts, and these two teams, Somerset and Warwickshire champions, of course, are playing out a 3-day friendly. Warwickshire 190 for 6 in their first innings. Danny Briggs is 11 not out. Chris Benjamin is on 6. I'm Stephen Lamb, and with me is Harry Everett. And Harry, I guess if the first session went Warwickshire's way, Somerset could lay claim to the second.
Yeah, well, I mean, that second ball wicket of the day was a emphatic start for Somerset, but then Warwickshire did do well with Siblin Haynes coming back, didn't they? But Martin DeLange coming into the attack is, as he sees an inside edge here to get just a single to get off the mark in this third session for Warwickshire. I mean, that's a big difference for Somerset to go from, no offence to Casey Aldridge or Ned Lennon or anyone really in the Somerset attack, but Martin DeLange is pretty express pace and experienced county performer. So he's not going to be nice for anyone to face. So Benjamin on strike, and this time he's back and across and punching into the offside for no run. Chris Benjamin is a South African born, Johannesburg, 22-year-old. Plays for Warwickshire, having made his first class debut in 2019 for Durham MCCU against Durham as part of the MCCU, which is now UCCE. They sort of changed their terminology around. And he got a rookie contract for Warwickshire in July last year, so he's young up-and-coming talent as he defends this back to DeLange, a right-handed batter.
Yeah, no more Tim Bresnan for Warwickshire.
No, sad to say, I loved Tim Bresnan. Loved him for Yorkshire. I used to go and watch them when I was at university in Huddersfield for 3 years. I used to have dare I mention it, as well as having Somerset membership, I also had Yorkshire membership. You wouldn't do it at the football club, would you? But when I lived down here, but in junior university years I was up there, I had 2 memberships. I thought, as a student, only £20 each or whatever, I thought, why not? DeLange was defended by Benjamin to mid-on for 1. Well, no run, actually. I
agree with you, he's a lovely bloke.
And he's just...
He'd be in there round about now, wouldn't he, if he was still playing?
He's an embodiment of county cricket. You know, the work hard, the workhorse, the middle overs. You know what I mean? The Liam Plunkett's, the Darren Stevens. There's something about it. He was just in a boring, dull passage player when it's not going for his team. He would muster something up, wouldn't he?
Yeah, and there was that wonderful spell he had with England whenever he played, England won.
Yes, what a record
round about
that
a dozen games.
Yes. Won him over the wicket from DeLange, and that's punched into the leg side for no run.
And he was involved with that great Ashes win down under 2010-11.
Yes, he did really well in that series, didn't he?
Decided to call it a day during the winter.
It's funny that I guess you wake up one morning and just think, I don't fancy going to the gym, or I don't fancy putting my body through the aches and pains again, I'm guessing. As DeLange puts himself through a fair amount of ache and pain, and that is 4 runs through square. Cover point, really. Not the most clean of strikes from Benjamin, but he gets it through to the relatively short boundary. And yeah, Christopher Gavin Benjamin, he's got a chance here for Warwickshire. You know, they're 195 for 6. He's in with Danny Briggs, and Benjamin holding a British passport through his father. He's a local player in English cricket, having only moved to the UK in 2018 for his accounting and finance degree at Durham Uni. And the trial he then got at Warwickshire, having been spotted playing at Loughborough by second team coach Ian Westwood. So to then captain them in the second 11 T20 competition was a real rise up through the ranks. I do like these stories. David Beddingham's probably another one. They come to the country and move up through the ranks quite quickly. But Van der Merwe's going to continue from there. Just got the brilliant end.
Yep, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 12. His impeccable figures. It's going to be a single immediately off the first ball of the over. Just given a little bit of room to clip that away on the leg side, Chris Benjamin, to take him into double figures. £196 for 6, Warwickshire. Oohs and ahs from bowler and fielder as that's defended. Still bright and breezy here at Taunton. That's defended off the back foot this time. Had a bit of a stroll around the boundary edge in the previous session, and it's not too bad when the sun's out, but my goodness, it's cold when it isn't. Another single here. Just helped on its way down the leg side. 197 for 6. An immaculate defence. Once more to complete that Van der Merwe over. A couple of singles from it, 2 for 14 from 7. Traffic beginning to build up on the Priory Bridge Road as it does at this time of day. It's rather strange, you can see cars in the little gap opposite us between the Lord Botham stand, as it's now known, and the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. That bridge over the River Tone, main artery for Taunton, and building up for the rush hour.
Hopefully they're all flocking in here. They're all queuing up to get into the Cooper Associates County Ground and watch Marchant de Lange bowl to Benjamin. Doc Balls, he's back on his toes and defends it resolutely to extra cover for no run. Danny Briggs, of course, former Hampshire, former Sussex man, did play a little bit for England. 1 ODI. 70 T20 internationals. Only the batted the once for England. He got 0 not out. Was his highest score in 8 England appearances. In Moore's a bowl, of course. But him and Benjamin, a bit of work to do here as Benjamin defends another ball from de Lange. Back. I mean, 197 for 6. It's not a bad score. It's hard to know what's the score in a 3-day game. You think roughly you're on about most of a day, which might work out well here, really. I mean, there's funny declarations. Obviously, Sam Hain retired. I mean, I'd fancy it if cruised to 100 had he continued the way he was looking. He was a sublime touch. Mind you, Sibley looked good on 49 and then got out. As de Lange is now flicked to the fine leg fence. Will it go for 4? He's been chased by Ben Green. Ben Green saves himself. I think in a county championship game he might have died for that. I don't blame him for keeping his whites clean on the 1st of April. He's going to let that go for 4. No worries. Nice throw, Steve. I'd like to see Ben Green have a bowl, actually, Stephen. It'd be nice to see him get his right arm seamers out.
Yep. He bowled a steady spell against Glamorgan here in the first pre-season friendly. Haven't seen him yet, but we might do.
Do join us on the YouTube comments. We'll try and read a few more of them out, and feel free to tweet us. As de Lange comes into Benjamin, is defended back. No run. Lloyd White's going to bring his bobble hat. Coming back tomorrow. He's looking forward to that. And always look on the bright side of life. Said he'd be in the warm of the 1875 club today if he was there. And 9 Lives Brian reckons the BBC forecast for Southampton looks pretty grim for the Hampshire match. Well, that's the way it works, isn't it? Pre-season it's gloriously sunny. Then as soon as we get to the actual season it'll start raining. De Lange is pulled by Benjamin. First time I can remember commentating on a pull shot today. Scuffed pull out to Ben Green at deep long leg for just 1 run.
Yeah, the Twitter handle for information is at SCCC_comms, COMMS, and that's a new one, and it will be a way of getting hold of us all the way through the season, and you're very welcome to get onto that and make any comments, and we can come back.
As de Lange is defended by Benjamin. Yeah, Stephen's taken it on. Stephen Lamb has joined the Twitter sphere, and he's told me that he's trying to get on more winter. He's been following me during the winter, and he's as his first greeting for having not seen him all winter. Stephen's first comment was straight on the Twitter.
I've got football news from you that I wouldn't have got otherwise.
Yeah, great stuff. And we're not even letting anyone else take control of this SCCC commentators page. It's fully Stephen Lamb.
So just to repeat, at SCCC_comms, and that will go to any of us. Any of the commentary team will be able to see that.
As we see Jason Kerr and Steve Kirby having a discussion out in the open at the top of the Andy Caddick changing pavilion, where the players are just down below.
Here's Van der Merwe. as this is just pushed gently out to mid-wicket. Van der Merwe into his 8th over now. Finding a little bit of purchase, which has helped him to a couple of wickets. This pitch, which has been in use for each of the 3 pre-season friendlies here, it's quite worn now. It's defended against Glamorgan, the first one, and then the old arch enemy Gloucestershire, and now the county champions. In the air, and no one there. There was a cry of catch it, but it needed a short leg.
We had a I suppose you'd call it a leg slip earlier before tea, didn't we? I think it's Tom Banton took that great catch, and now he's come around to sort of it's a short leg, but not short enough, is it? It's a tall and a few yards from the bat short leg.
And then
a middle
betwixt
leg.
and between leg. A little bit shorter from Van der Merwe, but gets played back to him. That's another tidy over. 8 bowled in all now, and that was a maiden, in fact, his second. So figures remain at 2 for 14. Still a few spectators in the Ondarche stand and in the dugout down there. It's the right side of the ground to be, because you get the sun full on at this time of day and you need it. Hardy souls they are.
Well, Martin de Lange is going to come in for his 7th over. He's 1 for 22, including 1 maiden. He's just having a chat with skipper Tom Abel at mid-on. And we'll see similar fields we had before. We got a gully with a helmet on, which seems a little bit unnecessary. I think that's just Tom Banton keeping warm and perhaps being lazy from the last over where he was at short leg to Van der Merwe. As Benjamin blocks Martin de Lange straight back down the track.
Yes, mate. Yeah, maybe he's just comfortable in the helmet. He needs it when Van der Merwe's on, not so much now.
Cloudy conditions now as the sun finds a tiny little cloud tide behind. Still can see the contacts quite clearly as Benjamin nudges that off the back foot to leg side for a single. So Benjamin will give the strike to Danny Briggs. Yeah, we were talking about Danny Briggs a bit earlier. He played in that Abu Dhabi T10 stuff in November, December, which is quite a contrasting format to what we're seeing now. We're seeing red ball cold conditions when he hit a last ball 6 to maintain Abu Dhabi's 100% start back in November. And he's trying to hit 6 off last ball was quite different to what he's trying to do now with the bat as he drives Martin de Lange back to his own bowling. Briggs and Benjamin, they're 14 and 16 not out. Only 90 overs to be bowled in the day. I guess that's sensible, isn't it? 96 in a kind of championship day. Just from 11 till 6, but you generally go on to half 6, 7, you clean the extra half an hour. Here, with it being 1st of April, I guess they don't want to play much past 6 o'clock, so play will finish at 6 o'clock today. Another dot ball as Lange keeps charging in.
Got a train with different livery going into Taunton, heading southwest. That's a cross-country one, I fancy.
Good knowledge to me. I'll get my binoculars out, but is that based on colour or?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Silver.
I should have taken the train up this morning from Tifton Parkway, but I must confess I drove. As we see a short ball from de Lange ducked underneath and Davies takes it comfortably.
It has changed quite a bit in recent times, hasn't it, that landscape with the multi-storey car park at the station.
Not quite as pretty as it used to be, dare we say.
No, I think that's fair to say.
Still, we could argue we've got the nicest commentary box view in the country.
Yep, the Quantocks make up for it all.
Now, is it the yellow rapeseed field I'm quite enjoying in the view up above. Nice colour to the green horizon as we see a scuffed pull shot from Benjamin down to long leg for 4. Ben Green's got no chance there, even with his woolly hat bobbling behind him. So that's the end of the 65th over, and Danny Briggs averages 18.8 in first class cricket, so nothing major, nothing outstanding. And Benjamin has a first class average of 27, so we're looking at two. Well, they're probably not 7 and 8. Well, Briggs is probably an 8 batsman. Benjamin does keep a little bit, so batting at number 7 probably makes sense. But it's hard to judge. The numbers, the order makes little difference in these kind of pre-season games where you got Tom Lambie warming up on the square over there earlier, and he'll probably come and have a bat later on this evening. So still very much a pre-season friendly warm up, giving everyone a go.
Yes, I think there was an element of risk with his first boundary. It looked a fairly straight delivery from Van der Merwe, which he picked up and dispatched to deep square leg. Might have been in trouble if he'd missed it. It's Van der Merwe bowling to him again now, and he's going to pick up a single out to long on. It's useful batting practice, isn't it, for these two? Coming in at 7 and 8. 15 and 20 apiece. 15 Briggs, 20 Benjamin, who clips this one firmly on the leg side. Won't get anything for that. Bartlett is the fielder. Will be some reward this time, though.
Yeah, nice use of the feet there from Briggs to get to the pitch. Well, I like that. I like a bold batting stance to be brave enough to use your feet early on. I like that.
Shorter and play and a miss. Just didn't get quite into position.
I feel like the former option was probably a safer option, using your feet to Van der Merwe, who's not a big turner of the ball, rather than going back on an 8 for wicket. Would you say that's perhaps a safer option? Bringing the slip and the keeper into play and just going back to try and cut it when it's quite close to the body.
Cramped room. That's short again. He's going to pick up another single. Just ticking away the scoreboard at the moment. 209 for 6. Long on's busy. Is that Ben Green down there? Not
yes,
sure.
he's going from deep fine leg to long on.
Been in action sort of pretty well every delivery in that over. Now has to cross to the other side of the ground at the end of the over. 16 Briggs, 21 Benjamin.
Yeah, I'm surprised they had Ben Green back at long on quite so early in these two batters' innings. Actually, Benjamin and Briggs haven't been there long enough to go over the top of mid on Warwickshire, I'd have thought. Pretty bold strategy. I know Benjamin is renowned as a white ball striker. Really impressed Moeen Ali with his striking on the ball. He was commentating on last summer. But Martin de Lange is going to continue here. And I should say, earlier on I told everyone how it was David Gower's birthday. I like to talk to you about other cricketing news and birthdays we should celebrate. Also Jofra Archer's. So Jofra Archer and David Gower sharing a birthday. 1st of April. He's 27 today, is Jofra. And we see it defended in the offside for no run off Martin de Lange's first ball of his 8th over.
Yes, he's a little bit younger than David Gower.
Yeah, 27. Yeah, he's hope to see him back in England shirt this summer. He was bowling in the middle in Barbados in the West Indies series, but not quite match fit yet, as de Lange, with strapping shoulders, is dotting up Benjamin a little bit here, who's on 21 but looking comfortable-ish, comfortable enough.
David Gower will be 65 today.
There you go. Slight age difference, but he'd still hook Jofra Archer for 6, surely. Languidly with one leg up in the air.
For sure, absolutely.
Jofra's left arm bowling, we're thinking of here. As de Lange is a bit fuller on leg stump, and Benjamin sort of push drives that to mid on. Josh Davey still on the field, so his scoring must be alright. We keep being on hashtag Josh Davey watch. We like to make up hashtags. Last summer it was hashtag Josh Davey watch and hashtag flat watch, although flat watch is dead today, I'm afraid. Not that I should use that word personally about the retirement flats. There's just nobody out on the balcony because of the shade. Probably it's pretty chilly and no sunshine, and maybe there's a few watching through their windows who we can't see, but none outside yet as Benjamin defends this 2 extra cover for no run.
I'll be watching the live stream.
Well, talking of the live stream, John07 says, it's a long time since I've seen a boundary rope, I must say. As opposed to cushions, I suppose you're saying. Most games these days.
With advertising logos.
Yes,
on them.
but realistically, they're normally over the top of a rope anyway. Yeah, we know that there's quite often a rope underneath the advertising cushions. As we see a drive for 4, he can save his legs there, Benjamin. There's no way the fielder's going to pull that in as he's driven through extra cover towards a fairly sparse car park where the temporary stand comes in for the white ball games later in the summer.
Perfect placement through that offside field.
Talking of that temporary stand, that will be in action for a slightly special game, which we'll talk to you a bit more about at the end of this over, as De Lange comes in again to Benjamin. There's a couple of special games coming up this year for Somerset. Not only are the men's, all 3 formats of course for Somerset, the Western Storm will be playing here. We're also going to see a couple of other teams surprise packages at guest appearances at the Cooper Associates County Ground. One more ball and De Lange's over first though. Benjamin goes forward and tucks it into leg side for an easy single. There's a diving square leg fielder which was completely unnecessary when Ben Green was right behind him.
Yes, it was a bit theatrical.
Yeah, Ben Green was always going to stop it to 2 and be 1 run anyway. But quite easy singles on the leg side. If I were to criticise Somerset, I'd like the ball to be a bit further outside the off stump. But we shall now, yes, England Lions versus South Africa men. This is what I'm talking about. 12th of July. Tickets on sale on the website, or ring up the Cooper Associates County Ground and get involved. I'm very excited for that one. Picture of Kagiso Rabada, who would be great to see him lining up against Lewis Gregory. Gregory and Overton played England Lions last year. Gregory got that really useful. It was after that Ben Stokes was about the only man of the original squad, wasn't he, that was allowed to play after the COVID outbreak. And didn't they went and beat Pakistan, didn't they, with the England Lions, well, effectively the England Lions, the England men's second team after the COVID outbreak. Is quite a phenomenal little series in the end.
Yes, completely revamped team, wasn't it?
Good experience of Bride and Cast, Lewis Gregory and co.
Down the leg side from Van der Merwe, first ball of a new over. Well taken. Stephen Davies. Made it look effortless, but they're never easy, those. Moving to leg, unsighted by the batter. Again, crowd catch, but short leg is backward rather than forward.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, weren't we? Should it be short leg? Should it be leg slip? Why not just get both in? Who could they lose to get a short leg and a...
Well, that's the second time it's been in the air forward.
Quite.
Gets a bit cramped for room there as he pushes forward defensively. Chris Benjamin. Extended spell either side of tee this for Roelof van der Merwe, and he's been commendably tight. 2 for 18 his figures. Pulled, and that is going to be 4. Backward of square on the leg side, and no possibility of pulling that in. He got most, if not all, of the bat on that, Benjamin. So, a Richie Beno favourite score, 222. 222, not for 2 though.
One leg job, is it?
That would be ideal. 222 for 6.
Double Nelson.
Firm and repetitive no from the batter as that goes up to mid-off. End of the over. Briggs has 16, Benjamin 31. 222 for 6.
Some of you might have heard about some exciting news for our feline friend at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Our favourite Brian the Cat. If you're allowed to have a favourite cat, I'm sure you will at the Cooper Associates County Ground. You might have heard about the hut he had built. Is he enjoying? I'm not sure if I've seen him today. Did you see him when you did your lap of the ground earlier, Stephen?
I didn't. I saw the hut,
Okay.
which is by the Andy Caddick Pavilion. You can see it from here, actually.
It's a beautiful hut for Brian the cat. That's been built very kindly for us by Bradford's, partner of Somerset this year. So we're very grateful, and I'm sure Brian's particularly grateful. We're going to see a bowling change here. It's not going to be much to Langer anymore from the river end. I'll talk you through one more over, then I'll hand you over to Sophie Luff for the next half hour or so. Who's it going to be? Is it Ben Green? No, Ben Green's at deep square leg. Ned Leonard's going to have a little bowl. And he's right arm over the wicket. Not express pace, sort of niggling sort of line and length. Who would I compare him to? Maybe Gregory or Davy. That's not the best comparison in the world. Just thinking for those who haven't seen Ned Leonard. Not as quick or as tall as Casey Aldridge. Not as quick as Sonny Baker. Not in swinging tailing Yorkers like that. Yeah, let's go with David Gregory, probably the closest to of the Somerset seamers. I'm purely going on pace and the right arm over action, but we'll see how he goes. He's bowled so far today 7 overs for 26. No wickets and no maidens. He's going to come in from the river end, and it's defended straight back to him first ball. Nice little start on a patch. If you were to put a coaching cone down on what patch you want to hit, that's probably nailed it first time, isn't he? So the it's making me chuckle today watching umpire David Mills. Mills fiddled around with all the jumpers. He's not got enough room to fit all the jumpers on his waistband and over his shoulder. I'm sure Tony Pomeroy will tell us more about how he deals with 6 jumpers he's been given by a bowler and a fielder at one time, whatever. Defended back to Ned Leonard. Some umpires are a bit funny. I, as a fielder, occasionally just get a bit hot and I don't want my jumper anymore. And if I'm fielding in the infield, I don't really want to run all the way to the boundary to chuck my jumper off. But some square leg umpires will let me get away with giving it to them, and some will say, no, I'm only here for the bowlers. Each their own, I guess. We've got a seagull swooping down below the lovely position we're in here. Is Ned Leonard with his bustle? Bustling's the wrong word. He's defended out to the offside for no running. It's more than a Jim Allenby or a Darren Stevens bustle, but it's not a pure paceman's run-in, is it? How do you describe it, Stephen?
Well, it's longer than Jim Allenby was, and possibly a bit more fluid or fluent. On from the river end, Ned Leonard.
That's a dot ball into... Oh, it should be a single, really. There's a misfield at mid-wicket, and then March into Langer comes from deep mid-wicket and clears up, and somehow it's still a dot ball. Should really have been one run.
There was a single there.
They chose not to have it. So 2 more balls and Ned Leonard's over, and he has still got the deep square and the deep behind square.
It's maybe another sign of the margin between a championship game and a friendly. I think in the championship they'd have taken that. George Bartlett is in action in the field again. Took a catch earlier, which it must be said he would have been ashamed to drop.
Yeah.
Absolute sitter.
So Marsh Langer's going to finish this over, and having just talked about Bradford and Brian and the Cat's new home, we're going to then show you a short 40-second video in between the overs after Ned Leonard finishes this over. Right, I'm going to leave you this video, and Sophie Luff will take over.
Love getting the job done in your own sweet time? Introducing the Day Rate Mini Shovel from Bradford's. Featuring an innovative new miniature spade head for 80% reduced lift, the Day Rate Mini Shovel is the perfect tool for the contractor who's tired of rushing and wants to work to his own schedule. So, the next time you've got time for 5 jobs but would rather do 1, grab a Day Rate Mini Shovel from Bradford's and turn an hour into an afternoon today.
2-2-2. I love saying that for 6. Warwickshire, the start of a new Van der Merwe over, and it's going to stay that way because that's a defensive push to the first delivery. Bowled really well here. Roloff Van der Merwe, extended spell either side of tee into his 11th over. Here's an attempted sweep, and he's been given. So that is the 3rd wicket for Roloff Van der Merwe. And it's Chris Benjamin who's gone. Well made 31, but that is the end of it. 7th wicket has fallen. And that total, well, it's haunting Chris Benjamin as he walks back to the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Welcome back, Sophie.
Yeah, I don't want to claim that one, but obviously a change in the commentary box has done the trick
Just
for the boys.
as you sat down.
Yeah, Van der Merwe's bowled very well, hasn't he? He's deserved that 3rd wicket there.
Yeah, they've gone well. Struck very early on, Somerset, and then we had that good stand that took Warwickshire through to lunch for the 2nd wicket. But since then, wickets have fallen reasonably regularly. And they'd be harbouring hopes now, Somerset, of dismissing Warwickshire maybe for less than 250. 21 overs left today. It's not inconceivable that we'll see Somerset bat.
Yeah, it'd be good to see the boys bat actually at the end of the day. Obviously, might be a tough ask. Don't know how long that period's going to be, but yeah, Somerset will be looking to wrap up this innings, and yeah, hopefully the openers can then see us through to the end of the day.
So Chris Benjamin has disappeared into that Andrew Caddick Pavilion. Roelof van der Merwe will enjoy looking at that scoreboard. 10 overs and 2 deliveries, 2 maidens, 3 for 22. Be enjoying himself out there.
Not a bad number 9. Alex Davies.
Absolutely.
Just when you think you're into the tail. Yeah, Somerset won't be liking the look of him walking out at number 9, so they'll be hoping that they can get rid of him pretty quickly.
He opened, did he not, for Lancashire? Or he was high order.
Yeah, he's certainly in the top 4 for them, I would have thought, in the red ball stuff. Yeah, prolific batsman.
So he's the obstacle to further progress for Van der Merwe, who's adjusting his field in readiness for this next delivery, just pushing deep square a little bit finer. And Davies solidly forward to defend his first ball. Defence again. It's amazing how the shadows of these giant floodlight pylons change during the day. We had the one to our right casting a long shadow first thing. Now the one to the west of us. That's defended. The sun gradually sinking in that direction, as it tends to do.
Yeah, it's almost the length of the pitch when the sun's out. At least the supporters are in the sun where they are located. You wouldn't want to be in the Somerset stand right now. It looks pretty Baltic over there.
Yeah, it's not the right time of day to be over there.
No, not at all.
Especially when it's this cold. What tends to happen is that supporters sometimes start the day there, don't they, and then gravitate over to the other side as the sun moves. Well, the sun doesn't move, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I don't blame them either. I would be certainly chasing the sun myself. Although I did sit down there for a couple of overs about half an hour ago, and yeah, when the sun was out, it was actually okay. It's just that wind chill today, which, yeah, I'm sure the Somerset fielders have been feeling for a long time.
Yeah, and when we're next here, I'm sure there'll be substantially more people for the championship game against Essex in a fortnight's time. They always draw good support, Somerset, for the county championship, as well as white ball, of course.
Still Leonard
up in the
from
air,
the river end,
and it's going to
pulled
go
down to fine leg. It's gone all the way.
Yeah, sorry, Sophie, I forgot it was your over.
That's okay.
Yeah, you got all the bat on that.
Yeah, Briggs moves on to 20 with that pull shot. Quickly onto that. Probably the length that Leonard was looking for, but just airing in line there, slightly down the leg side, and allowed Briggs to get quickly onto that. Just pushed out just in front of cover point there. Dot ball. Tom Banton's intrigued me. He's fielded in a helmet pretty much every over in this afternoon and evening session, actually, in the gully region there. Still got his lid on. Leonard in again and defensively pushed back up the offside by Briggs.
T20 membership selling very well here at the moment. They always pull in good crowds, Somerset, for T20 fixtures, and doesn't look like this season is going to be any different.
No, there's a real appetite for cricket here, isn't there? And they absolutely love packing this place. The atmosphere is incredible on a T20 match day. I don't think this year will be any different. Another dot ball there as Briggs just fends into the offside.
Yeah, more on T20 at the end of this over.
Leonard in, down the leg side. Taken by Davies. Once again doing the tidying up there.
They just need to go one further this summer, Somerset.
Yeah, they certainly do.
It's a great atmosphere here, isn't it, as well, when it's full, temporary stand and baying spectators.
Briggs just fends that one onto the onside. Yeah, the echo of Sweet Caroline around the ground. Yeah, very much looking forward to that this summer.
Let's take a look at that T20 video now then. Just a little sample of what the atmosphere can be like here, and all that to come over the next few months. Really special time of year this, with the season almost fully upon us. Van der Merwe still on, 12th over now. Oh, that seagull that just went past, very, very close to the window.
Yeah, it was close, wasn't it?
Again, there'll be a single here, although they didn't. In fact, it's gone all the way to the boundary. I think they were unsure. They were hesitant about the single because they thought it was probably going to go for 4. Then it looked as though it might be cut off. But
yeah, I think that's Josh Davey in there. Just couldn't get round to that one. Sliding, diving effort there in the covers, but yeah, that's Davies off the mark as well with a boundary there.
230 for 7, Warwickshire. There'll be another single here for Alex Davies. Goes to 5. Warwickshire defending their title, of course, in the county championship this season. Defended again. The unfortunate side, really, with the reversion to Division 1 and 2 was Nottinghamshire, because they did pretty well last summer, and that they found themselves back in Division 2.
Yeah, they do, and if you look at their squad as well, it's probably not worthy of that status. But that's the way it is at the minute, and they'll be fighting hard to get back to where they think they belong this summer.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't bet against them.
No, neither would I.
They were in the running for the title in the championship run-in last year. Beat Somerset here, of course, first of the last 4 games. 2-3-1 for 7 at the end of the over. 3 for 27, Van der Merwe. And it's going to be Ned Leonard to continue from the river end.
Yeah, and Davies is going to be on strike. Again, pretty defensive field, especially given that Davies is new to the crease. Again, looking for a quick single there, but sent back by Briggs.
Yeah, it wasn't there. Quite right to send him back.
I've seen a little bit of Davies play actually, and he just strikes me as a very busy cricketer. Likes to get up and down the wicket. Good on the short ball as well. But yeah, I think it's his busyness for me that stands out. Leonard in again. Davies leaves that one alone outside the off stump through to Davies.
Kept quite low.
Did keep low, yeah.
Shin height, Davies took that. Yeah, I remember a huge stand up at Old Trafford between Alex Davies and Liam Livingstone 3 years ago, I think. 3, possibly 4. Seemed to go on forever. He's a good batter.
Yeah, he's a good signing for Warwickshire, isn't he? Very solid in defence there. It's a good area by Leonard there, though. Again, Somerset just looking to wrap up this innings. Still need a few wickets.
Interesting to see who keeps wicket when the time comes, because Michael Burgess keeps, doesn't he, as well as this man, Alex Davies.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see who they go with. Got a feeling they may stick with Burgess, sort of the man in possession at the moment, and yeah, I'm sure Davies has aspirations to do the keeping side of things as well, but yeah, might just have to bide his time with that one.
Yes, I can't see a little cross in front of the name of either of them on the scorecard, on the team list that Polly Rhodes so kindly gave us this morning. So we shall see. We may see this evening. Who knows?
Leonard in again. Again, Davies just pushes that one back to the bowler. Leonard does the fielding off his own bowling.
They could share it, of course, in a game like this.
Yeah, they could well do. Given the temperature, they might fancy a little stint in the dressing room each.
Absolutely.
Leonard in, last ball of this over. Davies tries to work that through the onside, but can only find mid-wicket, and there's no run. And that's the end of the 73rd over. Warwickshire 231 for 7. Briggs is 20, Davies 5, not out.
Yeah, the shadows lengthening over to our left now. That Somerset stand, and indeed the apartments behind it. Quite imposing building altogether. And shadows not encroaching on the shortened boundary yet, but they soon will be. The boundary rope's been brought in about 30 to 40 yards on that side of the ground for this game.
I think we've got to change a bowler here, Stephen.
Lewis Goldsworthy. More spin. Slow left arm again, so no change of style. Has bowled previously in this mini-series of friendlies. Bowled against Glamorgan. Starting off round the wicket, appeal for LBW. Yes, he's gone. He's outshone Lewis Gregory. He's taken a wicket with his very first ball, Lewis Gregory. Beg your pardon, Lewis Goldsworthy. And that is the 8th Warwickshire wicket to fall, with the total on 231. Briggs has gone for 20. And, well, there's a dream start for the other Lewis.
Yeah, talk about golden arm. The umpire took a while to give that. I thought that looked, and we're not directly behind the wicket here, but that looked pretty adjacent to me. And I was hoping that the finger was going to go up, and that's certainly what happened. So Goldsworthy strikes for his first ball of the day.
Yes, there are times when they need a moment to consider, aren't there? And I'd almost, at the point where it did, I almost decided it wasn't going to.
Yeah, it was quite a subdued appeal, I thought, from Goldsworthy as well, but maybe he was just
thought it was too good to be true.
Exactly, yeah, just trying to find his rhythm with the ball, and probably didn't expect to be picking up a wicket with his first ball either, so maybe caught him by surprise.
So for the second time in the day, a Somerset bowler with the first name of Lewis has bowling figures of 1 for 0. The only difference is it took Lewis Gregory 2 deliveries. So on the verge of bowling Warwickshire out now, Somerset. Ryan Sidebottom, the new batsman. Alex Davies is on 5. Go on, finish it with a hat-trick, Lewis.
Oh, that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
And again. Not this time. Not this time.
You ever commented on a hat-trick, Stephen?
I was lucky enough to be here for Alfonso Thomas's 4 in 4. That's a real highlight.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Adrian Harms was actually on commentary, the Sussex commentator, and he very kindly allowed me the hat-trick delivery, as that's outside the off stump and left alone. So, having gone into a total euphoria along with Alfonso and the entire Somerset team, as he is in again, and that's defended again, I found myself, there was an over in between after the hat-trick. Peter Trigo bowled an over in between and took a wicket.
Right.
And this is out to deep mid-wicket. They'll get at least 1 for this. They're content with that. So there I was, still. Start of the new over. And Alfonso went from the middle right down to that river stand, celebrating. What a moment that was. I think they lost 5 wickets for nothing, Sussex, and they were top order wickets as well.
Yeah, they were.
It was the cream of their batting lineup. Ed Joyce was one of them. Rory Hamilton-Brown.
Yeah, some good names there.
The 4th was Matt Machin, the least well-known name, probably of
Scottish?
Yeah.
Yeah. We've got a double change here. It's going to be the skipper back on from the river end, Tom Abel.
He's taken a hat-trick, of course, hasn't he?
He
all
has,
of them caught by... Was that? No. That was Craig Overton. They were all caught by Marcus Trescothick.
Ah, okay.
So it's a change of ends for him, isn't it? He's bowled so far from the pavilion end, coming on from the river.
Yeah, wicketless today, so we'll be looking for his first pole. He's in and side bottom defends.
I bumped into Alfonso last year, actually, because he was Hampshire's. He's moved on since then, actually.
Yeah, I think he's at Leicester now.
That's right.
I saw last week there was a bit
he
of
was
an
with
announcement
Hampshire last
around
year. Yeah, and I had a chat. We had a little trip down memory lane. He was a fine bowler.
Yeah, I was going to say, one of the greats that we've had here. More so for his exploits in the white ball format and his T20 skills, his variations.
His Yorker.
Yeah, so I'm not surprised to see him in the coaching world now, passing all his knowledge on to the next crop. Abel at the top of his mark. It's in and side bottom defends.
He's an important part of this attack now, Tom Abel, isn't he? He's developed in the last 3-4 seasons.
Yep, certainly is. Certainly gives us a few more few more options when your number 3 back can bowl the way he can. Oh, beats the outside edge there. Too good for side bottom on that occasion.
When he started in the first team, he didn't bowl at all. Or if at all, it was only the odd over.
Yeah, he's got a real ability to swing that red ball, and I think he's a really useful asset for Somerset. Never easy as captain to be prepared to bowl yourself. You know, you probably look around the pitch and you probably feel like you've got a lot of other options ahead of yourself, but yeah, the last couple of seasons we've seen Tom take on that ownership and responsibility with the ball, and it's great to see. As he's in again from the river end. Squirts off the outside edge there.
He's one of the more experienced captains on the county circuit now. He got the job so young, didn't he? And 28 now, rising 28. And well, he's done a very good job of it.
He has indeed.
Now they're going off. Is that because it's the end? That seems rather strange. Wondered
Warwickshire may have declared here.
Yeah, they must have declared. Yeah.
They want a stint with the ball at the end of the day.
I was wondering if it was drinks or something initially.
Tea and coffee on a day like today, I think.
But they're all trooping off. So we will see Somerset bat. 2-3-2 for 8 then, Warwickshire. Side bottom left not out 1. Davies not out 5. 75 overs bowled, so we'll probably lose a couple for the break between innings, which would leave Somerset 13 overs to bat. There's the scorecard on the screen. Main stand of the match, the one for the second wicket between Dom Sibley and Sam Hain. 49 and 66 respectively. Then 31 for Chris Benjamin, the next highest. And main wicket takers, Roloff van der Merwe and Lewis Gregory. 5 between them, and 1 apiece for Marchant de Lange and, well, they're figures to die for, aren't they? 1 for 1 for Lewis Goldsworthy at the bottom. So we'll have a bit of work done on the pitch. And that gives us an opportunity, Sophie, to see your predictions.
Yeah,
for the season.
It will remind me, because I've actually forgotten what information I submitted, Stephen.
I don't remember all mine either.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting to see that. As we have this short break between innings. Ground staff busy out there.
Yeah, Scott Hawkins out with the roller there. Here we go then. Yeah, so I can't look past Tom Abel. It's got to be the top run scorer for me. And I've gone with the overseas in Siddle for the wicket taker.
Matt Renshaw you've picked.
Yeah.
Is that most first class? Can't quite see the wording on that.
I think that's sixes. I think there was a sixes question, wasn't there?
Yeah,
most first class sixes. So that's what I've gone with. I've gone with Renshaw.
Yeah, I was
for
with
that.
you on that, and I was with you on Abel as well.
Yeah.
I actually picked Craig Overton as the leading wicket taker. But
bowling wise, you could have picked a handful of players, couldn't you? I feel. And yeah, I've gone for yes with a Somerset batsman scoring a first-class century at a strike rate of over 100. I feel
good
like
call.
There's a few batters in our lineup that could easily do that. So yeah.
And then a couple of no's and a yes.
Yeah, so I've gone with no. Somerset batsman in the leading run scorers across the entire county championship. I've gone with a no there, but I've said that one of our bowlers will be in the leading wicket takers. So yeah, I've backed our bowlers more than I have our batters. So sorry about that. The top 6, whoever that may be, come next week.
It's going to be fun considering all these as the season progresses, isn't it?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
And terrific hair, I've got to say.
Thank you, Stephen. Yeah, I'd said there was some embarrassing headshots lying around, and they've managed to pull one of mine up, which is, yeah, always the case, isn't it? That's from a few years ago now, to be honest. So yeah.
Yeah, I've never had mine done quite like that. So a little break we've got between innings, 10 minutes or so, and in fact they have taken the 2 overs off now up on that scoreboard. So we've got 13 more to watch, and well, let's hope for a solid start from Somerset.
Yeah, who do you think will be coming out to open? Who are you expecting to see?
I should think Lammonby. And who else?
I think they might go with Green, give him another shot at the top.
It's been a problematic thing, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has been a
Recent
lot of chopping
times.
and changing, hasn't there? And no one's really made their mark at the top of the order there. So, yeah, they've tried a fair few options.
I suppose Steve Davies might be another possibility. He has done it on occasion, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think on a long-term basis, though, that's asking a lot of your wicket keeper
Yep.
in 4-day cricket to be donning the gloves, and then, yeah, expected to score big at the top of the order. You know, he's definitely the type of player that can do that job, but I think it's just a little bit too much of an ask of your wicket keeper.
So we're calling Lammonby and Green.
Yeah, I'll go with Lammonby and Green, and yeah, see what happens.
Warwickshire bowlers are out there, just loosening up. It's rather nice on the same day to see both sides bat. Not that we'll see Somerset for long, but nice to see both teams out there in different disciplines.
Yeah, a few woolly hats on the heads of the Warwickshire players as well. Theirs is a bit of a navy blue. It looks quite nice, actually.
Yeah, it's obviously a trend this year.
Yeah, woolly
No
hats.
maroon in the Warwickshire one.
The in thing.
So it's a good opportunity for a change in the commentary box. Tony's going to come in for me as another cross-country train heads off to Bristol.
Thanks, Stephen. Yeah, so we'll just wait impatiently to see who the Somerset openers are going to be. As we see Warwickshire warming up there. A few players in the Somerset dugout there. Just going to see a short advert from Rotec before Somerset get their innings underway. Welcome back, Tony.
Thank you.
Had a nice little break.
Oh yes, so it was nice to sit and watch.
The umpires are on their way. Still waiting to see the Somerset openers. Who do you reckon is going to be walking out to open the batting?
It's a bit much to ask Davies to do it, I think, having kept wicket for 60 odd overs. Could well be right, what you people said. Who you've gone for? Lammonby and...
I've gone Lammonby and Green.
Green. Could be Tom Banton, I suppose.
Yep, that's another one to throw into the mix. Warwickshire head out, led by Captain Will Rhodes. Interested to see who's keeping wicket. It looks like Burgess. He doesn't have his name and number on the back. It's gone for a very old school long sleeve by the looks of things. But I can see Alex Davies just ahead of us here, so yeah, looks like it's going to be Burgess with the gloves.
Yeah. Well, there's one batsman coming. Ready?
Yeah, not in a rush to get out there, are they, Somerset?
No.
Biding their time. I mean, if it is Lammonby, then he's had all day to get his pads on, hasn't he? Because we haven't seen him in the field.
Yeah. I think it is. I think I saw 15 on his back.
Not as many woolly hats in the Warwickshire side. Actually, someone's gone for the floppy, yeah. And it is going to be Ben Green and Tom Lammonby to open the batting for Somerset. Hoping that was on the prediction. I would have got that one right.
Yeah. Very impressive. You should be a captain.
It's going to be Hannon Dolby from the Marcus Roscovic Pavilion end. No name and number on his shirt, though, interestingly.
Strange.
He would be a regular in their lineup as well.
He's got a number.
Maybe he forgot his match shirt.
He should be wearing number 20.
Oh, and we've got a bit of a delay because the square leg umpire has lost his hat. It's blown off in the wind.
That's the second time that's happened to him.
First bit of Warwickshire fielding was to field the umpire's hat there. Hannon Dolby's in. Oh, and a
wide down
the leg side. And
first wide of the day.
That's going to race away as well. No chance for Burgess. Real loosener from Hannon Dolby there.
5 wides.
And that's Somerset underway. Probably not what you want first up as a keeper.
No. Dive for this one.
He's in again. And this one...
It's almost wide the other side.
Almost wide outside of the off stump, overcompensated there.
Next one takes middle stump out.
Yeah. Hopefully not.
Yes.
If you're Ben Green. Yeah, always hard as a batter when the bowler's radar is a little bit wild, should we say.
Yes.
You've got to really concentrate.
You never know where it's coming.
Absolutely. The tall figure of Hannon Dolby is in once more. Ben Green leaves that one alone. Again, that's bounced just before Burgess there. And not too much carry, keeping a little bit low.
At least Somerset have started better than Warwickshire did.
Absolutely. It's a good point, Tony. We've got some runs on the board before we've lost our first wicket.
Yes. And it's lasted longer. Quit now while we're ahead.
Ben Green just pushing that one into the onside.
First one on the bat.
Yeah, it sounded nice, didn't it, actually?
It's always nice. Get one in the middle of the bat. Feel the ball.
Lammonby just rehearsing his technique at the non-striker's end while we wait for Hannon Dolby to set himself. In once more to Green, and Green drives back down the ground. Hannon Dolby gets a hand on that, so no run. Warwickshire have got a few men behind the back catching. Couple of slips. It's not really a gully, probably.
It looks like a fourth slip.
Fourth slip, something like that, yep.
One on the fence.
One on the fence at long leg. Left that one alone, did Green. Bit of a ooh from behind the bat.
Yeah, they seem to get excited about it. He certainly wasn't playing it.
Mind games, isn't it? Just trying to get in the batter's head. You know that.
Oh yes.
Trying to make him believe that one was closer than he thought.
We see a few of those even in the games I umpire in Whipple and Somerset leagues.
Last ball of this first over then. And again, Green's well in behind that.
Rock solid.
Just take a look at that first ball of the innings again. Not exactly where Hannon Dolby was hoping his first ball of the day would go.
Oh, it's well wide, isn't it? Almost off the pitch.
Burgess nearly got that, to be fair to him.
Got a glove to it.
Yeah. So yeah, the first over gone, and Somerset a 5 without loss. Lammonby hasn't faced a ball yet, and he's not sure what he's doing. Changing or adjusting some sort of equipment there.
In the meantime, Sidebottom is getting ready to open the bowling from the river end.
Not the Sidebottom I remember watching as I was growing up.
No. This lad's an Australian, isn't he?
Lammonby taking guard for his first ball of the innings.
Yes, he's born in Victoria, this one.
Good knowledge, Tony.
The internet's a wonderful thing, isn't it?
It is, yeah. You can find out pretty much anything on there, can't you?
Yeah. At least they have a varied pace attack, right arm and left arm. And by David Milnes going to the other side, not because the fielders are in the way, but I know from experience looking into the sun is not easy to see the lines. Oh, he's not left arm.
He's just coming round the wicket, isn't he?
Wicket, isn't he?
Yeah, he's bowling round to
It must
the
be past my
left-handed
bedtime.
Lammonby.
I'm old. I haven't had my afternoon nap. Playing myth. Mr. Lammonby. Somerset remain at 5 for no wicket. Fairly standard field. First, second and fourth slip. 3 in a line on the offside saving 1, 2 on the leg side. And 1 at deep fine leg.
Yeah, looks like skipper Will Rhodes in at first slip there. Sam Hain at second.
Edge to second slip, but didn't quite carry.
Just as I mentioned, Sam Hain at
Yes.
second slip. He's into the game.
He's done enough damage for one day. Is Mosley at third slip, or fourth slip.
Yeah, the Warwickshire jumpers are a little bit more helpful than the woolly ones of Somerset. They've got names and numbers on the back.
Yes. well, stopped. So even the keeper's wearing a bobble hat.
He is, yeah. I don't blame him, to be honest.
No. But he might need a cap when the ball comes in from the flats side. Same 6-3 field for the right-hander. 3 close catches, 3 on the offside, 2 on the leg side, all saving 1. After 2 overs, Somerset are 6 for no wicket.
Yeah, both batters yet to get off the mark. But they've looked quite assured. Green in particular has left well. Got him behind the ball.
Every opening bat must know how to leave the ball.
As you can see, the overseas signing of Peter Siddle just donning his woolly hat there, keeping his ears warm. A little bit colder here than Australia, isn't it, Pete?
I should think you notice a big difference. It's Hannon Dalby again from our end in the Triscothic Pavilion.
Yeah, it's going to be Lammonby on strike. Again, wide outside the off stump, and Lammonby lets that one go through. Actually got 2 floppy hats out there now that I've spotted.
Yes. One down at fine leg, and one at cover point.
Hannon Dolby's in again. Lammonby again leaves that one alone.
When Hannon Dalby runs in, it looks as if he's wearing green boots because you have green flashes on the back.
Yeah, he's a tall figure, is
Yes.
Hannon Dolby.
Mm.
He's got a donning.
The longest run from this end because he's way past all the Somerset bowling marks.
Yeah. Yeah, they are quite jazzy, the back of his shoes, aren't they?
Yeah.
Good spot there, Tony. Yeah, he's donning 2 sweatbands as well. I can't imagine this.
No, it's
Gonna get that-
habit, I suspect.
That sweaty out there. I think every fielder has got their hands in their pockets at the minute.
I'm not surprised. I think I'd have mine in my pockets if I was out there. Just get him out in time for the ball.
He's in again.
He's gone.
And Lammonby's gone. LBW. Hannon Dolby strikes, and Lammonby's gone without troubling the scorer. Somerset are 6 for 1, and that's not the ideal start for Somerset.
Lammonby's net earlier on today didn't seem to do him a lot of good. He spent an hour in the nets on the left there.
Yeah, and that's sometimes how the game goes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, these players work hard, train for hours on end, and yeah, sometimes just not your day.
You get a ball with your name on it.
Yeah.
That's it. This is the skipper.
Yep, it looks like it. Just practicing a couple of shots on the way out. Big arm swings from the skipper, making sure he's ready to go when he gets to the crease. He's going to have a little chat with Ben Green. Little glove punch there. He had a good score against Gloucester, didn't he, Tom?
Yes.
I think it was 76, something like that.
Could do with that now.
So yeah, he could do with spending a little bit more time in the middle.
Time in the middle is always better than time in the nets.
Absolutely, there's no replacement for game practice, is there?
No.
Just as hard as you try in the nets, you just can't replicate that game situation.
No.
That's where these games are so important.
I usually used to find when I'm batting in the nets, the fielders claim to have, or the bowlers claim to have about 20 fielders around. Catches everywhere.
Yeah, we've been training hard and moved into sort of scenario-based practice these last few weeks, and yeah, the bowlers will claim that it's always a dot ball or it's always a wicket.
Yeah. I should go and watch my club training later on. I shan't take an active part. I should sit down quietly and watch for an hour or so.
What club is that, Tony?
Middlesoy.
That's a solid push back down the ground by Abel.
Yeah.
Right in behind that, off the middle of the bat.
Middlesoy's chairman last year sponsored the league, and won the scientific league with his company. And both teams finished bottom of the divisions.
Less said about that, the better then.
Yes.
It's a hive of activity in the dugouts, actually. There's quite a few down there. A lot of woolly hats. Looks like
Supply of hand warmers
Paul
coming in.
Tweddle going for a little bit of a stroll around the boundary edge.
Something's been brought out here.
Somerset 6 for 1 after 3 overs.
We've got side bottom again to green. We still have no run off the bat. They've lost a fielder somewhere. Oh, Gully's gone into the leg side, isn't he?
Yeah, they've got a 5-4 field now.
Yeah.
Just the 2 slips. They've got a short mid-wicket, similar to what Somerset had for a long period of the Warwickshire innings.
Safe leave. Sort of ball you leave on length. Just hope it goes over the top.
Yeah, we have seen a few not bounce.
Yes.
But those haven't tended to be on the line of the stumps, have they? They've been sort of wide outside of the off stump, and they're the ones that haven't really carried through to the keeper.
Somewhat hurried defensive shot. Two balls left in this over. A little bit of gardening. Something a batsman does just to ease his concentration.
Yeah, I think for a lot of batters it just becomes a little bit of a routine, doesn't it? Yeah.
Down. Have a little tap. Ooh. Edged through the slips. Take 4.
And he's off the mark.
Yes, the first run's off the bat.
Doesn't matter how you get them, does it? It's 4 in the scorebook, and that's all that matters.
Yeah. It's like golf. There's no pictures on scorecards.
Not how Ben Green would have envisaged himself getting off the mark, but he'll take it nonetheless.
Oh, yes. I bought all the bat, I'll use all the bat.
Absolutely.
Well, perhaps they don't buy their bats, they get given them. acrobatically saved. Four overs, 10 for 1.
Yeah, it's good over by a side bottom actually.
Yes. Caused problems.
Yeah, and unlucky not to pick up a wicket actually.
Could well have seen both opening batsmen back in the hedge for naught.
It's going to be Abel on strike to Hannon Dolby. He's running in from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. And again, Abel solidly in behind that. Looked to play that very comfortably on the front foot. Just pushing forward. Nice sign off the middle of the bat. That's what you want early in your innings. Finding the middle of the bat, making sure your feet are moving well, and yeah.
Yeah. Get in the right position. Play the ball.
Again, just pushed into the onside. I think that's Sibley at mid-on, doing the fielding there. Sun's still shining here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, Taunton. Despite the wind, it's been a lovely day for cricket. Left alone by Abel. And Dolby just outside of the off stump there. Abel happy to leave that one and let it go through to Burgess, the keeper.
All hands in pockets again. Out they all come.
And again, solid defence by Tom Abel. Tony, you mentioned you do a little bit of umpiring. When's your first game this season?
I think got a friendly with Middlesbrough on the 23rd of April. And the following week I'm at Millfield for 3 different games. On the Monday, Friday and Saturday.
Oh, that's a busy week then.
Yeah. Friday, Saturday, a girls' game.
That's what we like to hear.
Yeah.
More girls and women getting involved in the game these days.
Yes.
Left alone again by Abel outside that off stump.
Yeah, our league starts on the 7th of May, I think. The appointments are not done yet. So we'll get them in due course. I got 4 Somerset over 50s games as well.
Is there a difference between umpiring women and girls compared to the guys?
No, it's very pleasant. In my refereeing career, I refereed ladies a few times as well at rugby. And those games are usually more violent than the men's games.
And that's the end of the 5th over. 10 for 1 Somerset. Green on 4 and Abel yet to get off the mark.
Still side bottom from the far end. With the river at his back. Left again by Green. Through to Burgess.
Yeah, Warwickshire have bowled quite tight here. Apart from that first delivery, which was a real loosener, they've been on the money, and Somerset are finding it hard to score here.
I suspect Somerset will just be happy to survive the night now, without losing any more wickets.
Yeah, I think you're right, Tony.
Good opening batting again by Green, just knowing where his off stump is, letting the ball go, not tempted.
Yeah, if my maths is correct, 7.4 overs left in the day.
Yes. And I think they're going to stop at 90 overs. They won't carry on a ball more than that. Slightly more aggressive. Push into the covers. Still for no run. And he only runs off the bat to the one edge through the slips.
Yeah, green just on the drive there, a little bit fuller from side bottom, and yeah, green saying if you're going to bowl that length, I'm going to climb into it. But no run at the minute though, but
another good leave. A nice, more aggressive drive at mid-off.
yeah, he's just
Safely fielded, no run.
finding the fielders here at the minute, green, but been impressed with his decision making so far. He's
Yes.
left the ball well.
It's a sign of somebody who's hoping to dig in for a long spell. Good solid defence again, down to mid-on. End of the over. A maiden. Still 10 for 1. After 6 overs. There are 7 more overs left in play tonight.
Yeah, Somerset 10 for 1. Lammonby, the batter gone. LBW to Han Dolby without troubling the scorers. And Hannon Dolby's going to continue. Just in again. Abel defends. Looked for a minute like he maybe wanted a quick single, but decides against it. I think that was the wise decision there.
No chance in taking your, no point in taking a risk. Make the fielders work for their wickets, don't give them away. It's nice to see players having a wander around the field as well.
Yeah,
Like
it's a
club
luxury of the
club cricketers tend to do that a lot, have a wander
luxury
around.
of the short boundary. And if you're Somerset, you want to be walking right for runs.
Yes.
Left alone by Abel. Still 3 slips in for Warwickshire. Hannon Dolby's going to be probing away outside that off stump, looking to entice the drive from Abel. Get those catches in play. Again, Abel in behind that. Fielded by Lamb at mid-off. And Dolby just working on the ball there. Trying to keep that shine on it for as long as possible. Make use of the new ball. Abel look to work that to the leg side, but Comes across it a little bit too early and just squirts off to the offside. Again, he's looking to score there, Abel. Hannon Dolby going a little bit straighter, and Abel probably thought he could capitalise and try and get off the mark there with a little single into the onside, but to no avail. Hannon Dolby in again. And again, Abel defends. There's one ball left in the 7th over, and I'm going to be leaving you, Tony, and you're going to be joined by Harry, who's waiting in the wings.
If I don't see you again, have a good season.
Thank you very much.
I might get to watch one of the Western Storm games. You never know.
Yeah, it'd be brilliant if you can get down and support us. We've got a few games here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, Taunton. Very much looking forward to leading the team out here in the summer. Hannon Dolby's in again, and that's left alone, and that's the end of the 7th over and end of my stint on commentary today. I've very much enjoyed it. Thanks to the team for making me feel so welcome, and I'll hand you over to Harry and leave you in the capable hands of Tony.
It's been a pleasure working with you. After 7 overs then, Somerset still 10 for 1, Green on 4, and Tom Abel still to register, open his account. He's still going to be side bottom from the river end. With his usual 5-4 field, 2 slips, 3 in the covers, short mid wicket, 2 saving 1, and a deep fine leg. And we welcome back Harry into the other chair.
Yeah, cracking debut for Sophie Love, enjoying her first day on commentary, and yourself too. You must have loved it so far.
I have. I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
Top stuff. And we'll be hearing a bit more from you tomorrow, is that right?
Yes.
Ideal. I'm off to Forest Green Rovers for my foot reporting tomorrow afternoon, but I might make a brief appearance on my way up the M5 tomorrow morning. I'll try and pop in and do some commentary between 11 and 1.
I normally assess rugby referees on Saturdays, but I cried off tomorrow.
Bit cold.
Come here instead.
Come to the cricket, why not, eh?
Yes, it'll be a good day. See Somerset score a few runs tomorrow.
Got a few on the YouTube stream still watching us. We've got over 400 watching in the post-work last half an hour of the day.
Good.
Lady B is there saying she's a sort of monitor of administrator with a spanner next to her. She's always tuning in. And Prina Chak says, bye, Sophie.
Short pitch ball there from side bottom. Green ducking under it quite safely.
Good point made by Behold. Adam Hose, former Somerset chap, right-handed batter. Does he still play for the Bears? He does. Doesn't seem to be involved so far today.
No, he's not. He wasn't in the squad.
No, out of favour a little bit. Which is a bit of a shame, really. He hasn't done so well since he left the West Country to go up to Edgbaston. More of a white ball striker, but you thought he might get in the squad for a pre-season Red Bull game with a big squad named.
Again, defensive shot from Green.
I mean, Hose scored some decent runs with Somerset. Even played for Wellington Firebirds down in New Zealand in the Super Smash, and scored 76 or 43 balls on debut for Warwickshire, and there's 17 T20 blasts. He's a good player, but just struggled in first-class cricket for Warwickshire. I mean, they're a championship-winning side. That's not even without Tim.
It's hard to get into it, isn't it?
Yeah, but I thought he'd get in there 15 for pre-season anyway. Of course, 10 sides in Division 1 of the County Champ this year. Gloucestershire, I'm excited to see the West Country rivals.
Yes.
And Northamptonshire has been in Division 2 for a little while, so it'd be great to see them up with the big boys.
Yes, yeah. Whether I'll ever live to see Glamorgan back in the top division, I don't know.
I hope you do. strong, well, we can call it the West of England. It'd be great to see Glamorgan, Gloucestershire and Somerset all up there from
Yes. Oh, yes.
a West of England point of view.
8 overs finished. Still 10 for 1. Green still on 4. Abel still hasn't troubled the scorers who are sitting in the box on my left here.
Plenty of time for Tomo. It's almost like a night watchman period. This.
Yeah. They're not going to take any chances.
No.
Just score runs, are they? It's important they're both still there tomorrow morning.
So from my end, the Marcus Gothic Pavilion end, we're going to see Manraj Johal, who I remember bowled really well in that finale at Edgbaston. I remember watching him bowl. He was sort of thrown in at the end of the season in September. You normally sometimes it's just handing out caps, but it wasn't quite like that because Warwickshire were going for the title. Well, they actually won the title in the end.
Yeah.
He got 7 wickets in his Royal London Cup debut season for Warwickshire as a 19-year-old just last year. Made his first-class bow in the...
He wasn't named in their squad on their website last night.
No, they like to change it this time. He has a lovely cut shot from Tom Abel. That's going to be at least 3, maybe 4. It's going to be flicked back. No, just settled for 2, actually. A great bit of fielding.
Yes.
Actually, superb work to flick it back. Yeah.
It was good fielding.
Yes, thrown into the Bob Willis Trophy final against Lancashire at Lords. I remember that clearly. I was watching that against Lancashire. Birmingham-born senior, and yeah, he's been playing there since his under 11s. 20 years old now, and hit a little go with the bat as well. I remember that. He got 59 runs across his 2 innings, 4 wickets, 3 for 29 his best figures, and that's pretty decent to make your first-class bow at Lords in a final, isn't it?
Yes.
So Manraj Johal coming into bowl now. Able back foot punches,
That's
even
4
nice, a
left,
glorious shot.
yeah.
That's 2 short wide balls from
Yes.
Johal. Should have been 8 off 2 really, but for a good bit of fielding, saving 2 runs. Yeah, Johal batted 11 for Warwickshire. Got 19 off 26 balls in the first innings.
Bit of a jackal each then.
Well, yes. Then he coming into bat. Well, he got his 1 for 30 in the second innings, Lancashire second innings that is, and having in the first innings taken 3 for 29. Of course, he was only required to bat once because Warwickshire scored 518 in 1 innings and 199 runs. So it wasn't
a comfortable win.
Yeah, he wasn't needed twice to the bat, but pretty impressive with his 1 batting knock. And obviously, of course, what he's doing now with the ball is the most important thing, as he's a bit fuller this time, and Tom Abel drives that to mid-on. Much better delivery from Johal, and he can't do much with that, can Tom Abel? Somerset will be happy enough with their day, I think.
I think they should be, yeah.
Hard to judge in a 3-day pre-season game when there's a odd declaration which you wouldn't normally get.
No, they want to get 4 innings in 3 days, don't they?
Yeah. As we see another dot ball to Tom Abel.
Whilst it's nice to win, there's no points in stake.
No.
Keeping the shine on the ball.
Yeah, so we've got 20 minutes left to play today, and then it'll be another 11 till 6 day tomorrow, so do join us again
Another
tomorrow
90
morning.
overs.
Yeah. We've not done badly on the overs front today, not 5 overs remaining and 19 minutes to bowl them in, so that's pretty perfectly timed as we see a leg side delivery which Tom Abel can't quite get bat on.
One ball left.
Bit of shine being applied to the ball from the big man at mid-off. Hannon Dolby. Useful right arm seaming barrage, really.
Yeah.
Warwickshire got a good batch of young fast bowlers. Of course, Ollie Stone's had his injuries, as we see Abel back in behind and defending that straight to cover. Decent end to an over from Johal, whose first 2 balls were short and wide and should have gone for 8 but went for 6 with a good bit of fielding. So finished the over well with 4 decent deliveries.
Yep. So after 9 overs, we're now 16 for 1. Green still on 4, and Tom Abel leading as captain on 6. Hannon Dolby's just changed ends. He's now coming from the river end.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you just try as a captain, don't you? When you're not necessarily bowling badly, but you might not get the breakthrough from one end. You bowl 4 overs from one end, you may as well try the other end. He did get the breakthrough with Tom Lamby we talked about, but there's never any harm in changing ends, unless it's a slope at Lords, perhaps.
Yes.
Or a notorious wind or something different. I think it's well worth a change.
Yeah. Well, this wind will help him bring the ball into the batsman, won't it, to the right-hander. Green pushes it away to cover. No run. Hannon Dolby's a very busy-looking bowler. Everything seems to be moving as he runs in. Fairly long run. Again defended, pushed into cover. The wind is still howling in the effects mics, which is situated just below us. Defended to mid-on this time. There are still a few dozen hardy spectators sitting out in the wind, and mostly sitting in the sun, but there are some in the shade on our left. I would think it's quite cool sitting in the shade.
Yes, definitely. But hardy fans keen to watch the cricket.
If you're a proper fan, you'll stick with it.
Nice to see a floppy hat. We didn't see any floppy hats in the Somerset fields.
No, there were 2 out there somewhere. Yeah, one down at Fine Legs got one on as well.
Yeah, Joe Howe, he's doing that when he's not bowling. It's just a bit of a pain for you as an umpire. Aren't floppy hats annoying because they get burned away so easily? And where do you put them?
I have a close back or a clip attached to a belt.
Yes, good idea.
I'll clip them in there. Or I'll put it on top of my hat.
And it blows away.
Doubt that would be given out. He's a long way forward.
Slightly strangled end of day peel.
Yeah. It's always worth a shout. But what I love as an umpire, when you have a concerted appeal for LBW and the bowler looks at you and says, that's not out, it's going down leg side. Green well forward again. The end of the 10th over. Score is still 16 for 1. Green still on 4. Abel on 6. And 6 extras.
Yeah, that 5 wides was a bit of a shock, wasn't it?
Yes. Unfair to keepers.
Yes. Wow.
To expect him to dive down there first ball of the innings.
At least it was wides, not byes, wasn't it?
Yes. I think sometimes umpires are very hard on wicket keepers. They give what I would consider to be a clear wide. They give it as byes.
Yes.
Keepers are always proud to keep a clean sheet.
So Joe Howe just driven by Tom Abel into the mid-on area. It's got that feel of a batting out for the last 15 minutes now, isn't it?
Yes.
Abel and Green not taking any risks. They both just want to be intact. They don't care how many runs they've got. Their wickets to be intact at the end of the day.
If you give me a long hop, I'll still smack it for 4.
Which Joe Howe duly did. The first 2 balls to Abel.
Yeah. Anything.
That's a bonus, isn't
anything on the length and near the stumps is going to be defended.
Good shot by Tom Abel, but well fielded at point for no run. Just getting a scan around the ground. We've still got, a few in the family stand. Well, normally you'd be staying till 6:30, 7. So the fact that it finishes at 6 is
it's a bonus. Get home in time for a late tea.
Yeah, there'll be a few walking to the train station from here, I'm sure. As Joe Howe comes in with that right arm run out, defended. Well, not defended. I say back foot punch by Tom Abel. Misfield extra cover. He wants to run. Ben Green says no. I fielded it mid-on to Ben Green in the first game of last season in April. And he hits it hard. Really hard. As we see, tractor driver, wide load. He's got just a T-shirt on. What a brave man he is. He's in a slightly different seat because his favourite seats under the scoreboard, just the end of Gimlet Hill, aren't open for the pre-season. But he sat in the white stand, the family stand, one of Somerset's best loved fans, one of the most vocal supporters with all his songs. You know how he's left behind by Tom Abel for no run. Yeah, Ben Green hits it hard. Tom Abel hit it hard. But they won't be needing to push anything too serious here, is there?
No. They can stand one down at the end of 2.5 more overs. They'll be happy, I would think.
Yeah. Tom Abel with every to none, 4-none to Oliver Hannon and Dolby earlier. When Somerset was just 6 for naught. Tractor says always look on the bright side of life. A lot of love on the YouTube live stream. Acceptor says doing well to get some game time in April though. Yeah, that's a fair point. Always look on the bright side of life says he's sticking with us till the bitter end. Well, thank you. Great stuff. Doc Davies said the ice on the ball is helping the bowlers. It's not that bad.
No.
It's sunny. It's a beautiful day. It's just a bit chilly. Joe Hallin again, and Abel, beautiful drive, but mid-on's very straight. Dom Sibley, if he was in an orthodox mid-on position, that'd probably be 4 runs, but how straight he is means it's a dot ball just before he loses his hat in the wind. That's a decent over from Joe Howe, a maiden in his second over. So he's bowled 2 bad balls, and then 10 good balls. Fair enough, 2 looseners.
Yeah, give him that.
Meanwhile, the World Cup draw is just being announced for the Football World Cup. So stick with us for 10 more minutes, and then we'll allow you to go and watch the FIFA World Cup draw. I'm sure live from Doha. I'm sure you can catch up with that. All the exciting news of who's going to be playing who in a rogue Winter World Cup, which is still going to be pretty hot, but a bit odd for us in November and December.
Yeah, it's Hannon Dalby again from the River End. Played it just forward of square leg. No run. Well, Tom Abel had 5 yards down the pitch, hoping to get a single. Wisely not.
Those of you who like a hide-and-seek game or a Where's Wally game, have a look on the Somerset Twitter page and try and find Max Waller. Where's Waller? A little game that's been going on the last few days.
Plays golf at the same club as me.
Does he now? How's his technique with a golf club in hand?
Well, I think he plays off +2.
You ever played with him?
No.
You're not quite that level?
No. I was single figure handicap years ago, but not anymore.
Waller will be tomorrow in one of these special locations. So have a look on the Twitter page, have a look on the website, have a read about it, and you want to go hunting for Max Waller. He's a wanted man. He's not nothing wrong. He's just trying to be found. £250 and a signed shirt for anyone who finds it. That's a pretty decent reward, isn't it? I mean, if he's at your golf club, you could get the £250 and the reward, Tony. But I don't think he will be.
I shouldn't think he's one of the places he's due tomorrow.
I don't think that's one of the 6
I
locations.
couldn't find him tomorrow anyway there because I should be down here.
Well, yes, actually, yes. We'll have to. We don't really want to encourage people to not be at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Maybe Max will be hiding here. We never know.
Yeah, in the middle of the pitch. We're still Hannon Dolby bowling to green.
I wonder where Waller's playing this year. He's had so many different clubs in recent years, from
Yeah.
Playing in the Devon League, playing in the Cornish League for a while.
Playing for St Just in Cornwall, wasn't he?
Yeah, then he was in the Whipple for a bit, but
Mm.
decent batter at that level.
Yeah, he played for Bridgewater for a bit, I think.
Yeah, there were rumours some of the Devon clubs were trying to sign him, but he gets a few offers on the. They know he's going to play every Saturday because the Somerset T20s are Friday nights, aren't they?
Yeah.
So suits him. And even last year with Van der Merwe and Goldsworthy coming through, he wouldn't necessarily play every T20, and Leach played a couple of games. So.
Mm.
And now he's busy hiding from the press. Not just everyone.
Left again by Green. The elaborate lifting of the bat out of the line of the ball.
Feel free to keep engaging on Twitter. We're sort of hashtag Somerset v Warwickshire or hashtag We Are Somerset, or atting any of us commentary team on the old Twitter, or SCCC_comms, or the YouTube comments. So many different ways to get involved. It's an interactive viewing service. You can chat to us like your friends, even over the internet if you might be stuck at home. Oh no, that's not the best way for Somerset to end the day, is that?
No,
an edge.
It wasn't caught. Edge
Ben Green
short.
to second slip. Just a false stroke, just bounced just below.
Hannah Dolby's last ball of the day.
It just Ben Green's looked so serene and confident. He's just edged that. Yes, it didn't carry, but you don't want to be edging it in what's likely the penultimate over the day.
His only scoring shot went down there, though, didn't it?
Yeah.
Off the edge.
They've got praying slips this stage of the day. They know that the ball's likely to go through there. As Sibley takes Joe Howe's jumper to probably bowl the last over. Yes, he will bowl the last over of the day to Tom Abel. That's going to be perfectly timed. 6 minutes left to bowl 1 over. We might even finish 2 minutes early.
Yes.
It's been a decent over rate today, even with the 10 minutes lost
it's
declaration. Nothing to moan about in county cricket, is there?
No,
it's just
not at all.
Just a test game that can't get their over rate sorted.
The Whipple League play slower than this.
Joe Howe into Tom Abel. Beautifully played. Textbook defensive shot. Just 2 slips into Abel. I dare say they might add another one for Green, who's not looking quite as in control as Tom Abel, but few do as solid as the Somerset skipper. Joe Howe is the 5th homegrown Warwickshire men's cricketer in the last 2 years to join the senior squad. And he's now driven into the offside. Again, it's going to be a good chase out there for 2. You're not really going to get a 3 to that boundary.
No, it's too short.
The rope's in, isn't it? So as good a 3 as you'll get, but good bit of fielding to bring it in. First class.
Pleasant shot for 2.
Yeah. First class average of 14.8 after his 1 first class game, as we mentioned before, in the Bob Willis Trophy final, Munro's Joe Howe last year. I'm interested to see if he gets in the starting side for the new county championship season. And again, Ryan over the wicket, and Abel flicks that for 4. That's beautifully timed. Just middle of the bat, a little punch, not much needed on it, and
just steer it away.
Yeah, Warwickshire home to Surrey in the first game at Edgbaston next Thursday, while Somerset are Hampshire. Northampton, Gloucestershire and Essex, Kent, the other 2 games in Division 1. So we've got...
the ball's disappeared into the car park.
Yeah, 3 balls remaining, and we talked about finishing 2 minutes early. Well, by the time there's a spiked Warwickshire fielder jumping over the fence into the car park, past 6 cars to get there, and big arms thrown in. And now Sibley's ready at mid-off, and Joe Howe's ready to bowl, but one of their fielders is 20 metres over the boundary into the car park, so give us a few.
He's not rushing.
I'm not being funny. The chance of him bowling another short ball hitting down to leg side is pretty slim, as the Hannah Dolby Mez will start walking to the changing room.
Yeah.
Anyway, we will now.
He's back.
The anti-penultimate ball of the day will now be bowled, and it is actually straight to Hannah Dolby.
Only 1 this time.
We joked that he's not going to be needed, but good job they did wait for him to come back.
Yeah, it was straight to him.
Straight to him, absolutely indeed. 1 more run to Tom Abel, who's on to 13 not out. Green's happily there on 4 not out. The extra CC all-rounder and Royal London skipper from last summer. Scored a few crucial runs, batting in sort of 6 in the 50-over team.
Yes.
Opened here today, as the ground staff will get ready with their nice yellow wheelbarrow buckets, ready to sweep and prod at the crease.
And get the covers on.
Penultimate ball then, Joe Howell. It was a fairly long run-up, one of the longer run-ups of the day, I dare say. Green gets a full and outside off stump, and he does go for that.
Yeah.
You think normally you'd probably leave a full.
This stage of the day, it's bat in the air, surely.
I mean, yeah, there's a bit of a risky
Forget
shot.
it. Yeah.
Bit jittery, but
An inside edge could have dragged that back on.
Green's ex-to-CC playing in A Division this year. They're not relegated in the Premier League, so he'll interesting to see how much he plays in the Devon League this year.
Mm.
But he's Somerset's opener at the moment, so he'll be looking to cement that spot before Matt Renshaw's arrival. Leaving outside off stump is Ben Green, and he gets to the close at 4 not out, and now the ground staff can come on and do their work as umpire David Milnes pulls the stumps out the ground, gives Joe Howell his jumper, and that's the end of a decent day for both sides, really. Somerset at 23 for 1 in reply for Warwickshire's 232 for 8 declared. They declared at 5 to 5 to get an hour and 5 minutes, well, 55 minutes bowling at Somerset. What are your thoughts on the whole day, Tony?
I think it's fairly even. Warwickshire had a tough start, losing their skipper in the second ball. Their second wicket pair, Sibley and Hayne, put on a fair partnership.
We should say Hayne retired. If you're looking at the score, kind of thinking what's going on there. He batted superbly, really looked solid, and Sibley looked good for 49, didn't he?
Yes.
Then gave his wicket away.
He did.
But Hayne was, class above today.
And the others weren't too bad. There was some nice batting around. That's a reasonable total in 70 odd overs. 75 overs they played, didn't they? 76. And Somerset have been very steady.
Well, thank you for joining us.
Most of the time knowing when to leave the ball.
Yeah, we've had some great comments, and thank you for listening in to us today. And we look forward to hearing from you guys again. We'll be back on air from about 5 to 11 tomorrow, and then for the County Championship home game in 2 Thursdays' time. Thank you.
Good night to you all.